Not my apology. Because yesterday, if you remember, and I'll do it at the beginning of the programme, so then everybody will know about it, Michael Dennis, the Black Cab poet, wrote us a poem called Time for a Change, and he had the line here. He said, I trust you're well, Stu. This is what we read yesterday. He said, I'm sorry I've been absent from proceedings recently. I've been off work since March due to COVID. And I then assumed, quite rightly, I thought, that he had COVID. When he said, I've been off since, due to COVID. He said, no, he hasn't had COVID at all. So could we just put the record straight? Yes, Michael Dennis has not had COVID. But it's the effects of COVID killed the cab trade. So consequently, that's why he said, I've been off work since March due to COVID, not I've got it. But of course, I interpreted that as been off since March because the effects of COVID, it should have said, actually. And because it's not my fault. So, as you know, I never apologise, never explain. I'm like Mary Poppins, really. Well, I mean, not at this precise moment, because I haven't got an umbrella that talks to me. But I quite like the idea of flying. Quite like the idea. They've got a roller coaster in America where you lie down and it sort of sends you on this journey, but you're sort of flying into it. Do you know, like the scene from Titanic where they're standing at the front, near, far, wherever, push her off. And they then sort of, because it was made up a little bit, wasn't it? It was good fantasy, but I always fancied doing flying. I always fancied that. I've seen some of these sort of jetpacks where you have, this thing strapped to your back and you can go up. I've seen them doing it on water as well. A bit like Michael Jackson kind of thing. And they did it at the Los Angeles Olympics some years ago where they flew in over the top on these things. And I thought, that's great. But say all of a sudden it breaks down. You come plummeting out the sky. No, thank you. No, thank you. So, what else we got for you today? We got loads of texts and emails and stuff like that. Plus the Garrick Club comes in for a little bit today because there's a lady, she's a lingerie tycoon. I've never heard of her, but that's neither here nor there. Excuse me, she wants to join the Garrick Club, but they don't allow women. You can go in, I think, as a guest, but you can't join as a member because it's a private club. So she's suing. Now, over the years, I'm sure, if my memory serves me correct, there's been loads of people who have tried to sue these clubs because they have private members. I mean, for many, many years, the Magic Circle was men only. And they allowed women in, but they didn't let them join. Now, of course, you can join as a woman, and there are lots of very good female magicians out there. But it was a private club. They said, no, it's a private club. They're allowed. And then she's saying, oh, it's discrimination and this. And she's going, no, they don't want you. They only want men in the club. And so whether it changes, I've got no idea. I mean, everything's changing, isn't it? On a minute-by-minute basis, everything changes. I got on the bus yesterday. I'm outside Waitrose. Got my little bag full of my goodies. The vegetables yesterday. I was having a vegetable things. It's only allowed women since 1991, the Magic. Yes. Yes, for years it was a male bastion. Women did go in, but they weren't allowed to join. That was the difference, or, avail themselves of the facilities. And there's a woman who gets on the bus with a pushchair. And the bus driver said, first time I've ever heard a bus driver say it, mask, she said. And the woman goes, I can't find it. And then just walks straight past her. And you think, I tell you, I'll be having a field day. Well, you're not. Sorry, the bus is going nowhere. Get off, go and find another bus. I can't bear people standing on the bus. And then, I mean, she's obviously got a bit of money. She produces 2 telephones. One she's looking at and the other. I thought, who has 2 telephones in this day and age? Come on, who has 2 telephones? And I nearly complained about it. I was going to say to the bus driver, because they then push up. I mean, we had a bus driver the other day. It's going to sound awful, isn't it? But he was obviously doing a message about because I was on a school bus. Well, apparently I can go on a school bus if I want to. They can't stop you going, even though it says only school bus. I can go on the school bus, and he kept announcing things. His accent was so difficult to... Nobody understood a word of what he was saying. I mean, he could have been saying, can everybody get off, including the fat bloke at the front with the baseball cap on? But I didn't understand a word he said. Exactly. Who was that? Somebody sitting next to me. But I didn't understand a word he said, and he was obsessed with pushing the button. Please, remain seated on the button. Nobody's got a blind bit of notice. And, make sure you're sitting by a window seat. So I always put a bag next to me. I don't want anybody sitting next to me. Thank you very much indeed. I'm quite prepared for a stand-up fight, if necessary. And then all of a sudden all these kids get on the bus, and I'm thinking, he keeps coming on and saying things. I don't know what he was talking about. He could have been saying, you know, can all adults get off the bus? In which case I was thinking, wait a minute, you've let me on the bus. Now, because there are children out there wanting to get on the bus, I might have to get off the bus. I mean, that obviously wasn't what he was saying, because otherwise he'd have opened his little door and said, you off. In which case you then have to pay twice for the same journey. How does that work? Give me a ticket. Give me a ticket. Honestly. But to hear this woman on the bus saying to this woman, you know, mask. And she had a little kiddie in a pram, and I thought, God, blimey, honestly, peasant. Obviously drank soft, sugary drinks, I should imagine. Comes from the poor end of town. But then I thought you got two mobile phones, dear. Who has 2 mobile phones? I mean, bless you're up to no good. Theatres now at the point of no returns, says Lloyd Webber. And where does the line, the point of no return, come from? Phantom of the Opera. We're at the point of no return, and that's what Andrew Lloyd Webber has said. It's got to get back to normal as quickly as possible. But then let's blame the people of Bolton this morning, shall we? Because they've gone into lockdown. So they've got restaurants and pubs closing again. Why? Because drunks go out, and it's the younger people now, not the older people. They're the sensible ones walking around with their masks on and everything else. It's young college students drunk. They are the people who are going out and spreading it and making it worse. And I told you at the time, nobody's socially distancing. I saw them down Twickenham High Street last night, people going down there, a group of them, nobody wearing a mask, all hugging each other. And I'm thinking, you're just asking for trouble, aren't you, really? Ridiculous, isn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Steve says, Shane, a friend of mine died in hospital the other day. Couldn't say goodbye. I couldn't because of this virus. He was only allowed one family member. Happens here all the time. They had to do it in one old people's home, and they sort of said, your mother's dying, but you can't come in, you can't see her. So what they had to do, they had to stand on a stepladder looking into her bedroom, and they turned the bed round to face them, and that was all they got. I mean, it's heartbreaking, absolutely heartbreaking. Steve, do you and the boys, morning, Steve, to you and the boys, love this show, as if you didn't know that anyway. Everybody loves this show. I only have to look at the audience figures. We only have to look at the audience figures. Why is he smiling? He's got that sort of strange smile on his face. Which one? Your mum's posted pictures. Who to? Oh, right. I have to get them up. I can't see. Oh, right. Are they on my phone? You've given your mother my private phone number. Can't believe it, honestly. I'm now going to get pestered by Corey's mother. She's sending pictures of the hot tub, like I've never seen one. And so we probably get a chance to see their garden as well. It's all very exciting. And so we should look forward to those in a moment. Oh, here we go. Oh, it's happening ever so quickly, isn't it? Very quickly. So here is the tweet from Corey's mum. And, sorry, I'm looking at for some reason, I'm looking at a picture of Thomas with grey hair. Why am I looking at Thomas with grey hair? When did we do that? You don't remember that? Well, you probably did it, I should imagine. You're the troublemaker round here. Anyway, Melanie, who is Corey's mother, I can say that. I don't like to call her Mrs. Froggatt. It sounds like a Dickensian character. Oh, good day to you, Mrs. Froggatt. Yeah, Postman Pat. Yeah. Good day to you. What would you be having for supper today? And Master Froggatt, hello. We could welcome you to stool. Anyway, she says, tell Steve he's welcome to a Prosecco or two in our tacky bar next time he's up north. So I've had a look at the tacky bar. By God, it couldn't be more tacky, could it? Dear me, honestly. Useful use of pallets, I should imagine. It looks like pallets we've cut in half and stuck up there. And they've got all the optics up and glasses hanging from the thing. I love things like this. And then there's a cosy corner, which has got cushions on it. Is there any central heating in this place, or you just freeze to death out there? There's insulation, so there's no central heating, okay. And here we go, there's a sugary drink here. Whatever it is, it looks like a glass of water with a sad ice cube in it and a raspberry. What was that supposed to be? Goodness sake. You can't try and fob me off with things like that. But the one thing I haven't got is the picture of the hot tub. Where's the hot tub? Yeah. Yeah, you have to do the hot tub. The hot tub, that's the whole idea. I mean, they've obviously done it on a budget. You can tell, can't you, by looking inside? They are pallets. I could tell. Hello. I see. You had to pay for them, did you? Blimey, you find them round our way all over the place. Free. But that's us Southerners, isn't it? Us Southern Jessies. So, Melanie, very nice indeed. Very nice indeed. And you want a number, don't you, from me? Do you want a number? You want the number? Have you got it? Ready? Here comes the first number. Okay. The second number is double the first one and add 1. No. Double the first... Oh, sorry. Add 2, sorry. Yes. Now go back down 1 from that. Yeah. And then go back to the first number again. I'm better at this one, actually. And then the other one, which is... Oh, I'll have to do this myself, actually. It's that. Yeah. And the next one after that is also... Yeah. I like playing these games in the morning. I like a good... You don't get games on the radio in the morning. People used to play... We used to play cricket in the car. You know, when you're kids, you're bored. I mean, nowadays, they've all got telephones and laptops and tablets and all sorts of things. And I remember thinking to myself, God, car journeys are so boring. And then all of a sudden, because we didn't have phones or anything like that. Nobody did. Nobody did. I mean, if there was something going on, you had to run down the road. If you didn't have a phone at home, and not everybody had phones at home, you'd run down the road to the phone box, get there, and suddenly you didn't have, a penny with you to make the phone call. It was awful, but I think you could do emergency calls. And so we used to play cricket in between other games, but cricket was the one you played with pub signs. Bit of a waste of time if we're on the motorway. So you'd go, if it was the coach and horses, you'd see on the picture how many horses they had, and you'd multiply that. So if there were 2 horses, that's 8. Okay, because they've got 4 legs each, and then there'd be a coachman, and then and then you'd add on, and so you could do that. If you actually got to the sort of the rampant rabbit, you'd get 4 for that because it's a rabbit. If you got pilgrim, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something that wouldn't have any. As long as it's got legs, you get scores. Sorry? No, well the 3 lions would be 12, absolutely. But then occasionally you'd actually get to something like, the wagon, and that didn't have any legs on it, so you go, oh, you're out. And we used to play that. We also used to play a game with spangles, sweets, which were hard-boiled sweets, and you'd put it on your tongue, and you'd have to keep it there for as long as you could. But, of course, because it contained, obviously, fruit juices, well, sort of, or anything, and that would make your mouth water. I bet they used to say that of opal fruits, didn't they? Made to make your mouth water. Bing! And it would make you sort of salivate. And so the little hard sweet that you got pressed on your tongue started to disappear. And every so often my mother would turn around and go, so, who's still got their spangle? Yeah. You have to stick your tongue out and show it on there. She said, because you had to avoid biting it, because that meant you were out. You had to keep it whole. So sometimes with a little tiny thin thing on your tongue, we were very easily pleased as children. As you can well imagine, we were poor. We had a lot of fizzy drinks in our household. We didn't... in fact, actually, to be honest with you, I don't think fizzy drinks were invented when we were kids. We didn't know anything like that at all. If you wanted a drink, you went to the tap and you put your mug underneath it. Sorry? The village tap, we used to go to well at bottom at garden, and you'd be there with the well, dropping your bucket in, and then somebody would be going, sorry, there's a pussy in the well. You go, oh, ding dong bell, pussy's in the well. Who put her in? And then you'd have to go through that song every time. It's the cat's fault as far as I was concerned, falling in. It's like those holes that we saw the other day in the middle of the Siberian tundra. They were very good. I don't know what I'm on this morning, but I tell you, it's working. This morning, I'm being very good now, having had my meeting with the doctor's thing on the round table. I've got to cut down on all sorts of things. So I thought I'll do it this morning. Can I do a whole programme without a biscuit? And the answer is probably, but at what point do I give up and just go, because I brought you some biscuits this morning. So, but have you noticed I've omitted opening them or anything else? I can't go anywhere near chocolate. So, no, don't eat them in front of me. No, it doesn't bother me. But it's like if you lit up a cigarette. I'd call the police. So, no, it doesn't matter. But anyway, if we can get your mother to send a picture of the hot tub, that will be... Can't wait to see what this extravaganza looks like. All very exciting. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast Show. Steve, wasn't there a mustard-coloured spangle called Old English? Yes, there was. The Old English, I think, yes, the Old English flavours. They were very nice. Jordan somebody from up north, I believe, says, my auntie once nearly choked on a spangle in a library. My granddad had to tip her upside down. Can't wait to see what that looks like. Honestly, choking on a spangle. Actually, we've all choked on things, haven't we, in the past? You sort of think, oh, that'll be fine. But I've never heard of anybody choking on a spangle, only your family member. Matthew said, if you had to describe Corey or Thomas's looks in one word, what would you say? Sad. Okay, that would be the look, I think. And Jonathan says, we used to play cricket in the car on long journeys. Best pub was the Duke of York, because he had 10,000 men. I think that's good, actually. I think that's good. Big thank you to Corey for taking my call yesterday. I want to say hello to you and the Groovy Gang, says Shane in Sydney. He'll talk to anybody, Shane. He's not fussy, seriously. He's almost like Samaritans. He just sits there and he just wants to talk to people. He wants to help. You know, to be a useful member of society. I, of course, see it totally differently. Steve, like much of the country, at the height of lockdown, it was clear around here anyway that youngsters were ignoring the restrictions. And here we are with the finger of blame pointing directly at them for the growing spike, says Mike. Time to grow up and show us they can act responsibly. He said, P.S. planning a fry-up for brekkie. Yum. Can't tempt me with a fry-up. But you're right, it's the kids. Oh, it's not going to affect us. Think again. Think again. It is affecting you. And they still, admittedly, some kids I see getting on the bus, you know, that they're wearing their masks. But I was on the train yesterday, and there were loads of school kids who got on my train without wearing masks. Get to Richmond, all the kids are wearing masks. I thought that was a very good indicator that, so all they'll do is put their masks on, having already spread the virus, I should imagine, by now. You know, very dangerous, but they don't appreciate it. They don't appreciate it. Steve, funny you said Opal Fruits. I think they're now called Starburst. I think you'll find that they are, actually. I only remember that because you've told me. So furlough fraud cases top 27,000, about £3.5 billion has been half-inched by people. Let's see how quick the government are to retrieve it. That'll be very interesting, won't it? Iceland hiring more staff. 3,000. In fact, a lot of the supermarkets are hiring staff because we're all doing the sort of social distancing, and people want their food delivered. I don't know, it never interested me having food deliveries. I quite like the sensation of going out there and actually buying something, as opposed to waiting till it arrives on the back of a lorry. Very embarrassing for fans of One Direction. Very embarrassing. Madame Tussauds have had to take them off display. So what it generally means is they'll because nobody's interested in One Direction. And also, they don't look as they do on the Madame Tussauds, because it was done at the height of their fame, where Madame Tussauds, they're very uncanny, these things. But when you look at it, they all look like little boys, which, of course, they were. They were. Still, Dawn Neeson in her column today in the Daily Star. Chunks flunking it, and the Ginger Winger's finally given back what he owes, together with Meghan Sparkle, whatever they're called now, who knows. But everybody was talking the other day, I thought they must have heard this programme, where we were saying, take away the title. Duke and Duchess of Sussex. They've never even been to Sussex, have they? Have they been to Sussex? What's the point of it? It's just another quasi-title. Don't give it to them. Take it away. Take it away. And if he comes back to the country, don't take any pictures of him. Let them, because they hate the press. Absolutely. Oh, sorry, they don't hate the press. They love the press. They need the press, don't they? It's a bit like the Beckhams. There's another dreary piece online of the Beckhams showing you around their gorgeous house in Notting Hill. And you think, no, they all look like that in that road. They've all got the black and white tiles. They've all got the arch. They're all the same. You know, it's for people who don't have it. And then they go, and inside their gorgeous kitchen, they say, and they've got sort of things hanging up, like saucepans, to make all the available space tell. You think, I'm sorry. And they go, and Victoria's added her own touch. She's put flowers in every room. I mean, really, how intelligent do you have to be? If only she concentrated as much on her own business. Steve, off to police the Extinction Rebellion, last day, thank God. Hopefully they'll all come down from the trees in Parliament. They're not in the trees in Parliament, are they? And the trees were strong enough to hold anybody. Because most of them look like hefty hideaway people, don't they? Couldn't get them up a tree. You know, and if you could, you just leave them there, which is much easier. And, Steve, last Thursday, our dog, Pudding, died in a road accident. Well, that's the trouble. So what was he doing? What was he doing, Paul? You know, he says, when you're on the radio, the world can't be wholly bad. Think again. Think again. Yes, it is. It's a bit difficult, isn't it, at the moment? A lot of people are suffering. Steve, I'm seething. Abided by all the rules. Shop for elderly relatives. No holiday. We've just booked a large Airbnb house in Somerset for the weekend next week so we can celebrate my daughter's 30th. Now looks like it could be cancelled, says Steve, the Waltham Abbey school caretaker. Do you remember we were talking yesterday about doing the white lines, and he sent us a text yesterday. So it sounds quite nice, doesn't it? But you can't do it. You cannot do it because of the amount of people. I'll tell you, I did say it was going to get worse before it gets better. You know, Christmas, I think, is going to be a washout this year, an absolute washout. So we'll just have to make the best of it and get on with life. That's all we can do, isn't it? You can't do anything else. What was this? Oh, lots of complaints coming into Ofcom about diversity and their Britain's Got Talent performance. But as I said yesterday on the they did a tribute to the man who was killed by the police, suffocated by them because they put their knee on his neck. And they did a good dance routine. Now, I thought it was good, and I thought it was very brave of them to do it, but on the other hand, I don't think a television programme is there to talk about people's beliefs, because otherwise you might as well have sort of, sponsored by the Conservative Department, the Conservative Party, the Labour Party, and all the rest of it. You can't have things like that. You're not supposed to get involved. You're supposed to be, apolitical, which means you don't do things like that. It was good. It was 3,000 people have complained. 3,000 people have complained to Ofcom who are debating whether or not to do anything about it. Terrible. Steve, being retired now, if I didn't go shopping, such as supermarkets, I wouldn't speak or see anyone. Well, that's the problem. See, I don't have a problem with going out. I've got my mask on. I go around the supermarkets. I'm fairly quick at whizzing round. If I see somebody without a mask on, I'm afraid I do tut. I go... Because they can't all be asthmatic. They're just ignorant, some of them. Just ignorant. And Matthew says, Thomas and Corey, brutal. Yeah, because he said, give me a word that describes both them. Sad, I said. Sad was a word. But he says, as for One Direction, I like them. They're a guilty pleasure. You think so? I wasn't sure, actually, if One Direction... When they first came out, you light up my life, I feel this way, and they all bounced around because it was all happy summery stuff, and all the little girlies got very excited. Oh, we love you, we love you, we love you. And now they're just sort of a bunch of old men. It's a bit sad, really, isn't it? Thank God they're not going to make a comeback anytime soon. Unlike Steps, who we told you yesterday are going to come back because they need the money. They need the money. They lost nearly 70,000 quid on their last tour because the promoter went bankrupt. So they didn't get their money. They're listed as one of the creditors. But so they're going to release this album, and then they're going to go on tour next year or something. Is that right? Do we really? I know, because Joe is a big fan of Steps, 5, 6, 7, 8, my root scootin' baby is driving me crazy. He went to see them, yeah. First concert he went to see. Steps. Brighton Centre, see? Park on the seafront, go into the Brighton Centre, woo! Everybody like him, mad, for them. Holding up, a sort of, a thing saying, I love you H, or whatever it happens to be. Your 10th birthday, good Lord. It's stayed with him that long. Imagine. Going to see a Steps concert affected Joe so badly, he remembers it to this day, and that was years ago. LBC News Time, 4:13. Let's go to the news desk, and with the headlines, listen later on about the boomerang bunny, who keeps coming back, which is quite sweet. And also another dreary story. There's a place in The Sun on the television. The presenter's obviously desperate to try and make something of herself. So we've had pictures of her in a bikini and all that. It's just so boring. It really is. I'm so desperately, tediously bored by these sort of people. Ozzy Osbourne struggling around with a walking stick, and he thinks he's going back on tour. Seriously, I'm the Prince of Darkness. No, you're not, dear. You really aren't. You might have been some years ago, but now, you're just a shambling little old wreck. Push him out on stage. I should imagine he must mumble his way through most of the songs. Singing Happy Birthday could spread coronavirus. Because of the P and the B, I think, in it. Because when you go, pff, then you sort of end up sort of spitting, I suppose, at the same time. And Tess Daly quits Children in Need. I'm never sure whether that's... because you read a headline like she's decided to quit Children in Need. I'm thinking, well, that's got to be one of the easiest gigs in the country. You know, you just sit there, there's an orchestra, they bring on all these sort of, you know, famous people and they all do their bits and pieces. It doesn't take too much to do it. So I'm not sure whether or not they've actually gone, we need a rebranding. Which people do every so often. They have a little change around. It's always healthy. Who else does... I couldn't tell you who does it. Well, it used to be Terry Wogan, didn't it? Terry Wogan did it. And with her, but who else? I've got no idea. So what? Gabby Roslin. Oh, yeah, Gabby Roslin. Yes, Gabby Roslin. Her husband, I think it's her ex-husband now, did the show Hair down at the Vic, where he had to appear naked on the stage. I sent a letter of sympathy to her. I'm so sorry. He's not like other men. The fun you can have, honestly, the fun you can have. I remember seeing Hair years and years ago, and the couple in front of us, an elderly couple, got up and walked out when it came to the nude bit. They all go under the sheet, and then the sheet comes off, and they're all standing there stark naked. So I, in sympathy, took my clothes off as well. And it was then that I was asked to leave the theatre. I mean, honestly, you know, entering into the spirit of it, you know, less than, 100 feet away, there's a whole stage full of people with no clothes on. Why shouldn't the audience join in, have a bit of fun? I took my Auntie Enid. She wasn't over keen on the idea. Mainly because, well, she just hasn't got one of those sort of bodies, actually. Do you remember Chewits? Yes, we're not doing favourite sweets today. I better tell you that now, just in case you get a bit confused by listening to the programme. And, Steve... in Spain, a face covering is compulsory ever in public. So what happens in Spain, then, if you say asthmatic? Do they then go, oh, you're okay? Because I'm telling you, the amount of people I see on buses without the mask on, they've obviously lied through their teeth to say they're asthmatic. Because there can't be that many asthmatics out there. But proper enforcement, I mean, Spain, it's you can get done for it. They don't mess around in Spain. Over here... You know, you're more than likely to get your head bitten off by somebody, aren't you? Thank you, Gary. So, I know, I've got friends of mine, Chris and Steve, who live over there, and they say it's they enforce it. They enforce it. Alan says, I got sick and tired of people in supermarkets breathing their germs all over me, most not wearing masks or keeping a safe social distance, so I now shop online and get my food delivered. Does the bloke delivering it have a mask on? Does he do the masking up bit? I've seen so many different types of mask. There's so many different ones, aren't there? I didn't realise there were so many. They're quite nice. It's almost like becoming a collector's thing, isn't it? Like buying sort of Nike trainers, I suppose. You get the sort of the decent ones, and they go, masks. I think on the bus, if you don't have a mask on, you have to buy one on the bus. The bus driver should go, it's 20 pence, or whatever it is, and they put one on. You don't put one on, they're not going anywhere. I would sit there and sorry? Yeah, add it to the fare, absolutely. Sorry, you need a mask? Where's your mask? I don't have one. Well, then, we're going to make sure. People who've come up with incredible face mask designs. I mean, there's all sorts of really peculiar things that people have done. I quite like but I mean, I don't want anything looking silly. And some of them do look a bit silly on them. Oh, that one's quite good, actually, isn't it? Oh, God, no, some of them are horrendous. Some of them are horrendous. I quite like the idea of a photograph, of your... And now, is that... Do you think... It's clear. Oh, right. Oh, I see what you mean. That is... yes. I wasn't sure if it was actually... That must cost a bit. That's a bit scary. Somebody with sort of teeth, and somebody there got all sorts of little bits and pieces. I mean, I suppose it sort of cheers people up a bit. I like the one with the hole in the front of it so you can suck your drink up with a straw. Sad and tragic, isn't it? Look at that. See, she's actually done a prom skirt, and she's got the same thing, which is lovely. Stuart Manning is going on a run. The first one in a while... as it's a big day filming today, and Head going 20 to the dozen. He said, thank you for keeping me company. Woo! It's cool, isn't it? Mr. Stuart Manning. So there you go. There you go. Which is good, isn't it? So, good luck for your run. I like the set of this thing. I'm liking this very nice. Very nice. I like anything that looks sort of Dickensian or old shops. And what's the matter with you both this morning? Why are you looking at me like this? You've heard... Is it the biscuits? It's all chocolate, isn't it? I mean, the trouble is, any of those boxes of biscuits, they're full of sugar, so I can't do them. What I should have brought in, I'm going to go and get some today, is Ryvita. I'm going to get some... How dull am I? Get some Ryvita and some Edam cheese, and just do a slice of Edam cheese on a Ryvita. And enjoy that during the programme. I mean, I brought in plums again. Were the plums nice yesterday? Were they okay? Yeah? Delicious. Were they British plums? You don't know. You didn't read, did you? They were juicy. Well, that's a plum for you. That's how they work. These are from see where they're from. They're from Kent. Charles Gaskane. And it's the variety Marjorie. I mean, Marjorie Plums. Marjorie Plums. How old is that? Yes, it's another Dickens character, isn't it? Oh, I don't know, Mrs. Froggett. Have you been down to the church recently? Got a new vicar in there. Is this your son and daughter? Hello, Master and Miss Froggett. It is. It just sounds like it's a name out of a cemetery, doesn't it? You know, when you go round cemeteries, that's where they go, a lot of writers, to get inspiration, and they look, because they've got all the old-fashioned names around there, like Joe, and stuff like that. And you go there, and then people just sort of write them down. We used to do brass rubbings years ago. No, just me again. It's always me, isn't it? Nobody else seems to do these things. You never do a brass rubbing. A brass rubbing is where you go into a church, and they had a lot of things on some of the graves. It was a brass, you know, picture of a knight or something like that, and you put a piece of paper over, you get a hard a crayon, big one, and you'd rub it over it, and the image would appear on the paper of the... that's a brass rubbing. We did it at school, exactly. Corey's school didn't have things like that, mainly because the kids had nicked all the brasses and they melted them down so they could go and buy sweets and stuff. But no, we did a lot of that. You could do it in local churches. In Westminster Abbey, they do it. You can pay and go to... because they've got some of the best brasses around. Big fan of things like that, as you can well imagine. You know. Also, have you got any brasses? We have. Just go down, turn left, it's on the right. And we've got our own crayon as well. I just love crayons. Did you never do that thing in class where you would get a piece of cardboard and you put all the coloured crayons on it, you'd sort of rub them all in so there'd be different bits of colour, and then you'd cover it all with black crayon, and then you'd take like sort of a nib or something, and you'd scratch a picture, and the colours that you put underneath used to shine through. Am I facing the wrong way or something this morning? It didn't. I know. If we'd had crayons at my school, we'd have eaten them. We thought that was sheer luxury. That were crayons. I tell you, we had a pencil in our class. The kids used to crowd round and go on, show us your pencil. And so I did. And they used to get very excited. They go, oh my God, we've got one pencil in the class. You know, sometimes we'd have a cup of tea later in the day if we'd been down to Stream and sort of, you know, taken our little bucket with us and then filled up so we could have proper tea. Pencil. Imagine, you know, years ago we used to have luxuries at school. I used to have a pencil case. Everybody had a pencil case. Yeah. And you'd keep in it your protractor, your compass, you know, your rubbers, and also, what else you have in it? A pencil sharpener, some pencils, and I've just done a compass. Already said compass. I've done protractor as well. Stupid boy. Rude. Yeah, but you could only get a 6-inch. Because you couldn't get 12 inches into the pencil case. I know. I tried. You can't. You could have it sticking out. That could be okay, couldn't it? You could pull the zip up to it so it's just sort of the top bit is sticking out. But it would be a good 3 inches, I would think. Only guessing, of course. The transplant list, perhaps we'll have a go at it tomorrow. Perhaps I'll go and buy. Oh, I brought in the picture. Do you remember we were talking about the wave? I was in the bathroom the other day and I wasn't doing anything. And so I've got all these copies of Country Life because I buy it every week because it comes out weekly. And so I bought, and I couldn't remember which one it was in. And I'm flicking through them and I think, this is so boring. I could be here for days. And in the end, I found the wave picture. It's so exciting. And when you look at it, you will go, do you know, that's the best wave I've ever seen. I mean, it's really staggeringly good. Can you see it? Or is it shining through from the other side? Yeah. It's absolutely beautiful. And it's by a guy called... he's a hyperrealist. His name's Marc Esteve. Marcesteve. And this is Majestic Waves. When you look at it, you could almost be there. You can almost be there. I was so excited when I found it. Majestic Waves. No, that's Retreating Tide. So you're looking for... have you typed in Majestic Waves? You know, that would be a lot helpful, isn't it? So all by... I know, because he specialises in doing pictures of waves. There we go. There, look at them. Staggering, aren't they? There's obviously a bit of a series, I think. And you could see them online. It seriously looks as if you were there in the middle of that wave. It's good, isn't it? I was so pleased when I found it. I don't know how much his stuff sells for, but I'm reckoning that it must be a fair bit, because they do say that he's considered one of the greatest hyper-realist artists of this century. He portrays the movement of the oceans round the world with incredible force and momentum. One can almost hear the crashing waves and smell the sea air when one pauses to enjoy his extraordinary works of art. So this online exhibition, you can find it actually as a collection of 12 fresh paintings directly from his studio. Wow. And this is www.callahan-finepaintings.com. Callahan, CALLAGHAN-finepaintings.com. I wonder how much this sort of stuff sells for. Must be an awful lot, mustn't it? I mean, you're not going to get that for under £30,000, I wouldn't have thought. If you do, I'd quite like to buy one. If we had to spare £30,000, which, of course, we haven't. So here we go. Oh, there we go. Realist. OK. So one of them, which is actually quite a dull one, really, it's £6,400 and 77 pence, which is which is OK. £6,400, 77 pence. And then it says used. How big is it? 16 by 32 inches. 16. Oh, it's not very big at all, actually, is it? That's quite small. Oh, I'd want more, because this looks like it should be an absolutely enormous painting. This should fill a wall. Because he's very good, very clever, very, very clever. I can't paint for toffee, but I mean, you know, I'm not employed as a painter, am I? I'm employed as a radio presenter, and I'm employed to put a smile on your face at this time of the morning. Struggling with my own, actually. Having watched them eating, you know, and stuffing their faces with biscuits and everything else. I mean, honestly. Don't worry, years to come, I'll have the last laugh, you know, when they go down with diabetes. Steve, I thought you meant brass, as in Lady of the Night. No, brass rubbings. I thought they were really quite well. Have you seen brass rubbings online? Have you gone onto there? And then you can see what they look like. Mainly it's knights, but you can get other things which have got words on, and they used to hammer brass out. They used to sort of, you know, do all sorts of things. But it was quite normal in church. That's where you went for them, for the brass rubbings. It's about the only place that you could find the blooming things. Have you found them? Show me. Share. Yeah. They're clever, aren't they? And you can assemble your brass rubbing kit. And then you literally put the piece of paper over there, and then you sort of sellotape it down, and then you start rubbing. And eventually, at the end, happy days. And then you can get it framed, because you've got your own brass. My father used to make them, but in copper. He used to have a factory that used to make them in copper, which is quite nice. I throw that in, you know, into the mix. Yes. Well, we'll have a go in the break. We could do it here. It must be some of your relatives that are up north in sort of Yorkshire place, you know, with brass plates. I think you had to be fairly rich for a brass plate. I don't think your neck of the woods, you know, we've seen the bar. To be honest with you, I mean, the best thing you can sort of describe it as is before it went to the skip. Or failing that, when it was taken out of the skip, and now we've turned it into a bar. I bet you're sitting there going, oh, Mum, this is great. It's like being in London. The fun we're having. Seriously, I can't begin to share it with you. So Stuart's off on his run. Who on earth goes running at 10 to 5 in the morning? Actually, probably before 10 to 5 in the morning. I couldn't do it. I really haven't got the energy or anything to do it. Although we've had various producers, not the ones I've got at the moment, but we have had producers over the years who have done a lot of running. And they go out there and they're sort of fit, because there's obviously some sort of thing that's doing the rounds. There's a guy called Dom out there, and he does running, but I don't know if he does it professionally, because my cousin John, he used to do running. Was it running or was it walking? He might have done fast walking. You know, have you ever seen people who do walking? There's a way of doing it, isn't there? And I think he does, whatever it is, he's very good at it, and he does it on a regular, well, he did do it on a regular basis, whereas me, I couldn't do anything like that at all. People say, there was a lovely bit in the paper today, another old hogwash from Gemma, I've lost 3 stone Collins, and she says that she can't go in lifts. So if ever she gets to a place and there's a meeting, like once in a blue moon, and there's a lift, she won't go in it. So she makes them come down to have the meeting in the reception, as if you believe that load of old cock and bull story. I mean, really, honestly. I can't get in a lift. Well, I'll shove her in and close the doors. If it's a glass lift, it's okay. I would have thought, you know, that's the thing you don't want to see, isn't it? When you get stranded up there and the lift breaks down. You know, surely if it's... I want to put her into that thing that's on YouTube, the scam lift. you know, which is fantastic, just to watch people screaming. But it's a load of... I mean, she's never mentioned it before. Now she's mentioned it. Steve, as a kid, I had a brass rubbing kit, which included numerous plastic plaques of knights and animals to do rubbing art on. I'll have to check my mum and dad's loft, as it might come in useful for the next lockdown. You can't do it with plastic plaques. Come on, Steve, you cannot do this, even in Waltham Abbey. It's got to be in a church, and it's only the little rural churches that have them, unless you go to the big places, like St Paul's or Westminster Abbey. It's a little bit busy, Westminster Abbey, for me. Little bit too busy. Did you see the programme The Joy of Painting? Late 70s, with Bob Ross, who painted landscapes. If you did, it's back on the television, says Rob. How lovely. No, I used to watch Nancy Kaminsky. She used to do a painting program. It just shows how much television has changed, doesn't it, really? You know, because we all wanted to be painters and artists, and Nancy Kaminsky obviously did roughly the same as Bob did. Which I mean, I never did any of it. I just used to watch there. I was only into fuzzy felt at the time, which was much easier. So I didn't see The Joy of Painting. I did see the other day, it's back on the television, Bless This House with Sid James and Diana Coupland and the kids. It's a great programme. Sid, just great. Really, you know, very good. Didn't Corey go on a Boris bike the other day, says Matt? Did you? You did. How you told me the other day? No, you never met. You're fit. What, because you rented a Boris bike? You cycled all the way to Borough? Right. What? From Oxford Street? It's not that far at all, is it, really? How long did it take you? 3 days. Go on, how long did it take? Now, 20 minutes. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, well, obviously, leisurely. It's hardly going to be racing on a Boris bike. It just looks a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? You know, you need a racing bike to be able to do that properly, which is quite a good idea. I went on one of the first ones when they first came out. I was pictured riding round Leicester Square, which was quite... And I'd not been on a bike in years. I'd forgotten, actually, how blooming dangerous it is. Very dangerous. Dear, sorry. Steve, that picture. Who is it who's waving? Is it Harry and Meghan? I don't think they learn how to wave at all, actually. Steve, the government should issue a small pin or a wristband to indicate somebody's asthmatic. Pharmacies could give them out on proof of medication, says Joe in Hornchurch. Yes, I agree with you. It's easy, isn't it, to get on the bus and they go, why are you not wearing your face mask? You go, I'm asthmatic. You go, show me your Ventolin inhaler. I don't have it with me at the moment. You're not an asthmatic then, are you, really? Always listening to your show at 4 every morning, Steve. Thank you very much indeed. Did you have a pencil that was half red and the opposite side was half blue, says Michael? No, I don't remember that at all. So one half of it is red and one half is blue. What's the point of that, actually? I don't get that at all. Talking about sugar and biscuit addictions... Well, I've bought 3 packs of fruit pastels in Waitrose to last 3 days. I used to love fruit pastels. They were delicious. You could pop it in your mouth, and there was something about... I've never seen them being made. It's the only thing perhaps I should go to YouTube, because that's definitely where it is. And somebody says, try Vistaprint Masks website. Put the photo from your phone on a virtual mask. Which sounds quite a good idea, doesn't it? I quite like that one. You know, anything to sort of make it a little bit better. You know, because I've got loads of these masks. The boot of the car has got loads because I ordered them online. And Corey's got sort of... Sometimes he remembers his mask. Most of the time. He's all right, actually. He's sort of got the one... Is that the one your mother made? She's so versatile. She didn't make the hot tub, did she? I mean, there's any chance that she could have banged one of those up together? You know, she sanded the wood on the hot tub. I was going to say on the bar. Yeah, I've seen when you sand wood down and then paint a varnish on, it looks lovely. Really does look lovely. Very nice. Another one here, very quickly, let's try and get as many as we can in. Steve, walking is the best workout. Since lockdown, I've lost 17 pounds and I'm now a size 8. Although, says Mina, I could eat a Magnum right now. That's the trouble. That is the trouble, isn't it? That I've discovered, if you listen to somebody talking about food on the radio, and yesterday was that giant burger, which was something like 30,000 calories. It only cost about 30 quid. It seemed quite good value, really. If there's a family of you going out there, I'm not bothered about, you know, whether we can finish it. But I don't know what the rules say about eating it. You've got to be by yourself, I assume. But that just made me salivate. It looked delicious. Not bothered about the tomato in it, but the rest of it was great. And it came with chips. And then Darren was talking about food earlier on. And he went to a place... It must have been Byron that he went to. Unless it's Five Guys. Five Guys, they give you so many chips... It's mountains and mountains of chips, you know, and you feel a bit awful, really, because you end up, you know, you can't eat all of those sort of things. And it's also very expensive. Some of these burger places are phenomenally expensive. I mean, really, absolutely unbelievable. Steve, love your show, thank you. One here. Wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing. Oh, Sue says, I heard a lady say she gets excited if it's past 4 when she wakes up. Well, me too. By the way, she said, I went to get the M&S Southern Fried Chicken. I'll let you know. Well, it looked absolutely delicious. It's only about £4, and you get a whole chicken, which is like spatchcock, so it's been flattened, and it's got, no, it's not rotisserie. No, it's not rotisserie. I think it's called Southern chicken, but it's a whole chicken, normally £7 or £6 or something, and it's down to 4, and it's got breadcrumbs on it. It looks delicious. There you go. That is just, look at that. Oh, I mean, I could rip it apart now. That looks, and chips. They've got chips and everything. That looks delicious, doesn't it? See here, they've got the new item is £7. Well, the other day it was down to £4, and I thought, do you know, I really can't be bothered to cook it. I'd be more than happy if you bought it and it was already cooked. That's nice. That does look quite nice. That looks so you could rip it apart as a family and have a bit of a feast day. But the chips in Five Guys, I mean, they give you far too many chips. I'm not surprised that we're suffering from an obesity crisis. But we like looking at pictures of food in the morning. It's only because I can dream about things I can't have. Yesterday I got in and I had, you know, do you remember I told you I bought this bread with all the crusts are cut off on each side? So it's quite delicious. And you put it in the toaster and it cooks really quickly in the toaster. And I take it out, butter it, and then got a squirt of Primula cheese with ham in it in the middle, like that. And then put the top on it. Delicious. You could eat 10 of them without even trying. No, I mean, not anymore. That's another avenue of pleasure denied me. I might just have to go for the Ryvita, but that sounds a bit boring. And I thought maybe on the way home I could treat myself and I could have maybe a sausage roll. I thought, no, can't have a sausage roll because it's got that flaky pastry which is so fattening. And then I thought perhaps I could just go into, yesterday I thought I could go into Burger King and get some of their little hash browns. Generally about 3 portions, because that lasts you for the journey, most of it. Well, you have to force down the last packet, but that was always quite nice. They were very exciting. People used to look at you with envy because you're the only one sitting there with steam rising from your little bag. And quite delicious. But then I went there yesterday thinking, I'll get that. Oh, closed. They weren't even open. And I'd had a meeting with the boss who said to me yesterday, he said you sounded very chirpy this morning. So I said, I sound chirpy every morning. What are you talking about? Wasn't just yesterday. I don't just have a day on, a day off, or, you know, day on, 3 weeks off, something like that. Somebody out there in the newsroom, Dom, he wanted to go on holiday. It's his birthday next week. It could be anything between 30 and death. We've got no idea. And, but of course, you know, there's nowhere he can go. Where can he go? I mean, poor soul. I was going to offer him the use of the patio at home so he could sort of pitch his tent there and sort of at least it'd be something away from work. And then I thought, maybe not. Looks like stalking, doesn't it, really, you know? And also, I've got a water thing. I had to water the blooming sunflowers again today. Again, it's every company. It's Wednesday. It's the 9th of September. We're racing through this month, aren't we? What happens at the end of September? Has anything happened at the end? We got that's right, October. Oh, that'll be a novelty, won't it? Let's have October this year, shall we? And after October, let's have... are we doing trick-or-treating? Will we be doing stuff like that? I'm not sure if we will be. Do you know, I have to test my blood, as you know, seems like every 5 seconds now. Now, this is interesting because I've had nothing to eat since I woke up. Now, in theory, you would think that that's great. It's not actually going to sort of affect you. And... oh, ow. It hurts a little bit, not much. We only just get a little bit of blood out. And I was sort of thinking to myself, if I've had nothing to eat at all... then surely it should be low, shouldn't it? I bet you anything it's not. Oh, blimey, it is. It's very low. 4.9. Because remember the other day, Warren, well, I mean, 7, 8 would be good. 4.9, bit low. I'll have a biscuit. Go on, push yourself out, Stephen, enjoy yourself. I'll have a little biscuit. Yeah, 4.9 is a wee bit low. I can have sort of... yeah, I don't mind what sort of biscuit it is. sort of boost me up. Mind you, you might notice a tone on the programme that could drive you completely mad. Because, remember before, they said to me, if ever you sort of feel that you've gone a bit too low, normally I'm high. This is about the lowest it's been in ages and ages. So that's obviously quite good. It's all those vegetables I had yesterday. It's all the vegetables. Look at this, honestly, look.
Selection for you?
Selection. I just have something that's sort of fairly... No, don't leave them. Oh. Don't leave them. I'll take that one there. There you go. Oh, God, no, don't. Look, 4.9. Look, 4.9.
Oh, yes.
Very low. Very low. But a biscuit will probably change things. But before, people have written into me saying, Steve, we know you're diabetic. You haven't eaten jelly babies, have you, by any chance? And I have to say, funny you should mention that, because it's a noticeable change. The programme steps up about 10 gears so 4.9 though. I mean, to be honest with you, one half of me is quite pleased about that, because it means that we're heading in the right direction, because the other day I got a 20, and that's what I got when I was first diagnosed. So we don't want to go that route again, thank you very much indeed. So obviously I'm going back for vegetables again today. I keep telling the doctor I'm doing vegetables. I'm doing, like yesterday, I didn't have any meat. And also the other thing I didn't have on it, I've just remembered. Oh, I tell you what I did do. I didn't have any sauces, but I did put some double cream in. Because I just wanted to liven up the vegetables. I didn't want to put, a stock cube in or something like that, because that's a bit pretentious, isn't it? And Jamie Oliver and Phil Vickery, I'm afraid. No, I'm quite pleased about that. I'm now not sure if we should have the biscuit, but one. And I've got a cup of tea. Woo-wee! Honestly. And you think that light's not looking good? I'm telling you. Happy days are here again. Or see how the show changes when I've had the sugar. Yeah, I mean, normally sugar affects me quite quickly. If I was having a Prosecco now, you'd notice in about 2 minutes. But luckily I'm not. I've also decided that I'm going to... everybody says... they always ask you in the doctors, how much do you drink? Well, to be honest with you, I've got no idea. I don't know. A couple of glasses here, 3 glasses there. You can't remember it half the time. And then a friend of mine, she said it's also great for losing weight, because booze is very addictive, and it also is full of calories and sugar, so it means that you put on weight. And so she said, why don't you, to lose more weight, why don't you not drink during the week and just have a bevy at the weekend? I said, that seems like quite a good idea. So today I'm going to try it. I'll be in such a bad mood later. I promise you. Don't phone me, for God's sake, or anything like that. Don't even write anything on the tweets. I'm going to be in such a bad mood. But I'm determined not to have it, and see if I can do it up to the weekend. It's like giving up smoking, though, isn't it? People say, I couldn't give up smoking, Steve, because I like it. And I always say, well, you can't give up smoking then. You have to carry on smoking until you get to that stage where you think, my health might be affected. And then you have to sort of cut down. But it's I promise you, it's difficult. One of the most difficult things you could ever do, giving up smoking. Giving up drinking is going to be a bit of a challenge, I should imagine, because I am known as the Prosecco King. And but I'll see if I can do it. Because I've always maintained, so I will have to eat my words on this one, that if you want to do something, you can do it. There's no such thing as, I can't give up smoking. There's no such thing as, I can't give up drinking. You can do anything you want if you put your mind to it, unless you're particularly weak. But, and far be it from me to point the finger. Far be it from me. But it is true. I mean, I tried twice to give up smoking. Twice. And I had a producer who was a chain smoker like me. But now, I mean, you miss it a little bit. You know what people say? What are you going to do with your hands? Well, I solved that problem immediately. That was the least of my worries. What made me stop? I got angina. That was a very good reason to stop, because the pain in your chest is almost like you can't walk anymore. You have to stop. I had to stop and wait for the blood to settle down, because it's trying to force its way through a little tiny hole. So you've got your arteries, which are furred up because of all the smoking and all the bits and pieces. And so once you've had the stents put in, it opens up the artery and all of a sudden the blood goes through. It's like damming a river. It's a very similar experience. And of course, I've had stents put in twice now. I'm quite an expert on stents. I'm on nodding terms with nurses. Hello. Burns? No, not this year, no. But, yeah. And so you get the pain, and then you have the stents put in, and they actually do an X-ray, and they decide how many stents you need to put in. So all you've got to do, and I've got diabetic stents in, which is very good. But it made such a difference, I promise you. I can't tell you. I couldn't literally walk down the road without having to stop and sort of clutching the side of your chest, which is not a good look, I have to tell you. But I'm very pleased about the things. I'm definitely going to go vegetables today. How many more? Because vegetables are the most boring thing under the sun. But, I wouldn't have eaten years ago tender stem broccoli or anything like that. That would be pretentious. Mushrooms, garnered from the fields or something. What else did I have? I can't remember what else I put in the Oh, Brussels sprouts. They did little packets of Brussels sprouts the other day, baby Brussels sprouts. So I bought those, chucked them in, but you've got to do those first because they take a bit longer to cook, and mine were a bit al dente when they came out. So I didn't eat all of them. And then I did some asparagus as well, just to guarantee your wee's going to smell. And that was actually quite nice, and I had it. And in fact, there was so much of it, I didn't eat all of it. So I've discovered, if I sort of cut down on processed meat, if I sort of cut down on, admittedly the other day, total madness. I bought a box, when I bought Corey's mince pies, they had a box of 12 mince pies, little tiny ones. I ate the box. They're because they were bite size. Can't blame me if the manufacturers are making things that appeal to my palate. There's nothing you can do about that. And so I had the first one. I thought, oh, that's nice. And I thought, I'll save the rest of them. I'll give them to Corey and to Joe, do my good sort of neighbourly bit. And then 10 minutes later I looked and there were only 3 of them left in the box. Because it's like smoking. When we could smoke in the building, not in this building, but in some of our previous buildings, you become a chain smoker. You've got an ashtray on the desk. I can probably take you back to pictures of Gough Square days. Everybody with a fag on. Johnny Perry sent me a picture the other day of him. Used to smoke cigarettes, then he went on to a pipe. 2 of them smoking a pipe. I tried a pipe, but they keep going out. They're very boring and very tedious. But no, it's an interesting conundrum. There's always something, isn't there? Always something that you've got to do, which you sort of think, oh, will I be able to manage it? And the answer is you can manage it. You can do anything if you really put your mind to it. What would it take? I'm not going to preach to you about smoking. I've said that before. But if a doctor said to you, listen, if you carry on smoking, you're going to be dead by Christmas, would that persuade you to give up smoking? Or would you go, no, I'm going to be different? Because I was never told that. I just hated the walking machine in the hospital and I said to them the next time round, I said, I don't want to do the walking machine. So they said, right, next time round you don't have to do it. We'll just do it by attaching electrodes to your body and putting pulse. Well, of course, I had my shirt off before you could say whippersnapper. And off came the shirt, and there it was, displayed in all its glory, and the stomach. And so I had to lie down on a table. The first time, they put you on a walking machine, which they speed up. Guaranteed to give you, if you got angina, this makes it worse, because all of a sudden you're doing fine to start with, and I've got all these electrodes. Of course, they're all chatting away, and I'm there going, I'm going to die. I didn't, of course. Thank goodness for this programme. It would have been ridiculous with a dead presenter, wouldn't it? It doesn't work the same. You don't get as many laughs. Definitely not. Poem. Martin in Margate says, by the way, wagon whales are really small than they used to. No, they're not. Apparently they're not. We have checked these things. They are not. They are the same size. My friend Ian says, I remember in that building in Leicester Square when the studios were the only place you could smoke. Really? Well, we came in obviously a bit later than that. I've got a lovely. This is a nice. This goes to all of you this morning, and it's by Abby Farewell Brown. Such a lovely name, isn't it? Oh, Farwell Brown. I do beg your pardon. Corrected already. We haven't even got round to the poem, and already I'm being picked on. Sorry? Very pedantic, very Abby Farwell Brown. Yeah, do you know Habba? No, you don't. Do you think she really is double-barrelled, or she's not? The programme is called Friends. There you go, that's nice, isn't it? We haven't heard it yet, we might not like it at the end of it, but let's hope you do. How good to lie a little while and look up through the tree. The sky is like a kind big smile bent sweetly over me. The sunshine flickers through the lace of leaves above my head and kisses me upon the face like mother before bed. The wind comes stealing over the grass to whisper pretty things, and though I cannot see him pass, I feel his careful wings. So many gentle friends are near, whom one can scarcely see. A child should never feel a fear, wherever he may be. It's quite nice. Well done, Abby. We like that one, dear. Is she still with us? Is she still alive? I don't know. We never know these things, do we? No, because she might have passed on in the 1800s. I don't know. I've had these things before. Where you sort of mention somebody. I remember the worst thing I ever did. And she died 1927? Oh, good Lord above. Where's she buried? Do we know where she's buried? I feel I want to go and see the grave. Boston. Oh, she's American. Oh, right. Probably a very American name, isn't it, when you think about it? Abby Farwell Brown. I mean, over here we go, Farwell Brown. You know, be all terribly like Fanny Farquharson. And so Abby, and she died in the 1920s. I wonder what she was. I mean, apart from being a poet, you know, was she a full-time poet? Was there money to be made in poetry? She's very good, isn't she? She was an author. Oh, we must look up some of Abby Farwell Brown's books. I wonder what she writes books on. Poetry, I should imagine. Oh, Traffic and Travel. Oh, Traffic and Travel. We'll do that. We'll do that this morning. And you know why we're going to do it? Because it's Dave's out there. I saw him a minute. Eve. Martin says, my father used to have a sweet shop on the 70s and wagon wheels definitely were big. No, they're not. No, they're not. They definitely are not. I know because they've got one in the factory from those early days. It's exactly the same size. It's just that when you're little, it looks bigger. I promise you. Steve, your show is nearly as addictive as the fruit pastels they do in Little Waitrose. Oh, thank you, Keith. Is that how radio is supposed to be? Is that what it is? Because I generally get people who, like yesterday we had Henry, who'd been out with Biggins, and Neil and a few other people, and for some reason the conversation got round to me and how he was addicted to the programme. And then, so I mentioned him on the programme, and then it turns out that Biggins has gone to number 1 and I'm number 2. I was mortified by that. I thought actually mentioning Henry's name on the programme would have been moved up to the number 1 slot. I don't mind sharing, but I don't want to be relegated number... What good is number 2? Biggins will... Well, actually, 2 people. Biggins will have a very, very good black book. And the other one is... musician. He does the New Year's Eve programme on the television... Jules Holland. He's got Prince Charles, he's got all those sort of people in. He's got the best little black book. Biggins has got a book full of everything. I mean, just really phenomenal. Phenomenal. Because every time he goes anywhere, when he was doing pantomime, obviously not this year, he will know somebody who owns a house nearby that will let him stay there. And because we went to stay, when he did pantomime in Southampton, a couple of us went down there, and there was about 6 of us. And he did the panto, and then we'd go home and we'd have a few drinks and we'd laugh and laugh. He's the best host in the entire universe. He is very good. Very good. Very good. I mean, I've got a good phone book. I've got Joe's number. I got Corey's mother's number, and the people who make the hot tubs number as well. So yeah. And also the people who provide pallets. You know, you can find pallets all over the place, but they bought them and then they sanded them down. It's really quite twee, actually. But no picture of the hot tub as yet, so I'll have to wait for that one. I have seen hot tubs because they have them in Costco. But the trouble, I've only ever been in one. Paul Savoury had a hot tub in his garden. You had to pad across the lawn to sit in this thing in your swimming trunks. I didn't enjoy the experience at all. I really hated it. It was the only thing. It's like massages. I don't like massages at all. Have you ever had a massage? I couldn't bear to be touched. I really couldn't. Inappropriately. You know, it's sort of something, and they always do the same thing, don't they? The sort of little music playing in the background. Nothing decent like Black Sabbath. You know, there's always going to be something, you know... Sorry? Steps. Yes, steps. Being massaged in time to steps. And then they light candles, and everybody talks in a whisper. And you think, well, just get on with it, all right? I'm not enjoying the experience. Because a friend of mine used to share a flat with a bloke who gave sports massages, which is, you know, proper massage for sportsmen and women. And he had to explain when people phoned up, no, it's not one of those sort of massages. This is a sports massage. And people seem quite disappointed. So obviously massage is very popular. I mean, I've got a couple of friends of mine. They love massages. Not for me. I absolutely hated it. I was bought it for a birthday treat once, and never again. Never again. It was, God, they give you a little tiny towel. What's that going to cover? Might as well have given me a flannel. I hate... What's this? Is this a sort of kind of music that you get in the air? It's supposed to be very ethereal, and it's supposed to make you relax. I was like a coiled spring. I hated every minute of it. I thought, please don't make this finish now. Make it finish as quickly as possible. But you're right, they had this, because this apparently is atmospheric music. I nearly bought an alarm clock once, and it had wind, rain, and seashore sounds. And I thought, all that water, you'd be in and out of bed like a yo-yo, wouldn't you, really? Not very nice. My friend Ian says, how can you not enjoy massages? He said, I used to go to a place in Phoenix where they walk on you. I can't think of anything worse. Seriously, I'd be hitting people. I wouldn't mind one of those things. They did it, I think David Dimbleby did it years ago. He went to Russia, and he went to, because they like their saunas in Russia, and you get these sort of women, I think it was women in this particular one, and they soap you up. They've got literally like a thing, when they clean your car, they wash your car down. In this particular case, they were sort of slapping all this soap on him and pummeling him and everything else, and I thought, that one doesn't look too bad. That's like a sort of a complete cleanse, but massage, no thank you. There's probably people listening at the moment going, Steve, do not kill our business. Please do not kill our business. It just doesn't work for me. There's a teenager in the paper today, and I'm sorry to sound a little bit harsh on this, but I'm sick to death of stupid people. And she almost died after taking an ecstasy tablet. Okay? And there's a picture of her and her mother. She says, and we want to warn people. I thought, please do not even bother. 95% of people are far more intelligent. You know, the danger. She almost died. You take an ecstasy tablet. You have no idea what's in it. You have no idea whether it's rat poison or whether it's going to kill you, and she nearly died. And I'm thinking to myself, and you're preaching to us? No, most of us are way too sensible for stuff like that. Very quiet this morning for Stuart. Oh, it is quiet, isn't it? Very quiet. You know, he's in Canceres. I think that's how you pronounce it, in Spain. Very quiet. I like that. My friend Ian says, have you tried reflexology? I hate that. Reflexology, where they start massaging your feet. Please don't. Apart from the fact I'm a bit ticklish. And they said, just relax. You go, really relax. You're holding my foot, you know, clamped between your legs, and you're sort of massaging. No, thank you. Go away. Go and do it to the cat or something like that. Don't do it to me. I've never had acupuncture. I've never had it. I don't fancy it. I've seen people doing it where they stick little things in. Do you know the one thing I don't get is headaches? Headaches. Which is very odd, isn't it? Because most people get a headache at some point, but I've got a little pressure point. And why not? It's my pressure point. I shall do with it what I want. And it's at the bottom of my ear. It's my lobe. And if ever I feel I'm going to get sort of something like that, if you play with your lobe, it sort of stops pain and stuff like that. No, just me again. It's always me, isn't it? Yeah, it works for me. I think it's an acupuncture thing. I think it's an acupuncture pressure point, your lobes. You sort of play with it and it takes away pain. And so if ever you get a headache or something like that, which I do not get, then, you know, you just play with your lobe for a few minutes and it'll go away. It's good, isn't it? I'm full of useless stuff like that. But I'm definitely having vegetable. I've got a taste now. I've got it in my system for that tender, sweet broccoli, which is nice. And you just cut it up and stick it in the frying pan. And I'm going to do it. Didn't have any. No, you see, I think sauces are bad. I think so. It's like, that's why I can't have Indian food, because unless I have chicken tikka, just cooked in the tandoori oven, everything else comes with sauces. And a lot of places, all right, a lot of places are not doing with ghee, the clarified butter, but it's the sauces that are the killers. I was always told, look on the box, you know, and if it's got sauce in it, I have to avoid it, like the plague. Even though I add mayonnaise sometimes, and the double cream trick, I mean, is absolutely blinding. I'm telling you, seriously, you can turn any dull, ordinary dish into a masterpiece just by drizzling double cream over it. And so I did it with the vegetables, and all of a sudden they tasted really nice. Perhaps you could get kids to eat vegetables more if you put double cream on everything. Steve, are you Zoom meeting at the Magic Circle? I'm not, no. Tony, no. And another one here. And this was here. Oh, this is a snowflake. We never bother with snowflakes anymore. We decided it's much easier just to bar them because they're a bit stupid. They're a bit simple. And they've gone already. They didn't last 5 minutes. Steve, if you buy a box of Magnums, they're smaller than if you buy a single one from the shops. Well, you're obviously buying them from Iceland then, and a lot of their stuff is smaller. I buy the fruit pastel lollies. They're very nice, actually. But I was... then if you buy the single one, I was apoplectic and had to have a sit-down when I got home from M&S. Is it okay to have two, says Adam? Well, yeah. But the trouble is with me, if I have a Magnum, 9 out of 10 times the chocolate falls off. So you're left holding, basically, you know, an ice cream on a stick. You know, you cannot, because you take a bite and you go, oh, it looks great on the television. You do it in real life, the rest of it just drops to the ground. dogs follow me through Twickenham. You know, he's eating a Magnum. Go for it. Go. He'll be dropping the chocolate any time soon. Terrible. So that's why. That's why. Shane says, I love wagon wheels. Not good for you. Not good for you. Off to Brighton today, says Matthew, to see a client. Love it by the seafront. Maybe a bit of fish and chips as well. Oh, that's... Do you know, it tastes different at the seaside, doesn't it? Tastes different if you have fish and chips and you just stand on the seaside trying to fend off the bloody seagulls. Because they'll be after your fish and chips. That's the thing that they go for. They know what it looks like. They can see it from like 300 feet up in the air. So you've got to be very, very careful. Oh yes, do you fancy buying a bit of history? I can sell you for 55,000 a bit of the White Cliffs of Dover. How about that? I own a bit of the White Cliffs of Dover. It's 55,000, and you get, I think, about 17 acres, which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I mean, with 17 acres, I'm not sure if you want to build a house. I'm not sure it comes with planning permission. I think it's a meadow, and but it'd be your meadow. Presumably, you could fence it off. You don't want people going onto it, doing all sorts of things. I've got a lovely story about the boomerang bunny, still to come. And red squirrels are being saved. You remember that we lost red squirrels for ages and ages because the grey squirrels were so predatory. And the red squirrels all of a sudden went into decline and then practically vanished completely. They've started reintroducing them, but apparently pine martens are now getting rid of the grey squirrels. And so you've just got the red ones left, which is nice, isn't it? I quite like things like that. They always look so sweet. I used to feed grey squirrels. We've got a little park by the council offices, and at lunchtime, people like me, well-meaning people, would go down there and sort of buy a packet of custard creams from Iceland, 50p, and you'd hold it out to them, and they'd come and take it, and then they'd sit there, start eating it with their little paws. Then I'd hit them on the head and lull them into a false sense of security. And then after they'd sort of done the bit for the photo opportunity, they used to disappear up the side of a house and go into the chimney. A lot of them live in chimneys. Obviously not when the fire's on. That would be a little bit unpleasant for them. But yeah, they make nests in... You can hear them scrabbling around in old houses. They chew wiring, they chew everything. You know, if they got into Corey's mum's bar, that could be a pile of sawdust within a matter of hours. Seriously. You're like, what's up, Duck? Not a squirrel at all, is it? No. Were there any squirrels? There were squirrels. Who were the squirrels? What? Chip and Dale, as opposed to Chip and Pin. That's a similar kind of thing, actually. They were the early credit cards. Chip and Dale. They were good, weren't they? Not really. Let's have a check on the news headline, shall we? It's 5:30, and with the latest headlines. I hope you're well. It's LBC, and we got 27 minutes to 6, approximately. Some of the stories in the papers today, actually every day we say the same thing. We always go, oh, there's not a great deal in the papers, and then you start going through them and you suddenly realise there's tons of stories in the papers. Tons of stories. Sarah Vine talks about however nervous of COVID we must find the courage to get on with our lives. Yes, absolutely. I try and live as normal a life as is humanly possible. And so now Boris Johnson says from Monday it will be illegal to assemble in groups of 7 or more anywhere in England, whether indoors or outdoors. Police will be encouraged to break up larger groups and issue a £100 fine. Well, let's wait to see whether that one works. I can't see it will. And many couples have found spending so much more time together in lockdown a strain, but that quite clearly does not apply to the Queen and Prince Philip. Despite having been alone together more in recent months than at any other time of their 72-year marriage, because of the reinforced curtailment of Her Majesty's royal duties, they've decided to share even more quiet time, and so they're going to leave the Highland grandeur of Balmoral, their traditional summer retreat, more than 3 weeks early for the intimate surroundings of Wood Farm, where Philip has a 5-bedroom house, because that's what he does. He goes to that, and his friends go and visit him there, and the Queen will be staying at Wood Farm. It's a sort of echoes a fond remembrance chapter in her grandfather's life. York Cottage on the Sandringham estate, which is a modest property by royal standards, was a favourite home of George V and Queen Mary. They were given it as a wedding present. And so go. Mind you, Wood Farm also had more poignant connections for George and Mary. It was where their youngest son, Prince John, the lost prince who had epilepsy and learning difficulties, was sent to live with his nanny to shield him from the public gaze. He died at the age of just 13 in 1919. But it's a nice place. I mean, if you look at this place, it's very nice. It's just going back to basics, because I should imagine after a while, you must be pretty bored with sort of seeing, you know, this bit of glitz, this bit of glamour, this thing here. And wherever you see her, she always looks immaculately turned out. Immaculately turned out. So, it's interesting. So, Buckingham Palace has confirmed Her Majesty's intention is to return to Windsor Castle in October, so that she can... I mean, they're remarkable for their ages. They really... I mean, Philip is 99. He's 99. I mean, the Queen is 94, but they travel between their residences to see each other. He retired. It was 2017 when he retired. And he lives in Norfolk, where mod cons, including a new kitchen, have been installed to make Wood Farm more comfortable. Do you think she actually says, "What do you want to eat tonight, Phil?" And he goes, "I don't spag bowl. Should we have spag bowl, dearest?" She goes, "Wait a minute, I'll try and work out how you turn the oven on." Because I can't see the Queen cooking, but I'm sure she must do, mustn't she? Definitely. So the Garrick Club. Here's somebody called Emily Bendell, founder of the Blue Bella brand. I've never even heard of that or heard of her, but this is her only bit of publicity, I should imagine. And she wants to join, but the policy is only gentlemen members. It was named after David Garrick, the 18th century actor, founded in 1831 by a group including writers and actors, under the patronage of the only previous Duke of Sussex, Prince Augustus Frederick, brother of George IV and William IV. Based in the heart of the West End. I mean, it's literally as a spit and a hop from here. It's very close. And it involves supporting literature, theatre and the arts. Jeremy Paxman was famously blackballed in 1993, but later admitted. There was also a quarrel in the club between Dickens and Thackeray, after a friend of Dickens published offensive remarks about Thackeray that could only have been heard there. It owns 1,000 theatrical paintings and drawings, said to be the largest collection in existence. Portraits of Lord Olivier, Sir John Gielgud, Henry Irving and Garrick himself. But Emily wants to join. They don't want her to join. I'm sorry, it's a private members club. I think they're allowed to say that, because otherwise it would have... You know, it would have been done years and years ago. You don't need to do it. Supreme Court Judge Baroness Hale protested about the club's continuing exclusion of women, saying, "I regard it as quite shocking that so many of my colleagues belong to the Garrick, but they don't see what all the fuss is about." She argued that judges should be committed to the principle of equality for all. But they don't want women in. It's a private club. And I bet you anything, they'll go, "I tell you what we'll do, we'll close it down." You know, now everybody loses out. You know, just because somebody wants to join. What for? What does she want to join for? It's of no benefit to her at all. People in the arts. She's not in the arts at all. But we'll follow it, because it's always quite interesting. The shamed footballer, yes, the second shamed footballer, Mason Greenwood, 18, mental playing age, a lot younger. He says, "I can only apologise to everyone for the embarrassment I've caused." You're an idiot. You're a complete and utter cast iron idiot. Law student Lara Clausen said she regretted both the COVID-19 breach and for encouraging apparent infidelity. Because Foden has a long-term girlfriend. Well, I'm assuming she'll be kicking him out anytime soon. You can't trust him, love, can you? Rebecca Cook. Oh, he's also got a son who's 2 years old, even more stupid. Miss Clausen admitted going on the illicit double date with her Miss Universe contestant cousin, who's called Nadia. And she says, "Yes, I did mess up, but I didn't know they were quarantined." What do you think it was, dear? What do you think it was? But anyway, Manchester City's Foden and Greenwood were fined £1,400 by police, £1,400 for actually smuggling the girls into the team hotel. They knew they were doing wrong. Don't ever mistake these people. They're liars. They were supposed to stay in quarantine bubbles so they could play their matches. But of course... And then he pulled his trousers down and showed them his bottom, sent a picture of his bottom. Obviously, complete and utter bozo. Stupid person, honestly. How do these people ever get these jobs instead of playing for this country? What an embarrassment. Oh, dear. What have we got here? Oh, the story about the hiker. He's 80. Harry Harvey. He went missing for 4 days, was reunited with his family yesterday when he turned up as they were making an appeal to find him. So he just walks in and goes, "Hello." And they all go, "Oh, my God. Where have you come from?" He just walked through the door. Nothing going on at all. He had a dressing on his head, but that was fine. And he said he enjoyed himself. I mean, he was reported missing a day later. So he went missing, I think, on the Saturday. And then a search was organised by North Yorkshire Police with help from the RAF. Imagine what that cost, to find some 80-year-old who's wandering around in a bit of a divvy. He had some new shoes as well. But I think his wife... Mrs. Harvey said she burst into tears when he rang yesterday to say he was safe. Probably wondered who it was. Hello, love. Oh, who's that? It's your husband. She said, I was terrified. When I woke up this morning, I felt sick. She said, he's very fit for his age and an experienced backpacker. See, you get people like this. This is what Yorkshire does for you. Yorkshire folk, you know. Have you seen the tea bags? I tell you, it takes the strength of Job to get them out the box, doesn't it? Yorkshire tea. And it always comes with a brass band. You can always guarantee if you're in Yorkshire, here's the brass band. This is the Wythenshawe Colliery Band, been playing since the 1700s. You know, unfortunately, we haven't had any stuff going on. And can somebody explain to me why Hammersmith Bridge is a bridge too far? You know it's closed completely now. It says everything about modern Britain's paralysis. An iconic bridge across the Thames shut, even to boats going underneath it, because squabbling officials can't agree who should pay to fix it. They should have fixed it years ago. It's been deteriorating for a long time. You know, back in the 19th century, the 1800s, Hammersmith Bridge was seen as a masterpiece. Sadly, it's gone completely the opposite way. You can't walk over it. They used to have I've been over it loads of times. Now it's like an hour drive around it to get where you wanted to go. So if you were trying to go to Hammersmith to work, God, it's going to take you forever. You have to set off in the early hours of the morning. So between 2015 and 2019, TfL spent 5.3 million on monitoring the structure, not doing anything, just monitoring it. And then a repair plan was put in, budgeted at 27 million, but TfL never quite got round to starting it. Last year, a few days after the boat race, engineers suddenly noticed that things were much worse, so the bridge was closed overnight. How much do you think the repair bill is now, because they've all screwed up big time? 140 million. Who's going to pay for that? Probably just pull it down, you know, put a rope bridge in and call it Tarzan's Revenge or something like that. I mean, all sorts of people have sort of turned up, you know, and it's just ridiculous. It's been indeed the target of 3 failed IRA bomb attacks. But can't we be told why the repair bill has rocketed by 400%? It's what's commonly known as a gigantic cock-up. And so now all the people who live around there, especially in Castle now, which is you come off the other side of the Hammersmith Bridge, and that's the posh road. There's houses costing millions down there. Well, they just have to walk. But they can't walk over the bridge. You can't take a boat under Hammersmith Bridge because it's falling apart. And it's going to cost 140 million to put it right. You can bet your bottom dollar somebody will go, OK, we'll actually, you know, pay for that. Perhaps we should have a whip round for them. Perhaps they're a bit bereft of funds. And then we can go, I tell you what, we'll all sort of... Because you can bet your bottom dollar that the price will rise. It won't be 140 million by the time they get round to it. It could be like 200 million. Oh, we found a few things that needed painting. I mean, it's just absolutely scandalous. The leader of Hammersmith and Richmond councils have just written jointly to the Prime Minister. What a terrible metaphor it would be if we allowed this achievement from a high point of British history to simply crumble away. It now needs a minimum of £46 million just to make it safe for pedestrians. No reply has been received, as you can well imagine. I want to know who's that doorstep we pin that onto. Ridiculous, isn't it? I found a nice boat for you, if you fancy a nice little boat. You like this? OK, this one here, it's a 430-foot super yacht, which is actually, it's good, it's very nice, and the control tower at the top is a separate boat. You can lower that down, so it's sitting on the top of the boat, but it's a control tower. It is a bit Thunderbirds. This one here, I'll tell you the price, well, you can have a guess at the price in a minute. It's called the Avantgardia. It'll be divided, into 5 decks, 2 heliports and helicopter hangar. The rear deck incorporates ports for 2 jet capsules to speed passengers to shore. There's sleeping for up to 24 guests, 12 staff and 10 crew. Cruising speed, 18 knots, 21 miles an hour. And it can be yours. It's not been built yet. They'll build it to order for you. About 383 million. But then you see, if you're a Russian oligarch, this is mere bagatelle. Who doesn't want the biggest ship in the world? You know, because it looks flat. People going, I mean, I remember when we went to Cannes, Dale and I, years ago, and there was a boat just moored out at sea, and it had a helicopter on the roof of the boat. It had a helipad. It was really flat, and I remember thinking, that's rich. That's rich. 383 million. Yeah, go on, you buy it. I tell you what, flog the bar and get rid of the hot tub, and you could put a deposit on this, on a couple of rivets. I mean, I quite like the idea. The record belongs to a billionaire Norwegian. It says Kjell Inge Rokke, 600 foot long. But that was built for environmental research missions, which is good. The enormous vessel could be built if you come up with $500 million. Wow. You can imagine what it must be like on board. I quite fancy that idea. I've never been on big boats like that. Well, I mean, I've been on a cruise, but nothing like 380 million. Lovely. 3,000 complaints over the Britain's Got Talent dance from Diversity, which, as I say, is fine. But I don't think you should use programmes for doing stuff like that. I don't think you should. But, we'll wait and see what Ofcom say. Also, here she is again, Nagaman Chetty, just basically sort of sticking two fingers up to the BBC. Well, why don't you do the decent thing, BBC? Is she allowed in her contract to do other work? This is, she's now been told off, or a conflict of interest, because the BBC don't like to tell people off. Looks too mamby-pamby, doesn't it? Did you tell her off? Well, then we think it's a conflict of interest, Bunch of lemons. Because the last time she appeared in a video for Aston Martin, and now she's been paid to be in a NatWest campaign, which is unbelievable, isn't it? I mean, she competed in the Strictly Come Dancing. Career never really went anywhere after that. And then she found out she'd breached guidelines after she branded a tweet by Donald Trump racist live on air. They're quite clearly, they've gone mad down at the BBC. They're doing whatever they want. And, to the new DG, they're not bothered. He can say what he wants to say. She's going to carry on doing what she wants. Unless somebody goes, one more time, you'll be looking for work. Okay? Simple as that. It's got to be written in the contract what you can do and what you can't do. And she seems to just go off and do it. Alan's Early Breakfast. Wednesday night. Do not read in a smile anything else into that. We're doing 20 questions in the studio because I know something and I won't tell them. And they don't like it. So we've had a bit of tantrum, a bit of throwing the toys out of the pram and with the bath water. The UK, getting to grips with child obesity. Fat chance. A study says it's getting worse. Not surprised. Not at all surprised. I mean, everybody's eating fast food. I mean, how many times do you go out, and find a fast food place that just serves vegetables? You don't, do you? I mean, vegetables you have to do yourself. But apparently the cream thing, we found a recipe online with peas and carrots and some cauliflower. Cauliflower, see, I might try cauliflower because I love cauliflower. And then just literally steam it. And I've got one of these, it's like a frying pan, but it's got straight sides and it's got a lid on it and you can steam. And you can put stuff on there. You can leave it on there for about 20, 30 minutes. It's fantastic. And then just add that little touch, a little sousson, don't go particularly mad, with some double cream into it. And that takes it into a new, all of a sudden it's lovely. It really is. I mean, it's absolutely delicious. I'll throw it in everything now. If I can be bothered to go and get the double cream. But not a lot. I don't use a lot of double cream. BBC commentators are told, here we go, which word is now considered racist? This is for sports commentators. They've been banned from using certain words and phrases because they've been linked to slavery. Okay, which ones do you think we've got? Okay. One of them, cakewalk. Cakewalk. Apparently, nitty-gritty and sold down the river and uppity. So we heard uppity before, and I remember uppity, and I thought, what have I got to do with it? I didn't understand that at all. The warning was made in an Avoiding Racial Bias webinar training session staged by the BBC together with the Professional Football Association. So they've been, told not to mention them. Apparently, cakewalk is said to have been originated as a dance performed by enslaved black people on plantations before the American Civil War who competed for a cake. Well, I mean, who in God's name would know that? Because there's a ride at the fun fair called the Cakewalk, and it's a moving thing, and it jumped backwards and forwards. It's on the cake. The Cakewalk was a dance. I've seen it. They used to do it. I don't know what the music was, but I mean that's what a cakewalk was. A total of 450 people took part in the session. Well, I mean, I tell you, you could have offered that as a quiz question, and nobody would have known the answer. I mean, how far back are we going to go before we're offending cavemen as well for going out there not wearing many clothes? Excuse me. Diabetes, risk of failing to get a good night's slumber. Not me. Not me. I sleep like a log. Absolutely. Into bed, bang out. Also, if you always seem to have a wine bottle or two in your shopping basket, perhaps you shouldn't feel too guilty. Apparently, research shows that those who regularly buy it and rarely purchase cola, juice and squash tend to be less likely to snack on unhealthy foods. See, I don't do unhealthy food snacking. I probably would, But I can't think of anything that would be classed as a snack, apart from those little sausages, which, or the mince pie. Well, I'm not having mince pies ever again. I might have one at some point. At Christmas, I might have a mince pie. But why can't they do sort of diet mince pie? Not that I'm a big fan of anything that's got the word diet on it. Another one here. Jack says, love your show, as usual. The thing you want to quit, but in the back of your mind you don't want to because you really enjoy it. And I'm smoking right now. You see, I've always said, if you actually want to smoke, smoke. If you think it's damaging your health, which I can tell you it is, but it's your business. It's your business. And so that's why, you have to want to stop smoking. The people who go, I'll just finish these cigarettes and then I'll stop smoking, is never going to happen at all. Steve, I found a Steve Allen fan of 20 years. Works in Mac Brixton. She'd be so thrilled. I don't know what her name is. Is it Layla? Layla? L-E-Y-L-A-A. Thank you, Sue Ann. I probably got that wrong, actually. I always get these things wrong, don't I? And Matthew says, I'm not sure what your opinion is, but Richmond and Twickenham are the nicest places to live in London. Even prefer them to Chelsea and Hampstead. Yes, well, Richmond, of course, has got more... Not Richmond, is it? It's Windsor, who had all the people who were avoiding tax. Lots of tax avoiders around there. Jackie in Watford said, where does bubbling and large households fit into the 6? They are not clear. It is true, actually. And from Kildare in Ireland, from Kathleen, says a friend recommended listening to JOB show. So I couldn't sleep one morning. I switched on LBC and discovered your show. The rest, as they say, is history. That's how people find it, actually, Kathleen. It's really bizarre because I sometimes say to people, how long have you been listening? And people go, I've been listening for years. I discover people all the time. I'll get into a cab and the driver will be listening to LBC. In fact, more often they'll be listening to LBC. And so, me and James O'Brien alike. J-O-B, no. He uses big words out of Roget's Thesaurus, and I can't even open Roget's Thesaurus. Yeah, I don't, yeah. But no, he went to proper school, didn't he? He went to sort of, Ampleforth College. It's all posh, isn't it, up there? Yeah, I'm just secondary modern kid, me. Working class lad who's brought himself up through gutter, and are now nailing it. I don't think I'm similar to anybody on here, but that's the whole idea. The whole idea that if two people sounded the same or had the same opinions, it'd be so boring. You just go, oh, here's another repeat of what we've just heard. No, everybody's different. Everybody's different, really. Steve, they still have the cakewalk ride on Nottingham's Goose Fair. Well, that's where I was thinking of it, because I've seen it up there. Dallas says, the front of my listed house needs painting. My local decorator quoted £900, but a government contractor quoted 2 million. Which should I go for? That's a tough one, isn't it? That's the trouble. If you've got a listed house in this country, especially if it's grade 1, you can barely do anything. You can barely do anything. It's you've got to sort of impress people all the way through it. Very difficult. Really very difficult. What's the difference between a rat and a squirrel? Marketing, says somebody. Thank you, Pip. Very much indeed. Michael Jackson sung a song about a rat called Ben. Remember? Ben, the two of us, we look... No, it was about a rat. Tame rat. You don't remember that? No, it's a rat. Yeah, it's a rat. Ben's a rat. I love the way people check it. I know I'm right. But it's always nice for them to go through the process. So, Ben, story of a rat and a boy, isn't it? Have you found that bit yet? Steve, snowflakes and wet wipes. We're so PC sensitive. It's too much. But Sue Ann says that she'll be delighted, which is good news. We like people to be delighted. There you go. Originally written, I've lost it, by Don Black and Walter Sharp. Originally written for Donny Osmond, but it was offered to Jackson as Osmond was on tour and unavailable for recording. And he did it. It's a rat. I'm telling you, it's a rat. It's a rat. Start with me this morning. I'm never wrong. Ben the two... Yeah, it's a boy with a rat. There you go. There's The Rat, the official trailer. It's a film about a young boy and his pet rat called Ben. Hold your hand up. Okay, letter of apology. Dear Steve, God, Mr. Allen. Yes, Ben. I knew it was about a rat because I remember seeing the picture of it on his shoulder. It was a film. 1972. I think it was a horror film. But then most of the things that Michael Jackson did were horror films, weren't they? I still think he was very talented. A very talented man. You know, just one of those things. The good they die young, as they say. They had his son, Prince Michael, I think, on the television the other day. They were going, oh, what a nice young man. Why would he not be a nice young man? They seem to think that most of these people go off their sort of rockers, don't they? Not him. Not him. Definitely not. Also, having complained that lockdown was getting in the way of her meeting somebody special, Elizabeth Hurley has managed to find a charming new male companion. He's a puppy. She's got a puppy. And he's a little black Labrador. And I don't know what it is, actually. I think she's actually called it Shivraj, which I think is a moniker of Hindu origin, which means handsome giver of pleasure. They're so cute, puppies. They are so cute. They really are. Just, you can't help but be melted, can you, by sort of somebody who's got a puppy. Birthdays today, Angela Cartwright. Go on, I defy either of you to know who Angela Cartwright is. No, not a poet, no. Sorry? Actress, yes, she is an actress. Yeah, but what was she famous for? There was one film that she did that she was very, very famous for. And the name of her character was Brigitte. Come on, you should know this. I mean, come along. There's people shouting the answer into the radio this morning. So, Angela Cartwright, I'll tell you she's 68, but she played a little child in this film, Brigitte. Okay? Oh, it's hopeless. Sorry? GoldenEye? No. Oh, honestly, seriously, honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I know you're all shouting the answer in. I'll give you a clue. So long, farewell, auf Wiedersehen, adieu, adieu. Sound of Music. She was Brigitte, which is what I told you in the first place. Anyway, she's 68 today. Does not seem possible. And Hugh Grant. Welcome to Wednesday. Welcome to the 9th of September. Welcome to, if you're celebrating a birthday today, happy birthday. So, the Prime Minister's announced strict rules as the UK cases soar. So, the new rules from Monday. Legal limit on social gatherings, indoors and out, 6 people maximum. That includes meeting in people's homes, pubs and restaurants. It's going to make going out for the Steve Allen Lunch Club a little bit difficult, but anyway. 2 household rule ditched. Gathering of 6 people can be from 6 different households. Flouters will be fined £100. This doubles on each repeat offence up to a maximum of £3,200. Assuming that people have got £3,200, what happens then? Weddings, funerals and team sports will be exempt, but must limit numbers to 30. Oh, I think that's more than enough people at a wedding or a funeral, don't you? 30 people. I mean, how many people do you want to feed? It's only just an opportunity for people to trough. Large families and support bubbles will be exempt, and gatherings of 6 or more for work or education purposes will be allowed. So that's good, isn't it? Brussels has now chipped in. They reckon a coronavirus vaccine could be available by November, which contradicts Matt Hancock talking on LBC. He thought it would be next year. The Russians have thought... I can't remember when the Russians thought it was going to be. Was it September the Russians were talking about it? And people are going, oh, no, definitely not, because Matt Hancock says this. But then we seem to be so far behind, don't we? I mean, if Brussels, for God's sake, has actually claimed that a vaccine could be available by November, we're way out of the loop. So we'll wait and see. But how are they going to do it to us? Because I just realised the other day, because I have to order my tablets in advance, I've just realised I'm down to one... What do we call those boxes? Dosset. I can't remember, Helinka. Dosset boxes. I didn't know what I was talking about the other day. Dosset boxes. And so I have 4 of those because I have a lot of tablets to take. And so every month I have to sort of order the tablets. So I say, oh, can I have my tablet? So I write to Mr. Shah at Goods, and he then writes back and goes, yep, sure. So I'm going to collect on Friday. And he's starting, I think, this Saturday, the flu jab. Because a lot of private chemists offer the flu jab. And so you can go and get it, because I'm going to have one this year. I'm not missing out. If there's something going for free... I mean, I'm top of the list, actually, because I'm diabetic. Well, there are probably other people above that. But, Steve, Johnny in Watford, says, can you wish our son Bobby, who is 4... good luck for his first day at school. Lots of new COVID rules really dropping off, but Simona and myself are very excited in his new uniform. Don't kids look great in their uniform? And have you taken a picture? You have to take pictures. Kids in their uniforms, it's one of those pleasing moments. You think, oh, my brave little soldiers going off to school, and you think, oh, I hope they don't embarrass me at the school gate. I don't want to go, I don't want to go. Some of them are like that. It's like when you get a kid screaming on the bus. Sometimes it drives you absolutely mad. But no, it's lovely. Angela Cartwright was also in the 60s cult TV programme Lost in Space, which was lovely. See, Ben is a song written by Don Black and Walter Scharf for the 1972 film of the same name, the sequel to the killer rap film Willard, performed in the film by Lee Montgomery and by Michael Jackson over the closing credits. It was actually, when you think about it, Michael Jackson singing a song like that, hilarious. Hilarious. No, Mr. Faulty, he hamster, says Andy in Turkey. Do you remember that one? He's hamster. He said, no, it's a rat, Manuel. You know, didn't you have any rats in Spain, or did Franco have them all shot? He said, cuddle that, you'll never play the guitar. Excuse me, never play the guitar again. Wait a minute. That was such a good line. I think Joe said he bought the box set or something. Obviously splashed out. I mean, it's only oh, right. It's only about 13 films, aren't there? 12 or 13? 12. I'm assuming they actually could have gone on forever and a day, but they were lovely. I loved it when Basil was always trying to cut corners when he was having the hotel painted, and the bloke came in and just sort of blocked up a doorway. And then the other bloke comes in and says, has he got an RSJ on that? And I don't think so. He said, well, you better get one in here quickly. That could bring the whole hotel down. Oh, my God. And my other favourite was the bloke who said, what was he? He was a con artist, and he gave him a suitcase. Look after it. And he said, yes, OK. And he said, what did he call it? Lord Mulberry. But I just signed Melbury. And he goes, oh, yes. What's that for? Well, because I'm Lord Melbury. And oh, thank you very much indeed. And then at the very end, when they discovered that Lord Melbury was a right old tea leaf, because there were people who existed like that. I mean, probably still today, you know. It's the most unlikely ones that actually are the tea leaves. And then he had let's have a look, says Sybil as she goes to the safe. Sybil, I forbid you from opening it. I forbid you from opening that suitcase. And so he opened up this attaché case, and there's a brick inside. And so he holds it and he bangs it against his head a few times. Classic stuff, really. Also, what was that other line, which was very good? What did you expect to see from a Torquay hotel bedroom window? Herds of wildebeest striding majestically, the pyramids, and all the rest of it. You think, yes. And then the girl who was leaning up against the door, and he put his hand round, and it was dirty. And do you remember, there was an Australian girl, and he took his hand away, and just as Sybil walked in, he's got 2 handprints on her chest. Anyway, Steve. Steve. Channel 4 is so woke. Channel 4 News, really? Oh, I thought Channel 4 News was very good. Very good. And somebody says, I do believe that James O'Brien is contracted to say Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist. So he's on holiday at the moment. About the longest he's been on holiday, I think. He doesn't normally go anywhere, but I think he's sort of enjoying himself. It's nice when you haven't got to do anything, you know, when you take 2 weeks off from your programme. Mind you, not for me, but for him, because he's actually got family and everything. Which is lovely. I wonder where they went to. Steve, listed buildings, there are 3 grades, are there? Well, I know that there's grade 1, exceptional interest. Only 2.5% of listed buildings are grade 1. They're made up mainly of churches, stately homes, places like Buckingham Palace, St Paul's Cathedral. Grade 2 are buildings of particular importance, special interest, and they're 5.8% of listed buildings. And star grade 3 buildings include Twickenham Bridge, any Frank Matcham Theatre, and Battersea Power Station. Oh, my God, Battersea. I knew Battersea Power Station was listed because I see it as I go out of Waterloo. You can see the thing. They're building all these flats there. They seem to be taking forever and a day. I mean, why would you want to live in Battersea Power Station? It was only iconic, wasn't it? Because Pink Floyd used it for the front cover of their album, which had a pig flying over the top of it, I think. I like looking at things like that because because I live and work in London. And people who sort of come down on holidays, we see this every day. Every day. I used to go past Buckingham Palace. Every day, go round Horse Guards Parade. Every day, go through Knightsbridge, Harrods, all these kind of things. You know, we're very lucky. And just down the road from me here, if I stood on the roof, I could see it. I can see the Big Wheel. I can see Trafalgar Square. We've got Leicester Square, Piccadilly Circus, Covent Garden. It's all, people pay good money to see this, and we get it for free every day. You can understand why we're happy, can't you? It's nice unless it's snowing. in which case it's not particularly nice. See, Ben was a rat. Matthew says, I've seen Michael Jackson various times. I'd never seen him once, actually. I did buy the DVD of him rehearsing for the shows that he would have done over here had he not passed away. And he still seemed to have it. You know, for a man of whatever he was, 50 or something, you look at him and you think he's behaving like a teenager. Behaving like a teenager. Very good. Very good. Soldier Stranded, Nuclear Power. Oh, yes, this is... You'll like this one. We might not, actually. This is a story about drinkers who were stunned... Drinkers were stunned when a dominatrix suspended a punter from a pub ceiling before spanking her with a paddle. A video of the incident went viral after furious staff threw the pair out. Dominatrix, Lydia Chadwick, said her friend, who identifies as a woman, had wanted to be publicly humiliated. She said people should get out the dark cages and accept this behaviour. Most people are treating it as a laugh. Michelle Wood, boss of The Mill in Ulverston in Cumbria, said this is not behaviour we want to encourage. It's a family pub. Lydia admitted her family did not react well to the video, saying, my sister isn't talking to me, my mother's very upset. I don't want to go into a pub and start seeing people being beaten. I mean, what she go? And she goes, people should get over themselves. You know, she says here, you know, this woman wanted to be publicly humiliated. All right, you're ugly. There you go, solve that problem, isn't it? Blimey. You don't hang somebody up from a ceiling and start beating them. Otherwise, the Steve Allen lunchtime sessions could take on a whole new meaning. Johnny Perry says, my favourite episode is with Mrs. Richards, the deaf lady. Yes, we remember her very well. I think she played the landlady in East of Ipswich. I don't even remember what East of Ipswich was, but her name is... Oh, what was her name? What was her name? Who? What, Richard? Mrs. Richards. Yeah, but that's the... Who's the actress? Fool. I know the character's Mrs. Richards. I've just read it myself. What was the actress's name? She's very famous. Very, very famous. She played those sort of people, slightly haughty. But she played it... She was great. Absolutely. Who? Joan Sanderson. That's right, Joan Sanderson. There you go. Will your portion be getting smaller? The answer is probably yes. Main meals, 1,300 calories. Ready meals, 570. Chips, 270. Crisps, 205 calories in crisps. As opposed to 270 for chips. Pastry products, 670 calories. Isn't that a shame? I should like you know, pies and stuff like that. Anything that Greggs makes. Okay, for students. Steak bake for you. Two steak bakes. We'll have a sausage roll and a vegan sausage roll. Actually, when I went in the one in Richmond the other day, when I was eating pastry, I was amazed at how little stock they appeared to have. Very disappointing, and they need to learn how to cook bacon. I'm sorry. Haven't they got any guidelines on how to cook bacon? I mean, when it came out there, you could have banged nails in with this stuff. I should have taken a photograph and said, this is what constitutes in Greggs for bacon. You know, you're better off with the little sausages, the little cocktail sausages, because they're actually quite nice. But when I was eating it on the bus, annoying everybody. You know, I'm one of the sort of annoying people. Then every so often I just go, like that, and they will move away. I can end up with half the bus to myself. It's great fun. First thing in the morning. Big Mac, 508 calories. 508 calories. Burger King, a burger, 580 calories. So that's 45% less. No change on the Big Mac, still exactly the same, but calories for the chips are down 20%. So that's good, isn't it? Shan't be going there. 4 pieces of chicken thighs, fillets and drumsticks, 813 calories. That is, I'm assuming that's KFC. You see, I told you that coating is unbelievably fattening. Take it off and just eat the chicken, and you're in. But supercharger dip. How much do you think dip is? 150 calories for dip. God in heaven. And also sour cream and onion Pringles. They're quite nice. How much do you think that is? High. 1,004 calories. Seriously. But it's going to be 80% less at 205. I love a Pringle. I love a Pringle. Very exciting. LBC News Time, 6:15, and with those headlines for you this morning, 6:20. I don't know what the weather's like, but it definitely brightened up yesterday, didn't it? Definitely yesterday was sort of a brightening up kind of day. And I was sort of thinking to myself, is that this is going to be... And apparently next week, We're going back to the sunshine, hopefully not too long. The BBC's not loving your praise of Fawlty Towers. I shouldn't imagine they care, actually, as it's no longer politically correct for them. No, I thought it was fine. Listen, you can go back onto everything and say that's not politically correct. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Steady, on the Yorkshire vet, a lady had a farm with alpacas. Yes, are they the ones that spit at you? Which are the ones that spit? I think alpacas or llamas spit at people. Steve, Joan Sanderson played the headmistress in Grange Hill, says Ollie. Yes, I'd remember that. And so she was in Please Sir as well. She was very good. Very, very good. And from Anup from Banstead said, I'm listening to you after 5 months. Used to go to Hyde Park to run and listen to you for years. Stopped in between due to pandemic and run close to home. So I'm back on track now. There you go. Stay safe. Oh, we're always staying safe. Lord above. We are always staying safe. I didn't buy any box sets yesterday. I didn't have a chance, actually. I was too busy gearing myself up for the round table chat with the diabetic experts. Steve, I did watch, says Donny, the new Who Wants to Be a Millionaire last night. I must say Chris Tarrant's put on a bit of weight. Because it's not Chris Tarrant. And also, there's no studio audience on Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It's actually just done with an empty studio. It does all the same thing, and they've overdubbed applause. It sounds even more ridiculous, but otherwise it would just be very boring, wouldn't it, really? I don't mind Clark's. I prefer Tarrant. But then that's why I grew up with sort of Tarrant doing it. You know, and I quite like the way he did it. Clarkson, you know, I think doing Cars, fine. Talk about Cars, you know, and I can watch that forever and a day, and I'm not even into Cars. But to watch him doing this programme, it's, you know, you've got to go somewhere to try and pick up on what Tarrant gave to the programme, because he was the first. He was the first. And another one here, which says, we've done that one, actually. A lot of people talking about the programmes on the television at the moment. And I'm listening. Oh, we've just done that one, haven't I? Why do I keep reading the same things out? I'm getting very lax. Front page of the Mirror today. Britain's got tinsel. Carol takes on the Beeb with a Christmas special. I mean, they need to find some better acts. You know, don't start trawling the European circuses. Try and find people who've actually got a talent here. Turns out that one of them, the comic, used to tell jokes about Asians and things like that. He said, that was... I've apologised to everybody. It's not good enough. Not good enough at all, I'm afraid. Uber vow the future will be electric cars only by 2030. I'm not wild about electric cars. I mean, I know people say, it's good for you, but I mean, it just doesn't do it for me at all. I always think we sort of stop at traffic lights, and sometimes the buses do the same. You've got electric buses, and it all goes quiet, and you all sit there. Why can't they play music out? You know, they must have they have got a sound system in there. We know that because the bloke who's driving the bus tells you about things. You know, the next bus stop is closed, you know. Blow. And so why not play a little bit of music? It's like the Underground. I'm sure if you had music on there, that would soothe people on their way into work. It's like listening to radio presenters in the morning. If you like somebody's voice and you like what they do on the programme, you're going to continue listening to it. We lull you into a false sense of security, I'm afraid. Llamas are the ones that spit. They're very good for protecting your house. What, with spit? Horrible, isn't it? Alpacas, Steve, commonly bring up acidic stomach contents. Oh, no. I don't like the sound of that. I mean, I think they're very pretty, alpacas, but I don't want anything spitting at me. Thank you very much indeed. But quite nice. Quite nice, I think. The transplant list is at its highest level in 5 years. It's because, basically, we're in the middle of a pandemic. We don't have enough time. It's like autopsies. You know, there's a backlog of autopsies because of the people who've died of coronavirus. They've all got to have an autopsy. So anybody else, you know, gets sort of shoved to the back unless it's absolutely desperate. Absolutely desperate. Shocked Southerners were left trembling yesterday. Shocked Southerners. Honestly, who was shocked? After they were hit by an earthquake. Witnesses described seeing houses shaking as if there'd been an explosion after the tremor at 8:45. The epicentre of the quake is believed to have been the Bedfordshire town of Leighton Buzzard. Well, they must have deserved it, mustn't they? Where does that come from? Does that come from the centre of the earth? Does it work its way up fissures and things like that? Apparently, it was 3.3. That's on the Richter scale. And they've said that's quite large for the UK. Milton Keynes, they say, is not used to it. Well, you better get used to it because you've probably got more on the way. And we maybe get 2 or 3 this size a year. Apparently, if it's above 6, it's considered severe, but many residents called police or wrote about the rare event online. What do you call the police for? Who is stupid enough to call the police? I'm sorry, my house has just shaken and next door's cat fell off the ledge or something, and I think we'll phone the police. I mean, really. Ridiculous, isn't it? Steve, you keep missing the end of my jokes, says Lee. I have to stub them down as I go, actually. They are monitored from next door, who are the fonts of all everything that's right in the world. They have to decide whether something is repeatable or something is not repeatable. They've got a picture of a 15th century monk. What they do is they can take somebody's skull and they can build up so you can see what that person used to look like. And this one, a 15th century monk, so from the 1400s, looks like an older version of Wayne Rooney. In fact, it looks exactly like an older version of Wayne Rooney. The skull was discovered. There you go. They do these things. They put little pins in, I think, and then just build up the face. You can see what somebody looked like when they were alive. And it's uncanny. It is uncanny. It could be Wayne Rooney. Apparently the shape of the face is 100% based on the skull. So now you know. So they can find all these skulls, and then they can do this sort of... I'm sure they've done it with Tutankhamun and all the other people whose skulls they've actually found, and then they sort of put it together, and that's what the person looks like. The diary today, talking about diversity, and their Britain's Got Talent dance act, so for Black Lives Matter performance. Stephen Gately is to have a park in Dublin in his hometown renamed in his honour. That's nice. Bit late. I mean, he died in 2009. I mean, they could have changed it a bit before then, couldn't they? But still good. And do you know what today is? Today is National Day for pasta? No, dear, no, it's not pasta. National Teddy Bear Day. Today is the day that you can talk to your teddy as if it's real, which is quite nice. And apparently, according to the most recent figures, a third of UK adults still have a beloved Ted in their home. That's sweet. I tell you, the ones I don't like on the telly, because they look quite scary to me, Charlie bears. Have you seen them? They look as though they're about to crawl into your bedroom and bang you over the head at night. Charlie bears. I like a teddy to look like a teddy. You know, something fairly simple. But the Charlie bears look a bit freaky to me. What the teddy bears? Oh, Stife. Oh yes, I've got the nurse. I gave one to my brother's wife, Marion, and it's a Stife bear dressed as a nurse to celebrate the NHS. Isn't that cute? I like things like that, but I don't have them on display. I keep them all in their boxes. So I've got loads of what they call collectibles. You know, Stife especially. I've got a Paddington and a Piglet and an Eeyore and stuff like that. And you sort of hang on to them. And in fact, I think the Paddington sold out ages ago, so he's now upped in value. But, you can get some lovely things. There was another one I saw the other day, and I remember thinking I must get that. I can't remember what it was. But Stife, do you not collect things like that? Do you not have anything on your bed at home? People used to, especially kids' bedrooms, they used to arrange teddies and, dolls and stuff like that. Used to collect pin badges. Oh, in God's name. What are pin badges? Oh, those things where you've got a pin on. Enamel. So if you're like in the Scouts, you've got a whole raft of them. I'm wood cutter, tying of knots, Queen Scout and all the rest of it. Pin badges. So there you go. Oh, there's loads of them, aren't there? How lovely. And they say all different things. Great. No. I'll tell you what I wanted, and I did have something years ago, and it was a Coca-Cola lid off a bottle, metal, but they put into it a little flashing light. And so the front of it had a little tiny diode and a battery at the back, and you pushed it on, and it went like that. It looked really I've never found one since. But I liked any badges that had little lights in them. I'm thinking of Christmas, of making a mask with little tiny LEDs in, so I could sort of, be sort of a festive person. I'm determined to celebrate Christmas this year. I don't care what anybody says. People going, oh, you can't celebrate Christmas. No. And he says, I know what your clip of the day will be on Eddie's show. I can't even repeat it. It sounds too naughty. But no, we're always wrong. I don't think we have ever, in all the time that Eddie has been on LBC, have we ever managed to pre-guess what the Steve Allen soundbite of the day is. Steve says, Brit, I've still got 20 bears on top of my wardrobe, all from my childhood, and I'm 45. Wow. You see, I don't think there's anything the matter with keeping things. I've got a teddy somewhere, but I think he's probably lost in a box somewhere. And he used to go, when you turned him over. And I think at one point his stomach fell out, and this little paper thing fell out with it, and that was the noise maker. Sometimes you have a squeaker on bears. You can push something out. But this one was, perhaps he was ill. I've got no idea. But having 20 bears is fine. They're a bit of a dust collector, though, aren't they? Another one here that says, what school did you go to? They teach you about how earthquakes occurred. Who cares? They did that in your school, did they? My God. How dull was that school? And this is how an earthquake occurred. Really riveting. I just go to YouTube. So much easier. Steve, since this issue with the BBC started, I've been struggling to think of a programme that's worth keeping on the BBC. Match of the Day and Crime Watch. Apart from them, I think it should be abolished. Well, they've not come up with anything new, have they? There's nothing new on the BBC, apart from the latest gig that Nagaman Chetty is trolling off to for a nice, tidy little sumter trouser. But they're all doing it. There's quite a number of people who are on the agencies, on the books of an agency. I think quite a number of people, actually, because you can earn money for doing an after-dinner speech. I mean, to be honest with you, I can't imagine what Nagaman Chetty talks about. How I learnt to read out loud. You know, hardly going to fill 45 minutes, is it? Perhaps she does a song and dance. Perhaps she sort of goes into a sort of a happy song and then at the end gets the audience to join in. Can't see any reason for that not working. Today's winner of Too Much Information trophy is Spencer Matthews. Apparently he's revealed he always goes commando. Poor old Spencer, honestly. There was a career that went nowhere. I remember at one point him actually saying, I think I'll be a presenter. And you're going to appeal to who? Nobody. He says, I don't ever wear underwear. I like to be free. It's an annoying garment that's so useless. A bit like you, isn't it, then, really, Spencer? So you've kind of achieved a double whammy on that one. But also his wife, Vogue Williams, another one not particularly bright in the intelligence department. She also went on Mastermind and was another embarrassment. The other one was Lydia Dim, of course. But it's very interesting, isn't it? The poor old Spencer Matthews trying desperately to make himself appeal to just about anybody, and it's not really working. Not really working. TikTok. Sorry, Tic-Tac. That's a little mint, isn't it? TikTok says it's working to remove a video of a man taking his own life and is banning users who try to share the disturbing clip. When they say they're working to remove a clip, is it that difficult to remove a clip? You just remove it. It's just ridiculous. The film was originally live streamed on Facebook and since circulated with other social media sites. TikTok said the software and members of staff had been detecting and blocking these clips. Facebook said it deleted the original clip on Sunday, the day it appeared, and was tracing copies. Who seriously puts things like this up? I mean, these people should be arrested and thrown in prison and left there for the rest of their lives. Quite ghastly. Here's the Prince of Darkness. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, his entire life is in darkness. Ozzy Osbourne walking to his car, but he's leaning on a cane. He's 71. He looked frail, but he says, I'll be back on stage as soon as I'm able to. So for that reason, let's not bother, shall we? And Spice Girls. Melanie C threw herself a spicy get-together. She got some figurines delivered. And I'm assuming it's... How many were in the Spice Girls? Was it 4 or 5? 5. 5 were in the Spice Girls. Oh, that's right. Jerry left. And then they've got Scary, Baby, Sporty, and then there was the one who didn't sing, Victoria, who just la-la'd at the back. Bless her. Of course, she's gone on to do very well. Has she not? Also, I'm trying to find something that's a bit... So difficult to find sort of light thing. You'll like the Boomerang Bunny story. This is quite sweet. This is an orphaned hare, hand-reared and then released into the wild, pays daily visits to the family who rescued her. It's so cute. It's so cute. Natasha Terry said she felt a bit like Snow White after rescuing the hare, which she named Clover. The family spotted the animal whimpering in their garden in early April and nursed her back to health, 8 weeks before she was healthy enough to be released back into the wild. And she said, we're so happy she comes back and feels comfortable at our home. She's very much a part of our family. She's like my new child. It's been so wonderful. So her daughter Eliza loves cuddling furry Clover when she visits. The family also have 8 chickens, a dog and a goat. Oh, they're lovely. Almost like a menagerie. But bunny rabbits. And so it just goes back. It just goes back because that's where it's apparently, you know, if you have, is it chickens or something else like that? If you're the first person that they see when they sort of come into the world, and I think it works for geese and all sorts of things, they think you're its mother or parent. They do. They'll follow you. Do you remember there was that bloke who had all these geese? They were either Canada geese or something like that. And he would go in his microlight and they would fly with him. They thought that he was the mother, so he would set off the microlight, and they'd all go wah, 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 and then all of a sudden they were flying next to him. There was a film made about it. It's quite a normal thing, and they fly, and then when he lands, they land. You know, as long as they don't get too near the propeller, we should be fairly safe with it. But no, it's quite a common thing that happens nowadays, isn't it? More on the wagon wheels and jammy Dodgers. They think that they've saved the company. Because, well, I don't think they've saved the company, because I thought they were having a bit of an issue with the union over sort of pace. I mean, but to be honest with you, a jammy Dodger and a wagon wheel, who cares? Surely we've got better things to worry about than... I mean, I suppose there are people who are addicted to jammy Dodgers, but, you know, why? Get a life. Get out there. Smell the cocoa. Coffee. Also, the Tiger King star Carol Baskin has upped her fee for sending, you know, these personal video messages. I don't know who she is, so it doesn't really help, but it's £108. She earned £16,000 in the first day on the messaging site, asking £140 for a 30-second shout-out. She's now talking £248. She's raked in more than £100,000. But that's okay. Listen, if that's, you know, if people want a message, I've said before, the fact that I don't know who she is makes no difference. But if she can rake in £100,000 because she sends a message to somebody, why not? There's loads of people do it in this country. Loads and loads of people. The Office star Ralph Ineson wants to be a Bond villain. Well, I suppose he could... they've just made a Bond film, haven't they? We've just got a new one that's coming out. I lost interest. Seriously, anything over an hour and a half, and I seriously lose the will to live. Steve, I had to Google Charlie Bears. I've never seen one before. I think they're a bit creepy. Well, I thought they were as well. I mean, people love them, though. I think my brother's wife has got one. I'm pretty certain, because I remember saying, oh, it's a Charlie, because I know what they are. I've seen them before. And there's a couple who sort of look after them and sort of bring them into the world. And they're obviously made somewhere. But they just didn't look as normal as a teddy bear to me. You know, I wanted sort of a proper teddy bear. They did some great ones. I told you in Costco a couple of years ago, they did like 20 teddy bears, little tiny teddy bears, all dressed in little different outfits on one. And I thought, so I bought those. Because I thought they were quite, and then I gave them away at Christmas, you know, because I thought they were quite cute. I like little teddy bear, but I don't want anything that looks a bit, you know, as if you look at it and you think, are you looking at me? Because you know what teddy bears are like. Tributes paid the other day to Early Doors star Rodney Litchfield, 81. He played the miserly pensioner Tommy in the popular BBC sitcom, had roles in Corrie and Phoenix Nights. I loved Phoenix Nights. I still couldn't get over the fact that one of the characters who worked on the door was, in fact, the bloke who wrote the blooming thing in the first place. I thought it was very clever makeup. I was very, very, very impressed. Queen vacating Balmoral to recoup some of the money lost by royal palaces in lockdown, because you can't go and visit these sort of places when she's in residence. I don't know why, it looks exactly the same, doesn't it? So Balmoral obviously is open to the public, so she comes out and then they can start letting visitors back in. They need the money. Very expensive to run it. I mean, heavens above, the petrol alone for Andrew's helicopter must cost a small fortune. What does that boy do now? Answer, nothing. They did a programme, I was half asleep, and it was all about Andrew and Sarah Ferguson and what a total disaster they both are and what an embarrassment to the royal family. But, you know, hey-ho, was it ever thus? Simon Cowell has emerged with Britain's Got Talent as ITV's secret weapon to topple the BBC in the Christmas TV battle. Not a chance. Not a chance. Apparently, Simon's hoping to be back, but we're not sure. Last year, December the 25th ratings, the BBC's return of sitcom Gavin and Stacey, watched by 11.6 million. Strictly, EastEnders and Michael McIntyre's Big Show were also in the top 5 viewed shows alongside of the Queen's Speech, which is something people always watch. So there's no chance that you're going to get this show. You know what they're doing? They're trying to approach different people. Former Britain's Got Talent acts like Susan Boyle and Paul Potts. No, thank you very much. There you go, instant switch off. You know, very nice. Very nice, we like that kind of thing. I don't want to turn on the television at Christmas and see Susan Boyle, thank you. Or Paul Potts again. Nessun dorma, nessun dorma. Oh, da, 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 da. They all do it, don't they? Everybody does. And Susan Boyle. What's your name, love? Susan Boyle. And then she's saying, I dreamed a dream of times gone by. It was so dreadful. The vibrato was worse than Anne Widdecombe's. Much worse. Also, I don't know any of these groups here. Oh, I know Rihanna. I've heard of Rihanna. And I've heard of Lee Ann Pinnock. Because they both got swimwear ranges out. So exciting, isn't it, as we head into winter. Let's get the old swimming cozies out. And also Justin Bieber has added to his extensive tattoo collection by a new neck inking. How marvellous. Looks as bad as poor old Davy Boy Beckham. What does he look like? Getting worse. Vinnie Jones in some of the papers today, and a tongue and lips artwork, centrepiece of a new Rolling Stones store. This is in Carnaby Street. They'll all be flocking down to that one, won't they? Most of their fans must be fairly ancient by now. There'll be a lot of invalid carriages down there, I'll tell you now, buying up this stuff. But if you're a fan, they've got glassware, clothing, water bottles, brollies, and even face masks. Nice to have your company. It's 10 to 7 on a Wednesday morning. I still can't wait. I'm freezing this morning. I'm absolutely frozen to death. It's odd, isn't it, really? Front pages of the papers, the Mirror. Britain's got tinsel. Also, ex-fur trade boss ban fur. Bit late now, isn't it, really? And they've got... really, it's too ghastly. Ricky Gervais has thrown his weight behind this campaign. It is bad, isn't it? Mind you, go to some countries around the world. You go to Russia, you go to a number of freezing cold places, you know, and you will find people wearing fur coats on the streets. I know here it's not seen as being, you know, right that animals have to suffer for this, just so, you know... We used to, wasn't there that campaign, I'd rather go naked than wear fur, and then Naomi Campbell, idiot of first class, was seen wearing fur. And you think to yourself, so it's just a joke, is it really? Probably, yes. Six Therapy, legal limit on social gatherings. This is everything you know about. Restaurants and bars closing again in a stringent new local lockdown. This comes in on Monday. And I'd like to see how many people are going to get fined. Because so far, I don't think it's particularly high at all. The Great British Bake Off is back. Matt Lucas is so excited. There's just something about Matt Lucas. He's got one of those faces you just want to go woo, 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 like that too. I don't know why. And we love the rest of them. Matt replaced Sandy Toksvig. The one that I just can't get on with at all is the other one, the so-called comedian, who sort of looks like he's sort of wandered in for another era. Very odd. Steps have announced their comeback. I know. I wasn't really sure whether or not they're actually up to it now. And so they revealed a series of money-spinning gigs. Well, I mean, you know, you can't book anything yet because you don't know how it's going to pan out. So there'll be nothing on the thing. But they're bringing an album out, which is okay. Jane Seymour. Do you remember Jane Seymour? She was a Bond girl. She was also... something Quinn Medicine Woman. Do you remember that one as well? She came in... No, just me again. But she says, Live and Let Die, the 007 film, would not be made in today's Hollywood climate. She cited Roger Moore making his debut as a little Austin Powersy, and the film's locations and narrative as blaxploitation. She says it was wrong for her to be cast as Solitaire, given that the writer Ian Fleming had penned the character as a Haitian fortune teller. Do you remember that? I thought it was really good, actually. She played the part very well. She turned over tarot cards, and I thought that she was very good, actually. But she says you could not and would not make that movie today. It's so wrong, but you know, it was a good movie. It really was. I thought she was brilliant as Solitaire. That was, there was all sorts of things going on in that one. Brilliant. Obesity risk rockets for the poorest kids. I don't know why, actually. Is it because their parents can't cook or they can't do anything? Because you see people eating all fast food and you think, for the money that you paid for all that fast food, you could cook something and it would be better. I mean, ask Jamie Oliver. Any of these people like that, you know, spend their life trying to... I mean, he was showing us on television the other day. He was making something. He said it works out at 44 pence a portion. And you think, so why would you go and waste money on all this fat food? Doesn't make any sense to me. The Sun have got Strictly Girls History Bid, Saturday Fight Fever, Oti and Katya. As I say, I mean, I couldn't care less about the programme. It makes no difference to me. I'm really not as excited as everybody else seems to think that we should be. Also, a Brit fell ill with COVID in the UK last Christmas. This is Peter Atwood, 84, of Chatham in Kent, died in January from the virus. He's now the earliest known COVID death outside of China. That was last Christmas. One Direction and their star power has waned so far. Madame Tussauds waxworks have been axed. And here is Laura Hamilton again. She reveals she no longer weighs herself. Just concentrate on trying to be a presenter, dear. Stop mucking about with all the silly stuff. Really, it's not of any interest to anybody. Her Majesty's back at work. Not sure really what her back to work is like. Perhaps she gets on a bus in the morning and goes there. Hello, are you the Queen? I am. Where are you going? I'm going to work. I think it's lovely. Lovely. So we've done the pub spanking, haven't we? And here are the people. Katya, Jeanette, Karen and Oti. They're all the Strictly ladies picking a fight. They're limbering up for a rumble as they're desperate to be part of the show's first same-sex pairing. God, it's so tragic, isn't it, really? How patronising. Well done, BBC, for being patronising again. Cristiano Ronaldo has apparently agreed £1 million plus deal to line up for Compare the Market. £1 million deal. Why do you think people do these sort of things? Jane Moore's column, very good today, talking about all sorts of things, including the footballers. Oh dear, they just had to play football, go back to the hotel, sleep. No, they had to completely be idiots. They must have thought, surely, in their tiny little pea-brain mind, that somebody was going to catch them out and they were going to be plastered all over the newspapers. Also, she says, every time I encounter, this is Jane Moore, the Strictly life force that is Shirley Ballas, I'm always transfixed by how young she looks. She said, particularly as she so far resisted the surgeon's knife. And she was celebrating her 60th birthday the other day with her 82-year-old mother, called Audrey, who clearly has a painting in her attic. Some people are like that, aren't they? You do see people on the television, and you think, you haven't aged at all, have you? I mean, Andy Peters was sort of the classic a short while ago. People saying, he's been on the television for years and years, and they go, why does he not look any older? And you go, well, because he's probably got a very healthy lifestyle. You're never going to see a picture of Andy Peters rolling out of a pub on a Saturday night in Richmond. Well, I don't think you are, anyway. Let's hope not. Also, Britain's Got Talent finalist has apologised after viewers unearthed jokes he made about disabled people and Asians. Steve Royal also made sexist comments and gags about blacking up. He once well, I can't tell you what he tweeted. He comes from Chorley. He apologised for insensitive posts when he was approached by The Sun, you idiot. Why do people do things like that? The Sun understands that Britain's Got Talent bosses have reprimanded him but not kicked him off the show. So it's a case of, you write what you want, dear. It was in the past, didn't make any difference. They're not going to worry about it, otherwise I've got no programme. If you went back in everybody's tweets, everybody must have written something, but yours were just particularly stupid. Ah, dear, what else we got here? Oh, it's Brooklyn Beckham. Boring. Move on, Stephen, move on. Brooklyn Beckham's going to get married, which is going to be great. We think there could be 2 weddings. Whether or not you get a member of the royal family to it, I do hope not. Don't think Brooklyn Beckham has got any friends at all. Didn't he know Guy Ritchie's son? Didn't he know, I think he knew Guy Ritchie's son, and they used to hang around at Rocco. Was it Rocco or something like that? Good old Brooklyn. What does he do for a living? Nothing. Nothing at all. Tries to take photographs, but he's got a girlfriend. And now Romeo's got girlfriends. We just need the other one to get a girlfriend. We'll have a complete set. I mean, surely by now Harper must be getting near dating age. I mean, what is she now, 12, 13? Britain's hit for 6. The tough limit on social grouping. And the Queen and Prince Philip, I mean, they are remarkable for their age. Piece of cake, Matt rises to the occasion. Queen cuts break short, this is front of the Express. And act fast, we must keep lid on virus. That'd be nice to think, wouldn't it? The COVID ban, according to the Times, on more than 6 people. And Amazon has defended the amount of tax it pays in Britain. The online retailer paid 2.1% of its revenue, which grew by a quarter to 13.7 billion. 13.7. Well, that's it, isn't it? I've got to go. I've just looked at the clock and thought, good grief, honestly, I'd sit here for hours. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Britain's Got Talent's going to brighten up Christmas as ITV get even more desperate. Chloe Sims turns heads with her latest outfit in the opposite direction, I suspect. And Justin Bieber shows off his new neck tattoo. Obviously going for the classy look. Dream, can't we? I did put a pair of jeans on this morning. I remember thinking, oh, they feel a bit loose. And yes, they weren't mine. I found them. And I remember thinking, good Lord, perhaps I'm loose. Perhaps I can go down. You know, when people say, oh, I've dropped a dress size, I'm sort of thinking maybe I can drop a trouser size. But, you know, it doesn't... Listen, who cares? You never see my waist anyway. And especially if you're coming to Twickenham to see the show, when I'm going to be interviewing Ian Dale live on stage in a theatre I've never even been in. So it'll all be new to me. But, I mean, one theatre to me is very much like another theatre. And what else do we have? Oh, nothing. It's just been quite a nice day yesterday. I watered all the plants. And then somebody said, oh, it's good. Did you fill up the water butt? Yep, filled up the water butt. The reason being, if we go into a drought situation... Honestly, it's all looking gloomy, isn't it? Drought situation, Christmas. Although Sheila Fogarty said, you know, the stupidest question she's ever heard would be somebody saying, is Christmas cancelled this year? Because, of course, it's not going to be cancelled. Although, actually, I did read a lovely thing from Jonathan Shalit, super agent to the stars, about cancelling New Year for the Shalit family because of the grouping of people, you know, and you don't want to do things like that. It's a very sensible man. Apart from that, we celebrate 35 years of CBeebies with a whole raft of it. I've forgotten how many presenters there were, and the odd thing is, I remember all of them, barring, I think, one or two, but all the rest of them I remember. I mean, a very young-looking Toby Anstis, Chris Jarvis, who doesn't age at all. Chris Jarvis, I've known since he was at LBC long time ago, and he's another Andy Peters. They don't age. It's one of those bizarre things, and I don't know why. It's all very odd. The Queen has banned drones at Balmoral. She obviously doesn't want people sort of flying a drone over the top so people can... I mean, we've seen her walking around a garden before. I shouldn't imagine she does it on a regular basis. And Strictly Caroline's Quentin. You know that she's going to be doing Strictly, and we're all going, oh, right, Strictly. And it turns out she's a very experienced dancer. So she starts with an advantage, and the advantage being she did ballet for years. So that means she's got not just a basic grasp of dancing, she's got a spot-on thing, and they've got pictures of her doing all sorts of things. So, I mean, she won't have any problem doing this dance. Isn't it funny? They never tell you that at the time. This was from the 1980s. They found a bit of film of her dancing professionally. So we'll have to watch that one very carefully. Also, they've got 5 foul-mouthed parrots. I think what they've done is they've been sort of gifted to them by their owners, and they put them in the wildlife park until they realise that day 2, all these parrots do is swear. Using the F word. I mean, you'd only do that as a parrot if you'd heard it on a regular basis. Must be like living in Jordan's house. You know, or if you lived in Gemma Collins' house, you'd be doing sort of impressions of a baby talk. That would be the kind of thing. Gemma Collins, incidentally, who makes my column today, as it were, she didn't move out of her parents' home until she was 30. Why? Bit thick. And even thicker than you imagine. When she moved into her new place, she had no idea what bills were. And she's announced on her podcast, which gets more stupid by the minute, that she had to phone her father up to say, I've got a water bill in. What's a water bill? I mean, perhaps she thought it was all free. Perhaps she sort of went and dug a well in the garden. You know, if only she might have fallen in it. We could have bricked it over and left her there. You know, I mean that in a caring kind of way. But I mean, fancy not knowing what a water bill is. How thick do you have to be to not know when something comes through with, this is how much you have to... And it's written quite clearly and sort of, even in big writing, even for her, with her simplistic little brain. You know, here it is, because she's lost 3 stone. Not really. And she didn't know what a water bill was. Must have freaked her out when she got the electricity as well. Imagine. And also all the other bills that come in. Council tax. Oh, she probably hasn't paid that for ages. A bit like Jade Goody, who, you know, when she was diagnosed with her cancer, Max Clifford, for it was him that looked after her at the time, got her as many jobs as he possibly could so that she could amass money to leave behind for her sons. Unfortunately, nobody ever told Jade Goody, you have to pay tax. So she didn't. It was as simple as that. And when she died, the tax man came a-calling. And Jeff Brazier told me that, first of all, he took a big chunk, and then when they thought there was some left, he came back a second time and took the remainder of it. And so she basically died brassic. So Jeff Brazier's had to do it all. Which, you know, is not the best way. But that's the trouble, you know, you tend to forget now. Death, although I seem to remember... And which one is it? It's somebody who owns most of London. Duke of something. I can't remember who it is, actually. But no, it's... Oh, who is it? Which way? Duke of Westminster. He died and his son took over. And the death duties amounted to, like, a pittance. An absolute pittance compared to the money that was left. Duke of Westminster's death duties. There we go. So it's Hugh Grosvenor now. He's only 29... The family is said to be worth 10.1 billion, but on the death of his father, Gerald, they didn't have to pay much money at all. I was a bit surprised, actually. But he's godfather to Prince George of Cambridge, because he's very rich. So there you go. The wealth, that's right. He inherited a wealth when his dad died in 2016, estimated at 9 billion, with considerable trust funds for his sisters. The wealth is held in a trust, of which he's the beneficial owner, but not the legal owner. So in other words, the inheritance tax is exempted. It's a clever little thing, isn't it, really? I mean, you have to be honest. Mind you, Amazon said the same the other day. Oh, we have paid so much money, but compared to the money that they had coming in, they didn't pay very much at all. But I do, every day I get a parcel from Amazon. Every day there is a parcel that comes in. Every day. This morning it was water purifying tablets for the fountain, which is lovely. My fountain's going great. My ball has never moved so fast. Seriously, whizzes around like it's on sort of acid. And then this morning we were having a little bit of a reminiscing time. Joe was reminiscing about Steps, but he hadn't seen them doing their live show at the Excel, I think, which he's very excited about. Because it starts off, the lights dim, and then it puts up all this dun 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 dun, and then all of a sudden, and Joe's bouncing up and down during the dark, because he remembers when he was 10 years old going to see them, but he hadn't seen this particular live concert, and it's fantastic. They obviously decide, that everybody's going to be out on the stage. They're all wearing their sort of wedding suits and stuff like that. It's lovely, actually. Well, except H, because H, of course, was married, and I think he has a child, but then the relationship's split up. Occupational hazard, I should imagine. And Roger says, if artificial intelligence was done on you, because I didn't understand that at all, it would establish that, and I mean this in a positive way, you can talk a lot. Well, I have to. Oh, I better tell you what's happening at the weekend, just in case you sort of nobody's told you about things. I know that you know a lot of things that are going on at the weekend, but what you don't know is that from this weekend, there is no Best of Steve Allen, which actually is great news for the boys, because it means that they have to... No, all right, try not to jump up and down. OK, it's just best news. I don't want to make a big deal about it. It's because you hear it all during the week and you can download it, because it's available on the podcast, even though, surprisingly, people were downloading on the Saturday for the best of, even though you've already downloaded it once before. I mean, I'm not complaining, but they've decided that to put a live programme in would be a lot better. So they're going to put a live programme in, and I think it's going to be Ian Payne will be doing Saturday morning. Now, Sunday morning, you get an extra hour. You asked for an extra hour of Steve Allen, and you got it. OK, so as opposed to starting at 5, because Ian Payne's going to start at 4 on the Saturday. Bless you for caring. And so you get an extra hour of Steve Allen, which is good news, because I'm always in the building. In fact, actually, the opening gambit that my boss came up with, he said, you're always in early, aren't you? I wish I didn't tell people these things. Fool to myself. And he said, you're in early, aren't you? He said, how would it be if you started at 4? Oh, well, as much money as well, extra, and so now, and so he said, could you start at 4? I said, yeah, absolutely, because I'm always in the building early. I'm always in the building, but of course the nice thing is I'll be following Clive Bull, which won't be for the first time, because we did it years and years ago. In fact, Clive used to do pieces for me back in Gough Square on my programme, and he used to do a book review. All I remember is, on one of them, and you might have to ask him about it, we did Rider Haggard, whatever that book was, King Solomon's Mines. And for some reason, we did a thing where I went, is them there diamonds? And he laughed and I laughed, and it sort of went down in LBC's annals as sort of something that was quite funny. So I've not seen him. I see him occasionally when we do the Rajar meetings and everything else, which are very good at the moment. I really don't know how to blow our own trumpet, but frankly, there ain't nothing else on at this time of the morning. Seriously, there's nothing else. I mean, I've had a flip round the dial. It's very sweet, and they all make a very good effort, but it's not the same as this. Not the same as this. Here we are, able to talk to you, down, and we could sort of tell you about the weather next week. We could tell you about Christmas. We could tell you about... Now it's going to be illegal if you go into a pub from Monday and you do not give your name and address. Well, who in God's name is going to hand that over? They're not doing it now. Why would they do it from Monday? Because some of them are. Yeah, but not all of them. There's loads round our way are not doing it. You're supposed to know who's in the pub. And also, how are they going to have a pub open if you're not supposed to have any more than 6 people? How's that going to work out? Not going to make any money. Can you do more? 6 people in each group. it's young people. I'm sorry, boo, young people going out there and holding hands and getting drunk, not social distancing, not wearing masks. Whereas I get on the bus, mask on. Well, in fact it's on all the time. I walk down the road with it on. It's become part of my attire. I don't even think about it now. In fact, I was standing there, sitting at the lounging really at the bus stop, and I was thinking to myself, it's odd. You look around the high street, and you see elderly couples. You see, some young people are doing it, all with masks on. People getting off a bus. The idiots there were two people who got off the bus the other day. I won't say anything about them, except for the fact that neither of them were wearing face masks. And I thought, you're not asthmatic. You don't look asthmatic at all. That's the only excuse you can have. Or, I'm frightened to put it on. Well, I'm sorry, I don't want to catch coronavirus. So steer well clear of anybody with no mask on. Just because you're asthmatic doesn't mean to say you can't catch it. Lots of people did. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Darren and Gina in Staines upon Thames. We can never, ever get over the fact that it's Staines upon Thames. It was just Staines when I lived there. It was never Staines upon Thames. But, this is the Spike. All those people talking about the Spike. I wish I could show you a picture of it, but I can't. But you just have to take my word that at 4 a.m, this audience goes through the roof. And it has done. Why do you think I'm still here? I keep telling people, if we didn't get the audience, which is you, you'd probably have bing tone or something. Every 10 minutes, bing, bing. Could be very repetitive. It's like, when you're driving in the car and you get the thing for a speed camera. Bing, 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 bing. And you think, oh, probably too. Stubby Cub Steve says, Roger, how will anybody running a pub be able to stop someone from a group of 6 moving on and joining another group? I don't know. I mean, this is a huge country. There's 69 million of us. I don't know how they're going to manage it with any of them. I really don't. I haven't been out to a pub and if I did go to a pub, I'd be sitting outside. I'd be making sure I sat outside. But I would still, if I didn't know the people I was with, which of course would be a bit stupid. Who drinks with people they don't know? Oh, Gemma Collins. And, I love it. I got one here from Nasdem, who's not the brightest penny in the box. But there you go, Nasdem. At least you're happy. But at least you're listening, which is good news, isn't it? Talking of Joe reminiscing, says Matt, I'm reminiscing about hot water as I've not had any for a day. Oh. So there you go. No, actually, I saw a sign on the back of a van the other day. It was obviously somebody who does central heating going, no hot water, I can give it to you. And I thought that was quite a nice thing, because that's the one thing that you crave. When I had a new boiler put in some years ago, because the last one, I thought it was odd, because I looked at the little dial at the front and it was filling up with water. And I thought, well, that's a bit unusual. I wonder where that's coming from. And of course, it meant that the thing didn't ignite. So I had the new boiler put in, and then all of a sudden you turn on the tap and it goes, it's gas. If it was electric, it wouldn't hear us all. It's only the best. It's a Worcester Bosch. And you turn on the hot tap, and there it is, instant hot water. It's like, this is manna from heaven. Absolutely manna from heaven. It was the best thing ever. Best thing. We've got a birthday to celebrate later on. Could be yours as well. And I told you yesterday that if you mess around in Spain and you do not put your mask on, you will be arrested. Okay, simple as that. And there's a lovely picture in the paper of a woman. She is positive for coronavirus, and she was dragged off a beach by the police because she refused to put a mask on, so they dragged her off. They don't mess around, whereas here, oh no, you don't see any police anyway. How many times have you seen homeless people with a mask on? You don't see anybody homeless with a mask on. And I would think that they'd be the top of the list next to the diabetics and all the other people. But diabetics put a mask on. I think everybody should put a mask on. I see no reason. You can breathe through them. I don't see why people complain about them. They say, oh, if you're a bit frightened about putting a mask on. Most of the people who aren't wearing them on the buses, are the sort of people who go, I'm not putting that on. Definitely. I think it's a case that if I was driving the bus, I've said before, well, sorry, where's your mask? I haven't got one. We'll get off the bus. I'm not going any further. We'll stop here. Howard says, congrats on the extra hour. Yep. Well, to be honest with you, I always thought it was slightly odd that I was here well in advance, chatting away to Zora Suleiman, mainly, and I could be on air. So now I am. From 4. So it keeps the continuity going from the week and everything else. It'd be nice to see Clive. Well, I say see Clive. I might see Clive, actually. Sometimes I nip downstairs, and apparently he's grown a beard. Look at that, honestly. Never thought he was old enough to grow a beard. But, Steve, I remember you and Clive. I used to listen to you both when I was in my late teens. Thanks. It really makes me feel better. 50 now. I used to listen under the bed covers on my old transistor radio so my parents couldn't hear, says Anna. That's how everybody started. When you were a young person, you'd be in your bedroom and you got your little transistor radio, and they were little transistor radios. They used to work off PP9 batteries, and you climb into bed and your mum would go, okay, night, and you go, night, under the sheets, and you turn it on very quietly. And then you'd be able to listen to things. And it was listening to LBC that kind of got people into radio. It got people listening to radio. I mean, when I first tuned in, I was listening to Jeremy Beadle. He used to have a show on a Sunday evening, and it was mad. It was absolutely mad. I didn't realise just how clever it was until I actually started working at LBC, and I suddenly realised just how clever he was. He would pretend to be the next person waiting in line to talk to himself, and so he would talk to another caller, and he'd go, what caller number are you? And they go, I think I'm number 6. He'd go, I'm 5. He said, I'm dreading talking to him. And the other person would say, yeah, I'm dreading it as well. And he'd go, have you spoken to him before? No. And you keep this conversation going and so the other person would have no idea. But the best thing he ever did was the I'm transmitting from a tube train in London. And so he said, listen, you have to follow my journey through London. And so all they did, they had a tape loop in the studio of a tube train with the doors opening and closing, and he'd go, right, I'm now at Great Portland Street, and the doors, you could hear the doors opening on the tube train and people chattering and all the rest of it. He goes, right, where's next? And he would track it through. In the end, we had a traffic jam in Gough Square. All these cars turned up. They were following him on the radio, but driving through London, seeing if they could beat him to where he was going to end up. It was terribly clever. Very innovative. Very, very innovative. And it was a phone-in chat show. It was James Anthony Beadlebum. And there was a tune that went with it. Beadlebum, 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 Beadlebum. You never thought about it now. A phone-in chat show had a very cult following. They said it was short-lived. I didn't think it was short-lived at all. He said, the more outrageous I was, this is Jeremy writing, the bigger the ratings, but the more angry the management grew, and eventually I was sacked. I got the same. Except I didn't get sacked, but they did have a thing. And I remember the boss calling me in, and he said, because I was doing the overnight show, so I would start reading the news at about 11 o'clock, I think, and then run all the way through till 5 in the morning. And he said, your show's turned into a cult. So it seemed quite sweet, actually. And he said, you have to go back to how we want it. I said, OK, because I wasn't aware that there were hard and fast rules of what I was putting on. Well, what it was before was a rehash of the day. It was basically, you would go through the tape stack and all the interviews that Brian Hayes had done, and Bob and Doug and all the other people, and Douglas Moffat, and then you would put together a programme which had all these elements in it. So you'd say, earlier on today, Brian Hayes spoke to Betty Davis, and then you'd run 15 minutes with Betty Davis. But I got bored, so I wanted to talk. I thought the whole idea, if you're employed on a talk station, if you wanted a parrot, go and get a parrot. Get it to do the links for you. And so he said, I want you to go back to doing that. So, of course, we came in the next day and we started the programme. Good morning, this is Weekend Night Extra with Steve Allen. Earlier on today, Brian Hayes spoke to, and that was what you would do. You would do that for the whole programme. And they got so many complaints from the audience saying, listen, can we have Steve Allen back, please? This is terribly tedious. Because we were doing innovative radio. Well, we thought it was innovative radio. And so they actually rescinded. And I remember my boss said to me, go back to doing what you were doing before. He said, it obviously works. I said, yeah. I said, people like it. They seem to like it. And we still did, little bits and pieces, like a drop-in. Now you'll hear live interviews and recorded interviews on LBC and every other station, if you can't get somebody in. And it just seemed to work out quite well. So there we go. And Clive was doing Jellybone, which was our kids' programme on a Saturday morning. And they used to have a jury in, the Jellybone jury, and they play them records and they had to vote on it. It was like sort of a proper, genuine Saturday morning kids programme. The Jellybone jury you had, Therese Birch also did. There were loads of people. LBC was sort of pushing the boundaries and still pushing the boundaries. Because with the new changes coming in, and they come in from this weekend, so that's why I'm just telling you now, just in case you get a bit confused, wondering when you turn on a Saturday morning, where am I? Look at that, that's an early picture. Oh, this was Clive doing this programme when we were London Talkback Radio, and he was on a show called Night Caller, and it was a documentary, broadcast in 1991, And it was very interesting because it went behind the scene. Not only did it film Clive in the studio, and you'll find it on YouTube, but it went out to some of his regular listeners, and they went to film them as well. So you saw all these people that you probably heard on the radio. And we used to have parties at LBC many, many years ago. I mean, we have roughly the same kind of thing now, actually, when we have our shows that we do, either virtual reality or actually proper inner theatre, face-to-face. And we had, the last one we had 600 people too. I mean, this was a long, long time ago. 600 people turned up. And of course, it was all people going around saying, oh, you're so-and-so. Oh, my goodness, you're so... Because people were meeting people that they heard on the radio for the first time. It's like we've all got regular listeners, but all the people who've been to my shows and partaken, if partaken is a good word this morning, in all the things that we do, people then meet people and go, oh, yeah, so people know each other. People have made friends. And that's what radio does. It gives you friends, and possibly for life in an awful lot of cases. And it's also good. It gives people a purpose. I mean, little did I realise all those years ago that I'd be doing a programme that starts at 4 a.m, finishes at 7, and gets a huge, huge audience. We don't blow our own trumpets. Very often. But, because there's a huge audience for this. And not only, I mean, we knew it was always there, especially in London. Now, of course, we're national. And you suddenly realise that there's a huge audience. You know, people driving trucks, people working, people delivering people doing all sorts of things. People driving trains, police officers, rubbish all sorts of people. Minicab drivers, taxi drivers, private hire vehicles, black cab drivers, everybody. People want to listen to a little bit of chat in the morning. It's not, if you like music, then it's fantastic, but we don't do music. We might do a little bit of incidental music, which means something. It used to be for illustrative purposes. So you'd have sort of a story about, Brian Hayes talking to Betty Davis, and you'd have a piece of music that kind of went along with it. It would just be a little bit of incidental, about a minute or something like that. Happy birthday to Guy Ritchie today. Yes, Guy Ritchie, the man who I always thought he was a bit of a fraud. He played a bit of a wide boy and all the rest of it. In fact, he was more posh than you and I. I think Family Home was either a castle or something like that. He's very, very rich boy. Jordan has to apologise. I'll tell you why in a moment. And Lily Allen gets married to some bloke she's known for about a year, and she was wearing a £3,500 dress. And as usual, when you get married, I think at the what do they call it? The Gracelands Chapel, they had an Elvis impersonator. They never look like Elvis. If you want to see just how embarrassing Elvis impersonators can be, go to YouTube and type in Steve Allen Elvis quiz, and you will get. We did it on Fives Company, and we had, I think, 4 Elvis impersonators, and I was the quiz show host, and I had to ask them questions about Elvis. They didn't know anything. They didn't know anything at all. What are you doing? Where's your mask?
So what?
Where is it?
It's in there.
Well, what's it in there for? Stupid boy, honestly. Really, who picked this one? Did he pick this one? Oh, dear Lord, honestly. It's another piece of depression coming up for you just after 5 o'clock. I think it gives me a rough idea what goes on in your mind, Corey. And it's mainly sitting there staring out the window as the rain trickles down on the inside. It's kind of that, with the dead captain on the deck and all these other things. I mean, this one here, I mean, you know how bad it's going to be when one of the lines is a sigh of deepest yearning. That gives you a rough idea where we're coming from with the poem this morning. Yeah, stay tuned for that one, That'll have you reaching for the gin bottle. And to kisses wild and burning. God, honestly, I'm not sure I can cope with it. Imagine, there aren't many more verses than that, or lines. It's a very short poem this morning. It's taken him this long to find it. Taking about 20 minutes to find something that is so depressing. It'll have you reaching for the Janet and John books, because at least there was a bit of action going on there, wasn't there? So, is the Bond girl a sexist relic? I mean, I suppose you could argue yes, but I mean, why not? It doesn't seem to do any harm, does it? I don't know. There used to be an MP years ago, and she campaigned against the Page 3 girls. She didn't want to see Page 3 girls in the newspapers. And then one of the newspapers decided to sort of redress the balance and do Page 7 fellas. And that just became a gay fest. It was just a lot of gay guys going, "Hey, did you see the Page 7 fellow today? Look at that, way." In exactly the same way that all the footballing blokes down the pub go, "Did you see the girl today on Page 3? Look at that size of those." And that was Siders, for that read, nobody, say Victoria Beckham is very anxious at the moment. She spends her life being anxious. Will my business fold this year? We have to wait till next week. She's anxious that Brooklyn, remember Brooklyn? the sort of person who doesn't really have a job. His former flame, who's called Hannah Cross, could spill the secrets and upset her son's new happiness. Because Brooklyn went out with Hannah. I mean, when she says spill the secrets, I mean, was she the one who sort of said, you know, he's not the brightest penny in the box? So it's been just over a year. In that time, Brooklyn has moved on, found somebody to marry, and they're going ahead with the marriage. He is not the brightest penny in the box. I think that's what one of the girlfriends said. So sources close to the budding singer and model, this is her, have suggested a track on her new album is about Brooklyn, as Hannah is said to be hurt by her ex's endless gushing tributes to his new fiancée. Lyrics include, "I wish that someone had told me you had a habit for dishonesty." That's Brooklyn Beckham for you. That's Brooklyn Beckham. But as I say, you know, as I say, poor old Vic and Dave live in a bit of a fantasy world. You know, they're not in the real world at all. Because now they're also complaining that next door to their mansion in Notting Hill Gate, 31 million. They have to tell you the price of everything. I'm quite sure that, you know, if Victoria bought a pizza, she'd tell you $10.99 down the road, we got a free Viennetta. That's the kind of way it works. And so the next door neighbours are going to be doing some building work. People do that around there. It's Notting Hill. And Victoria's very upset. Her and Dave tried to get it blocked. You know, whereas, of course, when they had their house done up, they basically stuck two fingers up. You know, you have to give and take. You've got next-door neighbours. Don't want to upset people, dear. I mean, you're a bit short on the ground of friends at the moment. Don't even want to tour with the Spice Girls, whereas, you know, money could be useful. Although she gets the money now because she doesn't have to actually perform. And so next door, they've said it could go on for 10 hours a day. Well, it probably could, actually. You start at 8 in the morning, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6 o'clock. 8 till 6. Why not? Go on, boys, hammer away, drill away. Let's hope they're digging a pool or something like that. And so her and Dave, you know, being really caring neighbours. I bet they don't even know their neighbours. I bet they've got no idea. I bet they've never invited them in for a cup of tea that, you know, Harper can make for you, because she's so talented. She'll probably rustle up a 3-course meal, I should imagine, if not 10 courses, and probably tread her own grapes and make a bottle of wine. She's so multi-talented, that girl. It really is. I don't know how she gets away with it. Also, no more keeping up with the Kardashians, because we've decided we've had enough of them. Well, the Americans have. I never got into it. I just thought they were a bunch of over-made-up, you know, Barbie dolls. And they've changed over the years. Mind you, everybody's changed over the years, I've suddenly realised. So you don't have to keep up with them anymore. One of them, I think, Kim Kardashian, it's the one with the enormous bum, she's got about 700 million. 700 million. They sort of make it through endorsements and through bits and pieces. The mother has only got like 28 million. But there again, who cares about the mother? You know, they were only interested in Kim Kardashian. And so they've decided that, well, somebody's decided, obviously, perhaps the programme isn't rating anymore, because they don't do anything. They just seem to bicker among themselves. It's like watching the Housewives of, what did I watch the other day? The Housewives of Dallas. Oh, they were even worse than the Housewives of Orange County. A bigger bunch of moaners you'd be hard-pushed to find. Not even re-moaners. They're just people who moan. Orange County's awful. The Housewives of New York, they moan. The Housewives of Los Angeles, they moan. They all hate each other. You know, because they all think they're sort of better. But the worst ones were Orange County. That was my first programme that I watched, where I really got sort of excited about watching people that you can't stand. Vicky, a ghastly piece of work, and her sort of Bezzy mate, who professes to being Christian, but unfortunately is the least Christian person on the entire series. And they're interesting programmes, but some of the scenarios must be set up a little bit, I would think. But it's still entertaining. There's a whole raft of them. And then, of course, we actually brought out the Housewives of Cheshire, and they're a more boring programme you'd be hard pushed to find, with a bigger bunch of losers, you know, headed off by somebody who can barely string 2 words together, called Dawn. Dawn does, like, you know, we don't know, really. And they've got somebody, there's a next page 3 girl up there. There's a few other people. They've never quite made it big because they're dull. They're very boring. Most of them seem to be married to either footballers or sort of business people. And they all see themselves as business people. Lauren Goodger sees herself as a television personality. I'm sorry to break it to you, dear, but you're not only a television personality, you're not a personality full stop. Sees herself as sort of a glamour model. When was the last time anybody asked you to do glamour modelling? Years ago. It's finished. Finished now. It's almost like, you know, when you sort of look at, you know, most of the people on Towie, because you've got the 10th anniversary coming up, and Mark Wright's not doing it, and there's a couple of other people are not doing it as well, which it doesn't make any difference to anybody. Who cares? Of course, Chloe Sims has to do it. She hasn't got anything else. What does she do? I don't think Gemma Collins is going back to it, but then there again, she never contributed very much in the first place. Just, she went out with Arge, but then everybody went out with Arge. So we will celebrate 35 years of CBBC with a whole raft of presenters. And I've got a story about masks, a company that claim that if you buy their masks, they donate to charity. Penman Investigates in the Mirror had a good look at this one. They don't donate as much as you think they do. And when they try to get a response from them, nothing. So we'll warn you about places like that. Kat Deely says Ant and Dec cried when they returned to the SMTV set, because that was some of their best work, I think, Ant and Dec. They were very good. Very good. What was the other one as well? Racegoers had to wear masks at Doncaster the other day. 2,500 people turned up. I mean, seriously, if that was after Monday, they'd be seriously facing a lot of fines. And the best place to buy a second-hand motor is Liverpool. I'm tempted to do the joke where you go to revisit your hubcaps. So the very idea that you want to go to Liverpool and buy a second-hand car, what a funny place to go to. You know, you live in London, and they go, all right, you live in London, where would you buy a car? And you go, well, London, of course. You know, every area has got second-hand, places. They've got car marts and all sorts of places now. Why would you want to travel all the way up to Liverpool? I wouldn't want to go to Liverpool to buy a car. Last post for the Royal Mail on a Saturday coming up. So it didn't make any difference to me. Once I put it in the postbox, I couldn't care less when they collect it. It meant to make any difference. I didn't know it was still going either, but apparently it is. Thank God. We got great postmen. Great postman. They're very good in Twickenham. Very good. And what was the other one? Oh, yes. Ranulph Fiennes, the legendary explorer, reveals that his wife cleans the gutters on their house because he's afraid of heights. I'm the same. I wouldn't climb up to the gutter. Have you seen how high they are? Or to clear a few leaves out or something like... No chance. I can't stand on a stair. I'm really bad, really bad. Can we find the Jordan apology? Jordan's apology about... I think it's about handicapped people. Because she classes herself as handicapped now, even though she was drunk and threw herself over a wall without realising there was a drop the other side, which sort of makes you realise she's even more thick than you can imagine. And somebody says Kim Kardashian applied for membership at Soho House and was refused. Really? Can't see that happening. Soho House would welcome her with open arms, I should imagine. And Tim says, I've just watched the Elvis quiz. Great way to start the day. It was magic, and you're a very good looker. Yeah, I know. Yeah. You have to play it down. If you're a good-looking person, you have to play it down. There's no point in being all flash about it. If you either got looks or you haven't. I'm lucky. I'm a bit of a godlike figure. In the early days of ancient Rome, I'd have been deified. I think that's the word they use. Yes, I'd have been Zeus. I'd have been up there. I could have been the Colossus at Rhodes. I probably could have been the Hanging Gardens of Babylon as well at the same time. Or the lighthouse at Alexandria, wherever it was. I can't remember. I used to remember all those things from years ago. Can't remember anything at all now. But I used to... I remember seeing the Colossus of Rhodes. You used to sort of take your ship in between his legs. Because he was a huge, huge character. I mean, obviously, it was just a normal person. It would have killed him. But because he was a huge person and he could spread his legs really wide, and he was just like this huge cast statue or something, and that was at the entrance to the harbour. So Colossus at Rhodes... very well known. Part of the 7 wonders of the world. The other one being Corey and his bank account. That's another wonder of the world, isn't it? We look through that and go, where does he spend it? What does he do with it? Steve, I'll be celebrating the 10th anniversary of Towie. Celebrating, says Kevin the Milkman, 10 years of never watching an episode of it. I know. The trouble is, I have seen a few. There he is. Look at the size of him. Oh, how big that was. There's a plan to rebuild him. I mean, it's. Mind you, do you think as you go underneath, you look up? I mean, I don't know whether or not you would do things like that. Yeah, but I don't think they bothered about nudity in those days, did they? People sort of wandered around with nothing on. Must have made shopping with a shopping trolley very interesting, wasn't it? I'd have had a good go at that, I think. Steve. When the Beckhams lived in Sawbridgeworth, the neighbours said there was a lot of building work going on regularly. Yeah, we used to go past that. In fact, in the winter, you could see the house quite clearly. And in the summer, you couldn't because all the trees had grown up and but you could see it. You could see it from the road. And then they moved. One Christmas, says Rob from Hatfield, Doncaster. Is Hatfield Doncaster? I thought it was Hertfordshire. This is another one. It says, one Christmas in the mid-60s, my parents bought me a radio with a single earpiece. Most nights I'd try to tune into Radio Luxembourg, the aerial at full length. The songs were always accompanied by high-pitched whistles. That'll be the presenters. Nick Abbott was on there. Was he really? What, Radio Luxembourg? How old is he? Is he older than I imagine? Good Lord above. Amazing, isn't it, really? Also, somebody says, listen, Steve, you're not just national, you're international. You've got lots of loyal listeners across the pond, us and around the world. And Pauline Muscat says, you're saying LBC's national. It's actually international. I know, but the trouble is you don't feature in my audience figures. I don't think people... Who's he talking to now? He's not booking something, is he? Is he ordering a takeaway? I know somebody just phoned up. He's just answering the phone this morning. One ringy-dingy. Hello, Steve Allen, Corey speaking. No, it's obviously somebody very funny. Yeah, exactly. Yes, you know exactly what it is, don't you? Know exactly what it is. Stephen Stitches here about the blowing of your own trumpet, sound effects like Nick Abbott. They're not his sound effects. I keep telling people. He plays them. Yeah, we're a running light. You know, and all that kind of stuff. And what was the other one that he uses a lot of? Da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun, da-da-dun-dun-dun-dun. You never get the end of it, though, do you? Never get the end of it. 3 nights a week, Nick Abbott you get. You wanted it, you've got it. Steve Walsh says, locked into the spike. Good to hear you got an extra hour. Everybody will be very happy. I know. Everybody will be really happy. Blake in Wigan. I've never heard the name Blake, apart from Blake Lively. That was wasn't that the one who went out with, I can't remember. The singer. Nice to have your company. Amy Winehouse. It's Blake Fielder. I knew that, you see. I was just testing you all to see whether you knew. Blake Lively, of course, is an American actress known for starring as Serena Van der Woodston, of course, in Gossip Girl. Remember that one? Yes. No. Spouse is Ryan Reynolds, and they've got children. Inez Reynolds, James Reynolds, Betty Reynolds. Parents, Ernie Lively and Elaine Lively. Now you know all there is to know. Jack. No, I've lost it, actually. Where's it gone to? Oh, Jack was talking about radio. You need to learn your radio history. I could give you a few lessons. You can't tell me anything about LBC. I've been here since practically the beginning. I know everything about LBC. A lot. I didn't know about Nick Abbott joining Radio Luxembourg. But that was in early 87. What was he then, about 45, 50? Something like that. I mean, how he gets in here now, but he's motorised, so he's fairly happy with life. Steve, so with the new scheduling, will Nick Abbott do Sundays every week? Yes, he'll be doing Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So there you go, you get more of him. And I bought my daughter's first car on eBay, Steve. Flew to Blackpool from Stansted to buy it, did the deal below the tower and test drove it home. More care for your money up north, says Steve, who's now become such a regular on this programme. He'll have his own channel shortly. He's the Waltham Abbey school caretaker. So, have you seen that programme on the television, which is a garage, and they sell old classic cars, and they have regular auctions for people up north where life is a lot gentler. It's a bit like living in Last of the Summer Wine, only with vehicles. And I quite like it. I quite like a bit of nostalgia, because I would like to think that there are honest, decent people in this great land of ours, and they're all running garages. Because when we lived in a garage years and years ago, we were looking for property in Berkshire, and so we had a little caravan, and we lived on a site, on a garage site, whilst they were building a big car showroom next to it, and we'd been allowed to stay there. So we stayed there, and we used the garage toilets, which my mother kept scrupulously clean, and I used to go, and I remember winter, you know, in the days when winters, a long time ago, you would have mist rolling in. You know, London, I can remember driving through London's fog when it was really foggy. Up on the Great West Road, you couldn't even see the car in front. It was really terrible. Pea Supers in London. You ask anybody over the age of 50, they'll tell you about the Pea Supers. And I used to go out onto the garage and sit in the little sort of hut where the blokes used to sit there. Cars would pull in, and I used to love going out and serving them petrol. And then coming back in. I couldn't take the money, but I could give them their Green Shield stamps. I used to love that. Love it. Absolutely love it. So, there you go. Death by Smog. 1952. No, I don't remember the 52 one quite clearly. I've been very young, actually. But there was loads of it. I mean, it was really bad in London. And this was out by where Sky News is now, up on the Great West Road. And I literally came to the traffic lights there, and I thought, I'm not going to risk going across here, because it's too dangerous. I couldn't see anything. Anything at all. It was absolutely total blindness. Steve Sexton Blake was a detective, says Keith. Thank you. And somebody says, what about others like me, elderly, lonely, live alone, or listen to your Little Bit Extra, who don't have equipment to download your apps? Well, it's only a telephone. Either a telephone or a computer or something like that. Adrian says, could you explain how the station knows how many people are tuned into your show? They have diaries. People fill in diaries. They've done it. It's a very complicated system, but that's how we know that this programme is the biggest audience at this time. That's why we know at 4 o'clock in the morning there is a huge spike, and it is physically a huge spike. Huge spike. Steve, is Guy Ritchie still married to Madonna? Shouldn't think so, Jason. Not by a long stretch. Another one here says, last week I told you I bought a car online without seeing it. I'm pleased to say it's perfect and runs great. Would have been better without the 277 quid indemnity buyer's fee. I've never even heard about that. It sounds brilliant, though, whatever it is. Also, do you think Philip Schofield will be appearing in the CBBC anniversary celebrations? Happy days in the broom cupboard, says Dean. I don't know, actually. I see no reason why not. Because he was very... In fact, he was the pioneer, I think, of the broom cupboard. Because Philip had come back from Hong Kong, I think, and he was he'd done a bit of television. Of course, they didn't know how much television he'd done, and they gave him the job, and he was obviously perfect at it. Perfect. And he was the one who made Gordon the Gopher. That's why things changed. His granny had made Gordon the Gopher, so of course he owned the puppet, and they didn't realise how popular Gordon the Gopher was going to become. So all the money that they made out of Gordon the Gopher, you know, puppets and all the rest of it, he got. So by the time he moved on and Gordon the Gopher departed this mortal coil, but the time they got to the next one with Andy Crane, the BBC owned it. They weren't making that same mistake twice. That would have been their biggest nightmare. But so Pip did very well. Look at him, youthful little thing. Honestly, who'd have known he'd turn out to be gay? You'd never have guessed that, would you? Never guessed in a million years. But who had Roland Rat? Because Roland Rat was the saviour of TVAM. Who'd have thought? Over the years, don't ever underestimate the puppet. Okay, the puppet is the thing that sort of takes things through. And I think it saved TVAM. Roland Rat and his sidekick, who was called Kevin, I think. They're always called Kevin, aren't they? Which I love. A little bit later on, tribute to one of Britain's last surviving Spitfire pilots, Alan Scott, who died the other day at the age of 99. So we'll talk about him. So here they all are. Here they are. We got enough time? Yeah, we could do it now, actually. Whether you were an adult or a child in the 80s, most say CBBC will recall the broom cupboard. And it started with Philip Schofield. And then you got, after, Debbie Flint. Do you remember? See, I didn't remember Debbie Flint. I do know who she is, but I didn't know at the time. Andy Crane. Simon Potter. Remember Simon Potter? Then Simon Parkin. See, I don't remember Simon Potter, but I remember Simon Parkin, because he doesn't seem to look very much different. Andy Peters. Philippa Forrester. Toby Anstis, very fresh. He's still a good-looking boy, Toby Anstis. Works in this building. See him, most of the time. And, sorry? Boy. I know, well, you have to call him a boy now, because as far as I'm concerned, we're all stuck in a time warp. Who the heck wants to age? Ghastly. Zoe Ball. Chris Jarvis, again, doesn't age at all. Josie Darby. Yep. Also, Simeon Corti. Not a clue. Simeon, does that ring a bell with you? Didn't ring a bell with me. I remember Kirsten O'Brien, Dick and Dom, the only act with two, well, it wasn't Doms. And who's after that one? Angie Kreft. No, not remember. Steve Wilson. Remember Steve Wilson? He pops up actually now with Pip Schofield, demonstrating things, saying, look, you should buy this. It's a marvellous thing for sort of, pricking your finger and getting blood out of it. Anna Bolter. Yes, I remember Anna Bolter. Also Angelica Bell and Michael Underwood, because I think they went out together. I think Angelica Bell and Michael went out together. But I think I can't remember if she's with somebody else now. I now can't remember. You think they're married? Oh, right. Wow. Gosh. Things you learn on this programme, honestly. Sometimes we sort of fill in the missing gaps, but, celebrating all those years. But it was Pip Schofield who started the whole thing off. It was a bit innovative. And it was, they're married. Look, and Angelica Bell on their wedding. And, they look quite good together, don't they? Oh, look, it's so sweet, isn't it? Are they working? Does anybody know if they're working? He's a teacher of what? What does he teach? He's a teacher. God, that's a bit of a change, isn't it, really? We don't know what he teaches. Did you find the Jordan thing? Oh, right. Oh, have to do this one, actually. Steve, BBC Archive shows Pip giving a guide to the broom cupboard and faders, and hosted by the late Keith Chegwin. Wow. Keith Chegwin. We all remember Keith Chegwin. We remember Keith Chegwin's nude show on the television. So he retired from presenting and become a teacher. That's all we know. This is Michael Paul Underwood. So isn't it interesting that he's retired from presenting? Does that mean that he's retired from presenting, or presenting retired him? Because there's so many people out there looking for jobs, and if you've been a children's presenter, it's a bit difficult to actually sort of keep it going when you move into sort of a little bit later. So Katie Price, deeply sorry. She hasn't said this. This has come from her representative. So in other words, we don't believe a word of it. She's insisted, the representative, that the disaster, the bankrupt, the woman who hasn't got any talent whatsoever, and deeply sorry for comments she made about her experience with being in a wheelchair. She's received a backlash from the disabled community after she opened up about her mental health. So Katie's representative, because obviously Katie can't speak now, she's obviously lost the gift of speech, which can only be a blessing for everybody, has apologised on behalf of the model and told OK Katie never intended to cause any offence. No, the trouble is with her, she's a bit thick, so she doesn't actually engage her brain before she opens her mouth, which is a shame. But she was saying, go back to that bit that she said, I feel so embarrassed being pushed around. People treat me differently and I don't know why my boyfriend stays with me. Don't worry, darling. True to form, he won't be there for much longer. And she says, I feel sorry for Carl because he's a handsome, gorgeous man, and I bet people look at him and think, look at you having to push around in a wheelchair. I look at the reflection in the shop window. It's demoralising. The heartbreak. Yes, dear. Yes, dear. You really are thick, aren't you? You really are thick. But, Steve, my favourite thing, says Ian, about Pip Schofield in the broom cupboard was, whenever it rained, he would play Down Came the Rain by Mitch Murray. Now, this was a song. Mitch Murray was a songwriter. He's still around, actually. I think it's on Isle of Wight. Is it Isle of Wight? And he used to write in, actually. And he did this song. And it would start off with lovely... We've played it on the programme, I'm sure, before. Strings. Sounds like a harp. She walked by the sea in another world. Da, 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 da. And it was all very gentle. And then it would go, woo, down came the rain. It's happened, and it was sort of talking about this girl walking on the beach and getting absolutely drenched. It's funnier when you hear the record, all right? I'm doing my best here, on a limited budget. I'm doing my best on this one. If we had a bigger budget, we could have brought the orchestra in. I've played it on the programme before. Have you never heard it? Oh, right. Did you never hear the I saw a mouse there on the stair? Just listen to steps. What day? I can't hear you. Got clogs on, yeah. Well, I declare, going clippity-clop on the stairs. Yeah. A mouse lived in a windmill in old Amsterdam. A windmill with mice in, it's hardly surprising. We sang and so, how lucky we are to live in a windmill. Anyway, God, I remember one of those days today. And this is on Ryvita. You can imagine, I've discovered a new superfood for this programme. Yesterday, if you remember, because the blood sugars were low, I had a chocolate biscuit. Do you know, it was the best chocolate biscuit. But I was very good yesterday. I did have two yogurts. Two yogurts, which actually obviously didn't affect, and I had the best night's sleep ever yesterday. I didn't toss once. Normally in bed, I'm this side, that side, this side, that side. I do it all night. But yesterday, nothing. I seemed to stay in the same position. I felt like an Extinction Rebellion person. I felt like I was super glued to the mattress. I couldn't actually move. Thank you. You can complete the well-known phrase or saying. Thursday, the 10th of September. It's LBC. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Now, I think what I'll do is after 5:30, I'll run through the changes, the new schedule for the autumn, packed with fresh big-name presenters, agenda-setting programmes, and it looks good. Looks very good indeed. Very good. So we'll tell you all about those a little bit later on. And sorry. Yes, it's very confusing, the table that you did. Did you do that? Rubbish. Absolute rubbish. Why don't you just give me the press release? It's so much easier. Anyway, here we go. This is another special poem. We always have a poem on a Thursday. Sometimes you wish we hadn't, but this morning's one, it's written by, this time, Jessie Redman Fawcett, or Fawcett, who was born in 1882 and died in 1961. So that's not a bad innings, is it, really? That's quite a good innings in the 70s. And it's called, it's not long, that in itself is a blessing, and it's called Again It Is September. Again it is September. It seems so strange that I, who made no vows, should sit here desolate this golden weather and wistfully remember a sigh of deepest yearning, a glowing look and words that know no bounds, a swift response, an instant glad surrender to kisses wild and burning. Ay me! Again it is September. It seems so strange that I, who kept those vows, should sit here lone and spent and mutely praying that I may not remember. Oh, there you go. That's another classic from the archives of Corey. He even closed his eyes while I was reading it. I wasn't sure if he was trying to block me out or not. If I close my eyes, perhaps he'll go away. Perhaps it's not real at all. You've got to laugh, honestly. Sometimes we have fun. Sometimes we don't. But no, today we're having fun because it's Thursday and we love Thursday. We love Thursday. I can't tell you how much I enjoy Thursday. In fact, actually, I don't think there's a day that I don't enjoy. But I will run... So just after 1:30 this morning, I'll run through the schedule. And then you know who's doing what. OK, so then because you might have to sort of change the time. If you sort of arrange for the podcast to be sent to you, then we'll sort of change all the updates for you. Because we've got new programmes coming in. And some new people coming in as well, which is very nice. Football pundit, I don't know who Alex Scott is, but Alex Scott is a football pundit who made $600,000 for her TV work and reached the quarterfinals of Strictly Come Dancing. The ex-Arsenal and England Stars company AVS Media earned $485,000 last year, which included her first season at Sky Sports Super Sunday's first female expert. Strictly Pay was believed to have added a further $100,000. And... I've got no idea who she is, actually. I've got no idea who that person is. But she's earned like £500,000 last year, which is good, isn't it? I mean, I think that's about sort of average in the business, I think. Plus, can I do that? No, can't do that story. Oh, Harry and Meghan. No, we don't want to do the Ginger Whinger and Tina Sparkle or whatever her name is. I think they're a bit boring now. In fact, actually, even Rod Liddle has said no thank you. Most people have turned their backs on Harry. I bet you anything. I'll bet you a pound to a penny that Charles has sat down with sort of the wife and said, I can't understand it. You know, 1 minute Harry is like adored. Now they all hate him, like the rest of us, you know, because it's not going very well. It says here, things I might spend £1 million on if I had £1 million, says Rod Liddle. The grouse moor, except no shooting allowed. A nice house in the Rocky Mountains, 50,000 bottles of Sauvignon Blanc. And or guns, surface-to-air missiles, cannons, maybe a nuke, just in case. Things I would not spend £1 million on, listening to Harry and Meghan making a speech. Yet that's how much they're charging. What have they got to contribute to the world? Nothing. No more than you or me or any of the people, well, not all of the people here, but I mean quite a number of the people here. He says, if I wanted to hear a pair of affluent whingers moaning about privilege, I'd attend the Liberal Democrat conference. For nout. Would anybody pay $1 million to hear those two? No. But the trouble is, because he especially has lived this little life where he's been pampered. As Prince Philip said the other day, apparently, he's had everything. Fantastic upbringing, everything he can ever want. He doesn't need to worry about money or things like that. He's got a lovely house to live in, and yet ungrateful. Well, good. You be ungrateful. Eventually he'll have to come crawling back, because I think the Netflix thing is going to bomb. Who is remotely interested in what Harry's got to say about anything? He can't talk about family, because he's opted out of his family, so why should he preach to us? And her, she doesn't talk to anybody apart from her mother. Even though her father has reached out, talk to me. Sod off. Talk to me. Go away. Can I come to your wedding? No, you can't. I like the idea of... we have a lot of charity shops in Twickenham. We are the home of the charity shop. In fact, there's more charity shops than anything else there. Well, apart from coffee shops. We have a lot of coffee shops. And they found an old teapot there. And this is one destined for the charity shop. Turned out to be an 18th century Chinese wine ewer worth a bit of money. It belonged to the current owner's granddad, a soldier who was stationed in the Far East. The anonymous owner says, it's been in my family for as long as I remember. We were thinking of sending everything to a charity shop, but lockdown came and I had time to go through the garage. It dates back to 1735. It's very pretty. Auctioneer Charles Hanson, you've seen Charles on the television, know him. He says it has to be the best lockdown find. 2 almost identical teapots from the National Palace Museum in Taipei and the Palace Museum in Beijing. It's astonishing to find an Emperor's ewer in a Derbyshire home. It's worth, they say, it's only 15 centimetres, so it's not exactly enormous. They say it's worth 100,000. Now, I'm telling you now that the Chinese are buying back their history. And so, normally, if something like this was proven to have belonged to an emperor, this puts a premium on it, and a very big... If 2 people are bidding in a sale room, it can go through the roof. So they might say 100,000, somebody might go, I'll pay up to $1 million. You know, I mean, it really is as vague as that. So we wish them the very best. I wish we had things like that. My parents bought stuff in Hong Kong. I've got a ginger jar, which is not very exciting. I've got a little Buddha. And what else have I got? I've got a few other little bits and pieces, little sort of Chinese bits. What's the matter with you now? What's the matter now? Goodness sake. You like hearing about my life? Well, don't worry, it'll be in a book one day and then you can buy it, can't you? I'm not giving it to you for free. I'm just tempting you now with a little soupçon of things. I'm not... Oh, Ghost Written. I'm much better at sort of talking, you know, to people about myself. That's what I do every day. So it's no hardship. You could listen to this programme, record it, and then just copy it down into a book. I was born 17th of March, 1960. If only. As a Spice Girl, life was full of parties and falling out of clubs, but now Mel B spends time looking after her fainting goat, who's called Phyllis. There's something about her. There's something about the Spice Girl Mel C. I can't quite put my finger on it. Also, they've got a little boy of 3 in the paper today. Your heart will melt, because this little boy of 3 has got terminal cancer. And he's only got a very short time to live. He will probably not see Christmas. So they had a thing in the paper the other day. His parents, Ashley and Laura, were determined he wouldn't miss out, and to give him the best Christmas ever 3 months early. So they arranged for Santa to call, dressed up as a pony as a reindeer, and they hired a snow machine for a festive feel. They had a full Christmas dinner. They watched seasonal films in a tent in the garden, and then Ellis got to open cards and everything else. They did a sun appeal, which makes me worry that they only had a pony. They could have actually got a reindeer. There's loads of reindeer in this country. They didn't make an effort on that one. So he's having the best Christmas ever. So Laura said this is his last Christmas, so we rolled a lifetime of celebrations into one. Breaks your heart. So why shouldn't he have Christmas? So for all those people, of which I probably have about 2 or 3, going, oh, what are you talking about Christmas for? You know, it's too blooming early. Not for this little boy, it's too early. Never too early. Little boy of just 3 years old, he doesn't know he's going to die. He has no idea. And his parents, I mean, you can't tell a 3-year-old something like that. So he just had a nice time with sort of presents and a snow machine and Christmas lunch and films and stuff like that. That's why it's important to talk about Christmas. So I always tell the people, you know, the haters who don't like any mention of Christmas, put yourself in the parents' shoes. You can't, can you? Because you're too stupid. Way too stupid. Also, the big boob misery of a sales girl. She's a former fitness fan, desperate for surgery. She's got boobs which are, is it 42I? See, I'm not very good with what? I'm not very good with boob sizes. Would you have a 42I? Can't be 421, can it? 42I? I mean, they are fairly big. We don't like to Google it in case it comes back saying you've accessed the wrong kind of thing. Yeah, we'll be banned on the computer. They go, so what were you looking at boobs at on the television? Yeah, Steve asked me to look at boobs. Steve, I don't think so. You can imagine them coming back with that one, can't you? This is Debbie Horton. She's 26. I think it's 42I, but she said they've damaged her spine. I'm assuming it must go up to I, but she bent over in a supermarket. She's had to have 3 operations. She says, the weight of my boobs is constantly pulling down and it hurts so much I live with it daily. The operation is £6,500 in the NHS have said, I'm sorry, we're not paying for it. We don't have the money to do things like that. You'd have to go and get it done privately. Isn't it funny? Because, you know, you talk to men and they go, oh, big boobs. And they don't think about the pain and the suffering that ladies with big boobs have to suffer trying to stand up. There used to be a woman years ago, Chesty Morgan, And she had enormous boobs. I mean, just huge. And there used to be a woman on Eurotrash called Lola somebody. Was it Ferrari? You sure? Slightly disturbing. And, yeah, I mean, she had enormous boobs as well. And I can't remember what's that, but she used to put them into a little tiny bra thing, which emphasised how big they are. But here we go. Lola Ferrari, you're quite right, Ash. She died in 2000. She had the largest breasts in the world. Largest breasts in the... And they were, but I think she'd had operations to make them big, because people... It's a bit like tattoos, isn't it? You have well, not quite like tattoos, but, people have large boobs. So 42I. And this poor soul here, she says you get pains every day. She has to use a wheelchair and crutches. I mean, that must be really difficult, mustn't it? I would think so. Shame. So we wish her the best, but the NHS have said no. Listen, there's enough calls on the NHS without somebody. I know you would think she would qualify, but I think they will probably say you have to fund it yourself. So that's presumably what she will do. Or failing that, somebody will be very generous and help her out with it. Perhaps one of these surgeons who loves appearing on television, perhaps they'll do the thing for free for her. Just sort of give her, No, it says, do you like Satsumas? I do, actually. I do. And Sam said, you made me cry again. I'm so glad that lovely little boy had a wonderful day. You can't say anything more than that. He's a little 3-year-old who's not going to see 4. And that's the problem. That's why you question, if you have a belief, or you have a faith, or you have a religion, you question how on earth somebody can let a little child of 3 die. And so that's why they had to do it, because those parents are going to have to come to terms with the fact that come Christmas, he's not going to be there. And they're going to have to live all the way through with that, going through, if they said it's not long and it's terminal, it's not long. It could be a month or something like that. But at least he's had something. Whether or not he knows how ill he is or he feels sick, you'll never know. But you have to feel for the parents, and you have to feel their pain and their suffering. For their little boy, his pain and suffering doesn't go on for very much longer. But that's the sad thing, isn't it? That's how tragic it gets. Sad story. But nice to see him, with, the horse and the films and the food and everything else. I think that's quite sweet. You would do that, wouldn't you? Wouldn't you do that for somebody? If you could actually make sure that the last time that they had with the family was the best you could ever make it, you would definitely go for it. So, what have we got now? Oh, the Queen banning drones at Balmoral. Oh, right. Queen banning drones at I don't wonder why, actually. I mean, how many people got... Because I've got a drone, which I bought a short while ago, and it's got cameras on it. It was only cheap, because I've seen some slightly bigger ones, which were like £600 to £800. This was £100. Just £100. And the cameras move. You can rotate the cameras. I mean, it's all there. It's It's fantastic. Good morning. Oh, sorry, I'm a little bit ahead of myself there. 5:20 is the time. Steve, good morning. My wife just found out I replaced our bed with a trampoline. She's hit the roof. Thank you. The old ones are the best. And, you see, talking of Alex Scott, I met her once in a West End nightclub, very down to earth. Well, got 500,000 quid. Steve, on those police interceptor shows, have you noticed people stopped are far more aggressive towards the police nowadays? They are. They are. They are. They're mainly because if the police stop them, there's a very good reason. They're either druggies, couriers, or they're drunk. And then they kick off big time. They kick off big time. I mean, seriously kick off. In America, the latest thing is, you get the Karens, who are these women who have breakdowns and scream and shout at people because they're immature and not the full ticket. And there was one woman, and she's coming towards this bloke, and he says, "Don't come any closer." He said, "You're invading my space. I don't care." And she keeps pushing it and pushing it. It's just really a thick person. Luckily, they're all up on the internet, so you can see how vile they are. And there was one of them, she was picked up by the police. An old woman, effing and blinding and... terrible. You feel like saying to her, potty mouth, keep your mouth zipped up, for God's sake. Terrible, really. And also, as a kid, my favourite song used to be Running Bear. Oh, right. Running Bear. Was it Johnny Tillotson? No, perhaps it wasn't. Who did Running Bear? Running Bear, the song. Wasn't Johnny Tillotson had something. What did he have? Can't remember. I seem to remember. It's a Johnny. It's a Johnny. Johnny who? I can't guess it. I'm hopeless at these sort of things. Begins with P. Johnny. Johnny Purr. Johnny. Oh, well, I wouldn't have got that. No, I wouldn't have got that. I think actually Johnny Tillotson was Poetry in Motion. Poetry in Motion. I think so. I might be wrong on that one. Sometimes I'm actually quite good at them, and other times, like that, I wouldn't have known Preston at all. I would have been out on that one. Was I right on Poetry in Motion? I know, it's sickening, isn't it, really? Honestly, how I live with myself, I've got no idea. No, it says, very pleased your show is an extra hour on Sundays. And Nick Abbott has an extra show. He does, 3 days a week. Will you cope? Will you cope? Oh, and by the way, Jack in Hull says, Michael, married to Angelica, he's a primary school teacher. After not getting presenting work, he was on this morning. I thought he'd have got that, actually. I thought he would have actually got, presenting work on television. Because you could have booked them as a double act, really. Talking of characters, says Matt, what a weird character Timmy Mallet was. He's still the same. He hasn't changed. He hasn't changed in the slightest. He's still the same. What was the programme he had? It was Mallet's Mallet. He used to have this mallet, and kids used to come in and get whacked over the head with this thing. And they thought that was funny. Do you remember they were saying the other day, there you go, Timmy, he looks exactly the same now. He's no different at all. Must be very difficult if you've cultured and constructed this character of being sort of wild and wacky and all the rest of it. But he must be in his 60s now, mustn't he? Is he in his 60s? How old is Timmy Mallet? Here we go. He's 64. He's 64. Wow. It's quite frightening, isn't it, when it's sort of people you see on the television? I mean, radio, it doesn't matter so much. Steve, does anybody know how Gemma Collins' weight loss programme's going? Still the same 3 stone, I believe. Still the same 3 stone. Still the same bird, but just using injections to try and lose weight. There's no exercise involved at all. She just sort of cut down. But I told you, these injections, not good for you. Very bad. No, it says, would you like to visit Japan? No. What would I want to go to Japan for? What is Japan? Apart from the fact Tokyo is one of the most expensive cities in the world, we've got a listener out there, Elliot. He's been in Japan for years. It's very expensive, but there's nothing out there. It's very busy. And as you know, I'm not particularly good in crowds. So Japan wouldn't appeal to me. I quite like to go in cherry blossom time. I think that'd be pretty. And I like the sort of the lovely pictures of Mount Fuji. And they've always got a picture. You've got Mount Fuji in the background, and there's always a cherry blossom tree strategically planted. I like the architecture, but then I like the architecture in Hong Kong. I liked all the buildings. If you go out into rural China, it really does look like something out of, the Fu Manchu movies. It was all old China. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I love things like that. Very, very, very impressed. Steve, do we know if that little boy has brothers or sisters? I don't think so. But it's so sad because it's a little 3-year-old. It's a little child who's not well and has this illness, which means that you can imagine being the surgeon who has to say to the parents, listen, there's no easy way to tell you this. And so they're going, right, let's make everything. We have kids who have wish lists. Mind you, have adults who have wish lists as well. I find it just as bad. I think anybody who loses somebody, I think, it's something to deal with. If you don't deal with those sort of pressures very well, it's an awful time. They had a thing the other day, can't pay, we're going to take it away. And they turned up to this, I think there were 4 houses in this little enclave. And the woman wasn't behind with her rent. It's just that the landlady wanted her out. They wanted to do the place up and charge more money. Which, if you've got a tenancy, so she goes to the High Court. The High Court. Now, the High Court is not the county court. And they knock on the door and this woman comes down. And they go, hello, my name is Paul Boateng. I'm, High Court enforcer. We've got a document here to repossess your house today. And so she goes into a breakdown. She said, but I don't know anything about it. He said, well, you must do. He said, because this has been going on since August of last year. It's just that, you knew it was going to happen. Just that you didn't know when, because they don't send you out a notice. It goes to the High Court. The High Court then go, we find, in the landlord's favour. They then engage, companies like the ones that feature on Can't Pay, we're going to take it away, and they go round there, and they always get people out. They always get them out. It's a case of they aren't leaving there because they're actually paid to get them out. If they go away and come back, you incur costs, especially if it's money involved. There was a woman the other day. She claimed that she had more stamps on her. She was really stupid, really stupid. They knock on the door and she owes money, and she starts effing and blinding at them and starts doing the whole caboodle, and they get in. And she's going, get out of my effing house. And I mean, the language on the television nowadays is absolutely atrocious. Seriously, I mean, you wouldn't speak like that to your milkman. And so she's having nothing to do with it. I've got a bit of paper here. This is in dispute. I've paid a lot of money. You're scum. You're this, you're that. And I'm thinking, you're barking up the wrong tree, love. Because they then throw what they think is their ace in the hat. I'm going to get the police. I'm going to get the police. And so, of course, the bailiffs, because, no, they're not bailiffs, they're enforcers, say, call the police. Because the police turn up and they show them the writ from the High Court. That gives them power to come into your house. They can use force to come into your house. It's as simple as that. And so consequently, so she's effing and blinding, get out. Then the police turn up. This doesn't change her at all. She's still effing and blinding at these blokes. And the policeman eventually has to restrain her and say, listen, if you carry on talking like this, you'll be arrested. You know, she was a nasty, nasty, aggressive person. In the meantime, the husband's sitting upstairs, sobbing into a handkerchief, and he wants to pay. She's having none of it. In the end, he says to them, listen, you know, we have to pay. And they go, listen, if you pay it and it turns out that this is wrong, you get the money back. It's as simple as that. Simple. If you don't pay it, we'll start removing goods. Okay? And that incurs charges. So just be warned. You know, we've got a High Court writ. It supersedes everything you've got. You might have spoken to the Almighty in a church service. They're superseded by the enforcers from the High Court. That's what they do. So eventually, the husband goes, I'm going to pay it. So he gives his card over, and the machine rejects it. So he says, I've got another card. So it pays, and it goes through. It's something like £11,000, okay? It goes through. Lucky to have 11,000 on a credit card. But anyway, they go out to the car, and the enforcer goes, of course, the funny thing is, he said, his card didn't work. He's used her card to pay for it. I laughed. You have to laugh, don't you? At other people's misfortune, it's always sort of great. I think so. Steve, I'm glad you enjoy Can't Pay. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it, love it, love it. I can't get enough of it. And so the trouble is people don't realise that if a High Court enforcer turns up to your house, they've been to the High Court. They've been to the High Court. The High Court has deemed that, you know, the person who's chasing you for a debt... There was a woman the other day. It was a coach site. They had lots of coaches, and they turned up. This woman's, get off this property, it's private property, said, we're High Court... They're obviously a bit thick, these people. We're High Court enforcers. We're here to enforce a writ. We need this money. Get off this property or call the police. Call the police. And they put their foot in the door to stop them. She goes up the wall. She goes up the wall. Another effing and blinding one. I mean, you must learn more new swear words than any other time in your life. Unless you stubbed your foot in a door, or failing that, I trapped my thumb in a car door. I slammed a transit van door shut, and I didn't realise my thumb was actually in the lock. And I went, huh? And you know, it's like one of those cartoon moments where you undo the door, and it's going, pa-pum, pa-pum, pa-pum. And I looked at it and went, and I tried not to cry, because I was a big boy. And, no, maybe not. And you lose the nail. And so I looked at it and I thought, oh, that's okay. And then gradually, over the course of a day, it starts turning black. And you look at it and you go, no. So I went to the hospital because I didn't know what to do. And so she went, oh, that's all right, we'll do it here. They take a needle, she heats it over a Bunsen burner, and she pushes it into the nail, and then squeezes the blood out. I nearly went through the bloody ceiling. It was hospital, yes. What it was, a neighbour. Oh, would you like to do that? No, it was in the hospital. And then she said, don't worry, the nail will fall off in a few days. And blow me down, it did. And then another one grows. How clever is that? How clever is that? A nail falls off. I wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but I didn't. After the break, I'll tell you about LBC's exciting new autumn schedule. And you're going to like everything, OK? There's nothing not to like. But before that, minutes to 6. Don't think we ever said that before. 26 minutes to 6. I've never had a time check like that, but there you go. So LBC has launched its exciting new autumn schedule, and it starts this weekend. So there's none of this hanging around. It's this weekend. Tom Swarbrick has got a brand new agenda-setting Sunday show called, appropriately enough, Swarbrick on Sunday. Seems very appropriate, doesn't it? So that'll be from 10 a.m. every Sunday, and he'll be doing it from the heart of Westminster in our other studio. So he is actually coming from the other studio, which will be absolutely brilliant. David Lammy, of course. I mean, you've been hearing David on LBC for some time now. And he'll be hosting his own regular Saturday show, 4 till 7 every Saturday. And so he's got a regular slot now. And he also says, at a time of national crisis, honest debate on the biggest issues of the day has never been more important. Rachel Johnson, she made her debut on Friday nights, and she's got a new 2-hour show on Sunday evening at 7. And she said, I'm totally thrilled. And we had her actually on in conversation some years ago. Ruth Davidson, leader of the Conservative Party in the Scottish Parliament, also joins LBC. She's got a Sunday night show, 9 till 10. It's called An Inconvenient Ruth. It's an interesting title. I wonder who came up with that one. Oh, that's very good. And she says, I'm excited to spend an hour on LBC talking to fascinating people. And I think the first one, is Tony Blair. I think she's going to be talking to Tony Blair. Also, Natasha Devon, brand new voice to LBC, with a Saturday afternoon programme at 7, following David Lammy. It'll be Saturday evening then, won't it? By that time, I would have thought. And she's the government's former mental health champion. Also, Denise Headley, confirmed as a regular voice on LBC. Do you know she was with Ian Dale? She called in to discuss the Black Lives Matter protest and diversity, and they were so impressed with her that she's been asked to co-present the following night's show, and she's appeared on the programme a number of times. So she will join the stellar lineup of Nick Ferrari, James O'Brien, Sheila Fogarty, Eddie Mayer, Ian Dale, Andrew Castle, Majid Nawaz, Steve Allen. They're all there, all the big names, and so there you go. 2.7 million listeners across the UK. Cannot be wrong. Cannot be wrong. That's good, isn't it? And all of that starts this weekend. And Clive Bull will be here over the weekend, so he'll be doing Saturday and Sunday, and I'll be following him on the Sunday. That'll be interesting, won't it? I mean, as I say, I haven't heard him for ages and ages, because I'm always fast asleep in bed. I'm always an occupational hazard. 106 days to Christmas. Thought I'd tell you about that now, just in case you were wondering about, should you be ordering the Christmas tree this year? And the answer is yes. Steve, the best thing about Can't Pay, Won't Pay is watching it and leaving for work the next morning, and they're at the mini cab office at the top of the road enforcing an order. It's people who, it's amazing how people lie on that programme. They turned up at a place, because I'm watching so many old ones, they should bring out a box set. They really should, because I'd sit there and just trawl through them for ages. And they go into a restaurant. It's a takeaway restaurant, and they go, hello, we're High Court enforcers. And they go, yeah, we're looking for Mr. So-and-so. No, he doesn't own the business anymore. And by the way that they said it, you know damn well they're lying. So anyway, but they go through with it. They go through with it. They go, so who's actually taken over the business? Do you have the documents? No, we haven't got the documents here at the moment. What, so he sold the business to who? To us? Oh, right, so you're not this man named on the writ? No, we're not. Anyway, cut long story short, he goes out to his car outside and then comes back in again. So what they do is they go out to the car and they find in the glove compartment, because he stupidly left the car open, the document saying that he owns the business and that he's the person named on the writ. So they go back inside and say, it is you, isn't it? Listen, let's not mess around anymore. Can you pay? It was something like, might have been about £6,000 or £7,000 owed to a supplier. So, and they thought that they could get away with it. A lot of people do that. They often say, no, he's not here, he doesn't own the business, he's moved away or anything else. In which case they go, right, well, we're going to, unless you can prove that that's the case, we're going to start removing goods. And so they then said, you're going to pay, no, I haven't got any money. And they think that if they say to the enforcer, I haven't got any money, he's going to walk out the door and go, okay, sorry to have bothered you. Of course he's not. They've got clients who've been to the High Court. And so they go, OK, so you're not going to pay it. OK, well, we'll start removing goods. And so we go into the kitchen, they say to the chef, can you turn off the cookers and the ovens? We'll be removing all of this. We're sending out for a lorry. And they literally send for a lorry and they will wheel everything out and take it away. So this bloke thinks they're bluffing until they start wheeling a fridge out. And then he suddenly realises that he's got no business. Because if you own money, it's like if you owned a property, and the people were in there, but they hadn't paid rent, can you imagine, for a year, and you rely on that for your mortgage and everything else, and you keep going round there and they go, go away, get away. I mean, we've seen this countless times, and it's really embarrassing. So in the end, they have to employ people. You get people going, I haven't got any notice of this, I don't have to... It's amazing the amount of people who don't pay their rent. You would want to go to the High Court to get them out. I don't care how they get them out. They get them out because that's your property. You want them out so you can decorate. And the mess they leave places in, it's absolutely atrocious. It really is. But I mean, I absolutely love it. This woman who had the shouting, screaming, I think it was five grand, says Jack, and she then assaulted him. She claimed she was made bankrupt, but the debt was accrued after that. They said at the end that they didn't contest it. Of course they didn't, because she was wrong. You know, she made herself look really stupid, effing and blinding and shouting with the police officers there. And of course now she's been on the television, everybody knows what she's like. Didn't we have the other one? Was it Razor Ruddock's wife who threw water at them? Nasty piece of work. You know, they went round to collect a debt. They owed money. It was as simple as that. Owed to a vet, I think. That's a vet. Yeah. Are you vet? Yes, I'm a vet. And she threw water at them. Get off my property and all this kind of thing. Anyway, they had to pay. June in Wimbledon. Where's Andrew Pearce? Andrew Pearce, I can tell you, is on Friday from 6, OK? Friday from 6. So I still think I'm the only one on 6 days a week. I think I'm the only one on 6 days a week. I think so. I don't think anybody else does 6 days a week. Do they have to think about it in the schedule, running through it in my mind? No, I'm still unique. Yeah, all right. Don't make a big deal about it. I don't. Steve, LBC app shows you starting at 4 a.m. on a Sunday, so not much of a lie-in. Well, I mean, no, but I'm here anyway. I mean, I get in the studio early on a Sunday. That's the reason they've asked me to do it. And apart from that, I'm brilliant and cheap. And cheap being the operative word. Well, that's Steve Allen. And so, in fact, he said to me, he said, you're in early on the Sunday, because I do come in early. I like a chat with Zora, like a chat, sort of catch up with everybody, what everybody's doing and things like that. So it works out quite well. The pre-recorded programme, we've only just finished doing the week, and then we do a best of, and there's a lot of work goes into it. You know, the boys have to sort of select bits out of every day's programme and then link them all together, you know, subtly, so you don't see the join or anything else, and it effortlessly flows through. So we thought, if you have a live programme on a Sunday morning, and doing that from this week will be Ian Payne on Saturday morning and me on the Sunday morning. I should imagine there'll be quite different programmes, because I'll have the Sunday papers by that time, and that will probably set the agenda for what Tom Swarbrick's going to be doing. Because, you know, Tom will be listening to me coming in, and he'll be going, right, these picking up ideas, you know, because there are stories in the papers that some people cover because they're what's commonly known as good stories to generate. Looking forward to Tom's show on a Sunday. And somebody says, it'll set me up for the day. However, I love your perfect style of moaning. Moaning? I've never moaned in my life. Moaning. It's called having ulcers. And so, I mean, I'd hate it. And also, it's such early starts. Stuart, you wouldn't get me out there at all. I mean, Stuart's been working with sort of debt recovery and enforcement sector for almost 10 years. He started out his career with DCBL as an administrator, which I think is the company that they work for. But there's all of them. I like Paul Bohill. Steve Pinner's very, very easy. Very easygoing. He's sort of, yeah, I think so. But move it down a little bit. Move it down a little bit. See, Elmore Victor almost sounds like a cartoon character from Sesame Street. I can't remember Gary Brown. That'll upset him. I'm terribly sorry about that. Max Caraher. I seem to remember him. Matthew Highway, not too sure about. Gary Ball, Kona Jackson. There's quite a few. Any more underneath that? Any more people? Why is there no women doing it? Oh, there we go. There's Ian Taylor, trainee, Erin Graves and Delroy. Oh, I like Delroy. He goes out with his son sometimes as well. I like Delroy. He's very calm. He's very calm. I like them. But I think my favourite, because he's the best looking, is Stuart McCracken. It's as simple as that, you know. But also, it's they know the law. And the people, all they see is somebody coming and you're taking my money away. And I'm not giving it to you and you can't make me. Oh, yes, they can. Oh, yes, they can. It's either that or you lose half your house. You have to be, you have to be really sort of up on it. It always makes me laugh, because I'm always saying to the television, I spend a lot of time talking to the television. I spend a lot of time sort of saying, listen, they know the law. And this woman's going, I've got more rubber stamps on my thing than you've got on yours. And he goes, this is from the High Court. Yours is from the County Court. It's got nothing to do with this at all. You've been superseded. Of course, she wasn't having it. And the more angry she got, the more I thought it was funny. And especially as I knew that she was going to lose in the end and the husband was going to pay. He said was I'm explaining to them how things work in the business. It's a slow process. We'll get round to it in a moment. Steve and Tom Swarbrick sounds like he's on 7 days a week too. No, he isn't. No. He only 5. He only does 5 days. He does Monday through Thursday, and then he does the Sunday morning as well. And so you've got Nick Abbott, who's doing the Friday, so he's doing 3. Okay, I have to try and remember what everybody's doing actually at the moment. And David says, what's happening with Clive Bull? He's doing the weekends. He's doing overnight, Saturday and Sunday. So you better hear him from 1 o'clock. Matthew says, Joanne Webb has got the most amazing voice. So intelligent as well. You garnered all that from the travel information. How marvellous. Steve, hope you're well. Niall says, would you like to have Donald Trump in your studio? Absolutely. Of course, who wouldn't? Good Lord. Do you know that there is another Steve Allen, says Jojo from Dagenham? I don't think we actually count Dagenham as being anything. Another Steve Allen. It's probably quite a common name, I should imagine. Very common name. Another one here that says, Oh, somebody says, no chance for lion. I don't do lions. I really don't do lions. I'm not one of those sort of people. Once I'm awake, I like to get out of bed. Because, when you get to a certain age, you start thinking, I don't want to waste my life. Years ago, I would have done it. When I was doing overnights on LBC, I'd wake up in the morning and think, oh, I've got nothing to do today, I'll stay in bed. And you stay in bed and it just completely screws your sleeping up. I've got mine off to a fine art. So it works very well for me, but I certainly wouldn't be staying in bed anytime soon. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So it's 106 days to Christmas. Wow. And then somebody says, Susie, have you ever been back to Hong Kong since leaving as a child? No. I think I was 10 or 11 when we left there. I'd quite like to go back. I always wanted to stay at the Peninsula, because I don't think it was there when I was a child. And I'd like to go and do all the fish markets at Wan Chai and go and do the floating restaurants at Aberdeen, go across the new territories, which when we were there, of course, was just territories. It was just fields and paddy fields and everything else. Now it's all built up. It's like an extension of Hong Kong. The Star Ferry is still going. God knows how. That's the only thing that's pulled across... What? What's the matter? Sorry? Hong Kong. And the Star Ferry's on a chain. The chain pulls it across because the current coming down the river is so strong, and so the ferry sets off and it's got a huge chain underneath it which gets pulled up from one side. It's basically, it does a loop. It's nice. We used to go to the Tiger Balm Gardens, which is very nice. Lots of statues of Chinese dead emperors and things like that, and sort of characters from history. It's lovely. It was lovely over there, from what I remember as a child. You don't remember too many things. And my dad was a member of the Royal Yacht Club. Sorry? Very hot. But we didn't care about that. We were young, so you go to school in the morning, school finished lunchtime, there's none that's working till 3 or 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and then you go to the beach. So we used to go to Repulse Bay. There's the Tiger Balm Gardens. It's beautiful, actually. There's one thing about Chinese architecture that I absolutely love. I'm big into these sort of, green slates on roofs, and they curl up it's just fantastic. I've always wanted to go to the Forbidden City in Beijing. That would be a dream. I'd like to go there and go in, because I've seen the film The Last Emperor, and they filmed it there, and it's enormous. Ruled by a despot, of course, as you can well imagine, but I'd love to go there. Never went there. In fact, to be honest with you, we never went anywhere. We went to Kai Tak. That's where the planes come in, and you basically are sort of flying in over water. It's a bit touch and go whether you sort of make it onto the runway, but we did. Steve, do you get up before the show, or do you go to bed right after the show? No, I've been to bed. This is my day now. Thursday. And now that the blood sugars are so good, I've suddenly learned, actually, if I eat vegetables every day, it's got to be good for me, hasn't it? Definitely got to be good for me, I've decided. Charlie Girling, up early. She says, we stayed in the Peninsula in Hong Kong, was awesome. Don't they have a series of white Rolls Royces that pick you up from the airport if you're staying at the Peninsula? I'm pretty certain I've seen a fleet of white. Trust Charlie Girling to go there. She must have been on. Was it a jolly? Was it one of those things where you had to go out and interview people, or a new route or something? Cathay Pacific used to fly to Hong Kong, I seem to remember. We just came back on the RAF plane. I don't think it was very exciting at all, really. Lara says, what's happened to the consumer hour? Still there. Still there, isn't it? The Consumer Hour? I'm just checking, actually. I think so, actually. And then somebody says there's only one Steve Allen. Oh, well, I wish. Unfortunately, it's a very common name. There was a big star in America called Steve Allen. Because I remember somebody once saying, I've just checked you out, you died. And I go, yes, on many an occasion. What's the matter now? What's the matter? What's he looking at? Have I got... Yes. Consumer. Is it on here? Consumer Hour. Oh, yes, 9 p.m. Friday. He did a grid. It must have taken the best part of 35 minutes to put a grid together, which is impossible to read. And so you've still got Matt Fry, 10 o'clock on Saturday. On Sunday, it's Tom Swarbrick. And then Monday through Friday, James O'Brien at 10. Sheila Fogarty is still the same. Majid on Saturday, 1 o'clock. And on Sunday at 1 o'clock. So you get Majid then. David Lammy, 4 p.m. Saturday. Ian Payne, 4... That must be 4 a.m., isn't it? Yes, 4 a.m. Oh, right, 4 a.m. Where is it? I can't find it now. I've lost it. 4 a.m. Saturday and then 4 p.m. on Sunday. Very confusing to try and read your chart here. And I can't find all the other little bits and pieces. Where is it? Oh, it's Ian Payne, 4 a.m. Okay. So you've got Consumer Hour 9 p.m. Friday, Legal Hour 9 p.m. Saturday, Ruth Davidson 9 p.m. Sunday, and then you get Nick Abbott on Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So there you go. So now everybody should be very happy. For all those people saying, can we have more of Nick Abbott? Can we have a bit more of Tom Swarbrick? And there's quite a lot of him to go around. So he'll be sharing that with you on Sunday at 10. But I won't see him. He'll be going straight to our other studio. We've got so many studios now, even I'm running out of how many studios we've got. Except I sit in my little box. Quite happy. I have no intention of sort of moving for this, but I've tried the studio downstairs. And on the odd occasion that this one's gone a bit, I look a bit lost in it. I can't cope with space around me. I'm more sort of, compact me in, I think. Steve, great show, but you didn't mention... No, well, I wouldn't. Why would I? Steve. Oh, so what time do you go to bed? God, blimey. Too many questions. Oh, by the way, Roger, gone. Okay, gone. Also, what was somebody else... somebody says... Oh, it was Big Frank who was saying, there's only one Steve Allen, but then misspelt my name. How embarrassing is that, honestly? Also, one of the last surviving Spitfire pilots has died, and the sales of English and Welsh wine. Welsh wine? I didn't even know the Welsh did wine, but I'm assuming you can do it if you've got the climate. It's rocketed by 70% during lockdown. More people than ever before are drinking... Because, English wines were supposed to be quite nice. I've never had any. I don't think I have. And I certainly wouldn't have tried Welsh wine. Welsh, it doesn't even fit together, does it? I can't think of anything like that at all, really. The money expert's wife. You know Martin, who does all the money, Martin Lewis, and his wife is Lara Lewington. And I think I'm remembering all this correctly. Anyway, she was standing by the side of the road on her telephone with him. Somebody on a moped grabs it. And I've always said to people, in London, there are these, let's just call them nasty little people. Okay, the sort of people who want to push off their little mopeds. If you're standing by the side of the road, as lots of people do, on their telephone, or you're holding it in your hand, somebody will see you, they can see these things, and they'll drive up really close to you, you won't think anything about it, and all of a sudden, they'll grab it, and they're off, and you can't do anything about it. So my advice is, if you're going to be on your telephone, or you're standing near the side of the road, move back from the front of the pavement so you're not actually on the road. It would make it a lot easier. They did get the phone back. Because they then reported it, and the phone had been thrown away a little bit further down the line, because I think it was an old one. Mind you, I've got... where do you find out which iPhone you've got? How do you find out which iPhone it is? And the only reason I ask is because I've got to go back... Doesn't help, does it? Does it? This is a 10? How can you tell? You can check. How do you know it's a 10? Go to settings. Wait a minute. Go to set. I'll tell you why I'm asking this in a minute, actually. Yeah, I'm on that. It says Steve Allen, yeah. Click on that. Wait a minute. I haven't clicked on it yet. Okay. Swipe to the bottom. Yeah, 6+. Now, you weren't close at all, because I'm supposed to be downloading an app. And the app is from Libra. Now, I've told you before, this thing that fits under my arm is like a transmitter, and I've got a little thing, and I tried to download the app, and when I spoke to the hospital yesterday, she said, what iPhone have you got? I thought it was a 6. She said, you can't download it onto a 6, it won't work on a 6. So it'll go so far, so I need to get another iPhone so that I can download the app onto it, because I'm not going to spend £1,000 on a phone. So we're going to have to... I've got the little machine which registers it, then I'll take that into the hospital, they will then download it. So iPhone 6, you can't do the Freestyle Libre link, which is a bit of a pain, but at least I'm getting one for free. I've got the actual transmitter thing, I just haven't got the receiver, but they're going to get me. Everybody, nice to have your company. Welcome to Thursday. It's the 10th of September, so I've run through all the schedule for you, the new schedule, which starts this weekend on LBC, and I'm sure that you will enjoy every single minute of it. So I'm not with you on Saturday morning for the best of, mainly because this programme is the best of, and the day before and tomorrow will be the best of as well. But I'm here for an extra hour on Sunday morning. So it's 4 till 7. I thought it was too good to be lasting. 5 till 7. I went, 2 hours? Are you serious? Good Lord. And so they've said, yes, can you do the extra hour? And I've said, absolutely. Absolutely. Got a birthday to celebrate. And you'll know who this is, because it's that time again. Noreen has a birthday, so very happy birthday, Noreen. Luckily, we don't talk about ages anyway. When we get to double figures, Noreen, we never do that. So we're going out with friends for afternoon tea, says Brian. He likes an afternoon tea. And very much looking forward to seeing you with Ian Dale. Going with the usual gang. It'll be a great evening out. Well, it certainly will be. Literally, come out of Twickenham station. It's directly over the road. You'll see it directly in front of you. You just have to cross two lanes of traffic and you're there, but there's a traffic light in, so that's fantastic. So many happy returns of the day. Hope you get all the cards and the presents and the love which you deserve, which will be good. Oh, by the way, Steve, I've stayed at the Peninsula. The Rolls Royces are green. Don't tell me they've changed them. I couldn't bear it. Kentish white wines are good, or better than Prosecco, Steve, says Dave. Stop it. And one from Alison, who says, I'm listening to Wednesdays, the whole programme, at just after midnight. I started to laugh when you said Mrs. Froggett. Then I started to choke. Fortunately, I had a glass of water to hand, so soon regained my composure. Alison says, thank you. You've actually got me through the last 6 months in particular. So I've decided to move home after 2 years staying with my parents. I see them every week, but I won't be able to meet family and friends. I need to go home as it's easier to cope on my own because my health is going downhill. Join the club. Although actually, to be honest with you, Alison, I mean, mine is actually, it's improved. Literally since the last 2 weeks where I've had the most dreadful readings on my blood sugars. I mean, seriously bad. But within 2 days, I managed to sort it out. The trick is vegetables. I mean, yesterday, I bought a load of vegetables, from asparagus to mushrooms to, green beans, stuff like that. No Brussels sprouts yesterday. I was going to, but then I think we're coming to the end of the season. And then I bought some prawns, which I added in, stirred it all round, added some double cream, okay, and that seemed to do the trick. Well, it seems to be bringing the blood sugars down fantastically. And then this morning I brought in and had some Ryvita with a bit of Edam cheese on it, because the diabetic nurse I saw said, yep, you can have, that'd be good to have at work. Because otherwise I'd be having a chocolate biscuit. And I can only have really a chocolate biscuit as a treat. Because what I don't want to see is the numbers going up again. So this morning, what do we say, 7.2 or something? I mean, that's absolutely amazing. 7.2 is almost spot. I'm almost normal. But then I didn't drink any Prosecco yesterday. I didn't have any Prosecco at all. It was fine. It was fine. Because I told a friend of mine, I said, I think I'm going to sort of, cut back during the week. It's very easy to sort of get into the drinking habit. I know that. And especially during lockdown, everybody's been having trouble. Everybody's waist is expanding. But I'm thinking, because weight is very much geared to the alcohol you drink because of the sugar in it. It's like 2 of you in there, Corey, isn't it? That's 2 people. That little body. I say little body. It's certainly not. We walked the other day. Corey and I walked down the road. I sort of trailed behind like some lapdog on a lead. He was sort of striding. Don't ever go out with Charlie Girling for a walk through London. She strides ahead. I mean, seriously, when we used to go to screenings, You know, she starts off, she's halfway across Leicester Square where I've only just got out the front door, still chatting to Courtney. I can't go any further. And I get, slow down, goodness sake. At least with Courtney, with what's your name? Corey. And how quickly one forgets in show business. It's a case of we were sort of roughly going at my pace. But it's a bit of exercise. I don't mind. Yeah, his exercise is non-existent. She says, oh yes, we always get that, I'm afraid, in the middle. In fact, I think 4 times. Love your comments about the Beckhams. I don't know why they'd be paying for the wedding. Tradition dictates the bride's father pays. But to be honest with you, I mean, people don't do that anymore now because it can be quite a lot of money, even though the father's a billionaire. Sort of. Disappointed, says Alison, not to travel over to see you interview Ian Dale. Oh, don't worry, people will tell you all about it. People will be tweeting about it. Steve looked really well, he's lost weight. His hair's grown, it's now shoulder length, you know, that kind of thing. Not. But I always like to tell you that. Also, Kat Deely has now confirmed that SMTV live reunion show has been filmed and teased an on-air date. She told Chris Moyles that the former Saturday morning series, which helped make stars of her and Anton Deck, will be looking back on a special documentary. Oh, I thought it was a brilliant programme. I thought it was brilliant. They were so young, Anton Deck. They were so young. I mean, really, they were so young. It's always frightening, the fact that they're still on television. But there again, I'm still on radio. But she says she cringes when she watches the earlier episodes. She thought they were bad and we were rubbish. No, they weren't. They were really good. Really, really good, which is excellent. Mr. Shah, my chemist, is very I can't believe how much I've managed to get my numbers down, Mr. Shah. Seriously, I mean, in 2 days, 2 days ago, I was doing 20. And I kept thinking, this is not boding well. And now I've decided to sort of cut down on all sorts of things. Mainly sweet things. And I don't do sweet things, but occasionally I like a bit of a treat. But I'm aware that it can affect the numbers very, very quickly. So, Mr. Shah, well, he said well done, so that's good enough. Listen, if your chemist says well done, that's not bad. So, yesterday we did a 4.3, so I had a chocolate biscuit, and then we went up to about 5.7, so that was good, that was okay. And then today is 7.2, which, I mean, is near as damn it perfect, but I'd never claim to being perfect, because I've got to get through a weekend yet. Phil Vickery says, morning, Phil. What are you cooking today? Are you cooking up a storm today? I'd love to know. Piers Morgan has said that thieves stole more than £10,000 in cash from him and his wife as they slept at a French villa. Who keeps £10,000 in cash, Piers? Who keeps £10,000 in cash? Well, obviously, apart from you. That's a lot of money to keep in a place, isn't it, really? I think so. Steve, I'm sorry I'm late, says Shane in Sydney. He said, I've had someone in Sydney trying to scam me. Not good, not good. You've got to be aware of things now. Got to be very, very aware of these sort of things. Another one here says, I think all the police in America need to be retrained. Why do they have to shoot everybody? Yesterday, yes, it was an autistic boy. I read about that story. His mother had no idea. She said he shouts a lot. He's autistic. He shouts. And then they fired and they hit it. He didn't die. But, I mean, it is, they're very trigger happy, American police. Pray to God we don't end up with it like that here. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, enjoying your shows as always from Athens, hot and sunny. You wouldn't like it. I don't think the Hong Kong Star Ferry is a chain ferry. Oh, it is. It's got to get across, it's got to get from one side to the other. It's fairly fast flowing. I remember seeing the actual chains. Jackie says, lovely. We shall have you for an extra hour. And, shame we can't have you live every day. Well, I am live every day. Well, I'm as live today as I can possibly be. And Phil shared a photo with me. Yeah, I heard about the Jammy Dodgers. Did you make those? That's clever, isn't it? What a talent to have. I do like watching these cooking programmes. I thought I was being quite adventurous, chucking all this vegetable stuff in and then the prawns on the top of it and a bit of double cream. I thought I was being really good. I mean, it tasted... I wasn't sure if it would taste all right. I've never had hot prawns before, apart from the Chinese ones, which are in the batter. Oh, I'd love that, but the Chinese food sends my blood sugars really bad. Can't have it. Then I thought I'd have Kentucky Fried Chicken. I can't have that either, really. In fact, actually, it's going to be another depressing day having that. But I do like the vegetables. I might put a little bit of sort of cut-up sausage in or something like that. But yesterday, Jammy Dodgers. Why are you not as big as a house, Phil? Why are you not absolutely enormous? That's the worrying thing. I mean, I know that I saw Brian another chef the other day. He was on the television doing a cooking programme with people. Brian, can't remember his name, but he's put on a load of weight, mainly because he keeps tasting the food. You know, I don't remember seeing Phil Vickery tasting a lot of the food. I don't think Jamie tastes a lot of the food. They just sort of watch other people tasting it, which obviously works much, much better. Minor finally dropping, says Neil. I finally made... Brian Turner, thank you. I finally made 8.2. Thank goodness, he said. I've now got a fantastic diabetic expert helping me. She's so knowledgeable and helpful. An extra hour on Sunday. Excellent. Love to Noreen, bless her. Such a kind, caring person. But you've done well, 8.2. So I thought mine was good at 7.2. And it is quite an achievement, isn't it? It is quite an achievement to actually get down to it. If you're sort of people like Neil and myself, where we do like our food, you just got to be careful. And it's a bit of a pain. But I'm determined to prove my diabetic doctor that I can do this. Determined to prove it. So, good. So I've now got 3 people looking after me. I mean, I'm really getting better and better, I think. Well, I think I'm getting better and better. The boss will be very thrilled. Phil Vickery says, I don't eat them. I have to be very restrained. But then he's put exclamation marks, which means he obviously has one. So it must be... I told you my mother used to make... She was very good cake baker. She didn't do biscuits. She made cakes. She would do rock buns. She'd do simnel cake. She'd do cherry cakes. She'd do all sorts of things. She was very good. And butterfly cakes. You see the butterfly cake? That's why you make a cupcake, and then you cut a circle out, and you cut it in half, and you put some cream in or whatever, or butter or something, butter icing. And then you stick the things back in. It looks like a butterfly. If your butterfly's overeaten for about the past 10 years. If it hasn't, it doesn't look at all like that. But that was quite good. And she made little miniature cakes, like little cream horns, little cream slices. But my favourite were rock buns. You know, we never appreciated it at the time. I wish I had. I really wish that, you know, when my mother was alive, I'd have said to her, you know, you're a really good cook, aren't you? I mean, she did cook. That's why we didn't do takeaways. Oh, apart from the fact we didn't have takeaways. There wasn't such a thing. There was no sort of takeaway, nothing. Nothing at all when I was growing up. What sort of the only takeaway there'd be fish and chips. And that was it. I mean, there was no... Well, we didn't... my mother could make fish and chips. You know, why bother going out to eat something? I mean, if we went away for a day, if we went to the seaside, which wasn't very often, then we'd have something. But it would only be like a portion of chips. We'd never have fish and chips. I don't think we had the money. If we visited friends in East London, because that's where most of my mum and dad's family were from. You'd never believe it, would you, listening to this programme, because I'm a Cockney. And we'd go there. And on the way back, we used to stop at this fish and chip shop, which was open on a Sunday, because it was a Jewish... No, we didn't do pie and mash. No, it was a Jewish fish and chip shop, but they did the best chips in the entire world. And we'd have... I think we got 2 portions, between 4 of us, 2 portions of chips. And that was our treat. Couldn't afford it. They didn't even do a sausage and batter in those days. God, I'm so old. I quite like being old. All right, I'll take a break. Push me on the blooming travel, honestly. 1 minute, you know, can you hold off the travel a minute? Because we're still waiting. It's news. Oh, right. All right. Ian says, I'm very happy you're starting an hour early on Sundays because that's 10 p.m. Saturday, my time. And since I gave up drinking, I don't stay up late on Saturdays. 10 p.m. is far more conducive with my old lady bedtime. You've given up? I didn't know you'd given up drinking. Lord above. It's interesting. I mean, did you notice... If you give up... Somebody said to me, if you stop drinking, you do lose weight. Because there's so much sugar in booze. And it doesn't really matter what it is, whether it's a fizzy drink or whether it's a bottle of Prosecco. It's definitely got calories in it. So. Oh, somebody said... Now, do you know the only thing I haven't put onto my veggies, Joe, in Hornchurch, is garlic butter. But I don't think you can do garlic butter and cream, can you? Can you put those, can you? Oh, right, okay. Garlic butter and cream, are you sure? Oh, right. Yeah, but that would be garlic butter then, as opposed to actually garlic, you know, crushing it down. I mean, because I can buy garlic butter, because they sell that in Waitrose. But I haven't ever thought about putting garlic butter with cream. Oh, there we go. Look, there's a thing in the middle there, which we nearly got on the screen, and then sort of vanished. There it is. Butter and garlic cream sauce. Whole wheat, basil, garlic, salted butter, Oh, right, so you're oh, right. Well, I'm sure if you bought garlic butter, that'd be the same, wouldn't it? I'm not sure if I can eat garlic. It's a bit antisocial, isn't it? I mean, not that I was going out kissing or anything like that. Well, I mean, that's how the meal starts. Who knows how it finishes? Lily Allen, an actor, tie knot in Elvis Chapel. stranger things have happened. And she was wearing a dress, and it's just called... It's called the Wedding Chapel. It sounds lovely, actually. Sounds lovely. God knows what it costs. Strange enough, my friend Ian says, I've not had a drink in more than a year. He said, I don't know if it's forever, but for now, I quite like it. So, because people say, it's like the giving up. We were talking the other day about this, about giving up smoking. And I said, the one thing that you panic about when you smoke and if you stop smoking is what do you do with your hands? Because you're so used to having a cigarette in your hand. And also, you could, at one point, smoke in a restaurant. Now you have to go outside. But what do you do then? Because I've been out with friends before, and 3 of them smoke. So they all go out, and there's only 2 of us left at the table. And you just have to wait till they come back. It's one of those things. And so I used to think when you could smoke in a restaurant, so in between the courses, you'd have a cigarette on. Dale and I'd sit there puffing away, and then they'd bring the first course, stub the cigarette out, and then at the table, and the red, why not? Everybody used to smoke here. You used to smoke in radio studios. Seriously, I used to sit, not in this particular studio, but back in Gough Square and in Hammersmith days, I mean, you'd sit there in the studio with a full ashtray, smoking away. Yeah, quite normal. I know it seems very odd and alien now. It's like going down the street and seeing somebody without a mask on. You tend to sort of look at them more than people with masks on. It's like if you're sitting on a beach in the south of France and everybody's topless, you with your top on looks a bit peculiar, and everybody looks at you more than the people who are topless, because once you've seen one pair, you've seen them all. And so that's how... Yeah, you smoked in restaurants. I don't know, never seemed to. Because the funny thing is that if you smoke, you can't taste the food anyway, so it makes no difference. In fact, the only time you actually taste your food is when you stop smoking. But then you suddenly realise that you can smell cigarettes on everybody else. I used to have a producer. He won't mind me telling you this. Uncle Rob, and he used to smell. I could tell when he walked in, he'd had a cigarette and he put it out. Because I used to think, that was me. I could smell cigarettes on me. When I had long hair, some years ago, you could smell it on your hair. You can smell you can smell cigarettes on everything. And so when you took your clothes off at night, on the bus home, just to liven up the top deck, you go, you can smell cigarettes. So the moment you stop smoking, you can smell it on everybody else, and your food tastes different. You can actually taste food properly. So I was quite glad I gave up. I just wish I'd never started. But I blame my parents. I blame my parents for saying, you'll be sick, and I never was. I used to love smoking, one of my favourite things. So, how will these new rules, which Boris is bringing in, change your life? Police chiefs have asked for simpler rules and agreed to step up enforcement in return. So, any more than 6 in a park, a pub or private homes, where house parties are being blamed for a surge in infections, and there is make no bones about it, there is a surge in infections. You're going to be seeing a lot more deaths, but the police will be fining people. People refusing to disperse will be facing a £100 spot. How are they going to enforce that? What are they going to do? Handcuff everybody? Take them to a cash point? I can't see how it's going to work out, actually. But doubling for each repeat offence to a maximum of 3,200. Hospitality venues in areas of high infection could face curfews. In Bolton, they're now required to shut at 10 p.m. And also, landlords and restaurant owners will have to keep customer details for 21 days and hand over to NHS Test and Trace in the event of an outbreak. Air passengers will be required to fill in contact tracing forms before they fly. Universities will be able to start the new term, but warned not to send students back to their family homes in the event of an outbreak. The government's drive to get people back to the workplace will continue. Spot checks on people asked to quarantine will be increased, with those found breaking restrictions facing a fine of £1,000. Where are they supposed to get that from? Imagine you just come back from your holiday and they go, right, we've discovered that you're not quarantining, so we're going to fine you £1,000. And they go, where do you think we're going to get £1,000 from? Can we pay in instalments? But the more pupil cases you get, the more schools will be closed. And it's the young people. They've screwed it up. They haven't been out there and followed any of the guidelines because they think it doesn't affect them. You will when you see the death toll. It will affect you. It is affecting you now. That's why we're going back into it again. And we haven't even hit October. We're now in September. Going into a heat wave, more people are going to die. Officials will be sent into towns to break up big groups and alert police to rule breakers. Because sure as God made little apples, there will be the rule breakers. People will be going out there and they'll be totally ignoring it. You know, you've seen these people. They used to feature on the Jeremy Kyle show. You don't think you can get them to wear a mask, do you? Unless it's called a muzzle, which would be far, far preferable. These people don't care. They're not going to worry about things like that. I see them standing outside pubs in Twickenham. Nobody's got a mask on. They're all just standing around like it's a normal day. The fact that your little group might start shrinking remains to be seen. Racing fans were out the other day. The St Leger Festival. Do you know, I think any of these festivals seem to be some sort of advert for people to dress badly. I've never seen anything like it. There's some people here, racegoers wearing masks, which of course completely spoils the look. It's no good having your boobs hanging out and you're wearing a mask. It just doesn't look the same, does it? It takes away. But also you have to undergo a temperature check. There's a lovely woman, and she's on YouTube, and she's a Karen from America. The Karens are these people. They're middle-aged women who quite clearly life has passed them by. They're very angry about everything. They don't like black people. They definitely do not do people of colour. And they complain about everything, and they shout and scream and basically bang their little fists on the floor. And here is a lovely woman. I'm not going to play it to you, but it's well worth checking out. She's a very angry Karen. She is in a private dental practice, and she's not wearing a mask. And she wants her teeth cleaned. And the woman behind the counter says, we can't. You have to, it's my right. They always quote chapter and verse, and basically they're thick as two short bricks. And she says, you have to do it. It's my right. Get me the owner of this place. You have to see me. She says, you're not wearing a mask. We're not doing it. And she shouts that, and then she says, we have to take your temperature. That is against my human rights. I mean, she's so stupid. I mean, put it this way, you really wanted the floor to open up. She disappears and the floor closes again. That was the kind of situation. And she's shouting and screaming the odds. I'm going to sue you. I've checked with my lawyer before I came here. They do all of this kind of thing. They don't have the faintest idea what the law is. And she said, I'm going to sue you. You're supposed to do what I tell you to do. And the woman says, we're not serving you. And that was the end of the... And I thought that's how it should be. I love it. There was some other woman in a shop, in a convenience store, and she's standing there, and she's got one of those mask exemption certificates, which she's printed off the internet. It's basically for people who tell lies. And she sort of got this, and she says to the woman, I don't have to wear a mask. And the woman goes, you do in my shop. And so she goes, so you're telling me you won't serve me? And the woman goes, yes. End of story. She could have stood there all day, and it wouldn't have made any difference. In the end, she goes out the door and then she starts using rude words. And that's when you know she's a person of limited intelligence. You know, she's obviously not being so... Because she's printed this bit of paper off which says, this is an invasion of my human rights. I don't have to wear a mask. Yes, you do. This is private property. We don't have to serve you. And we're not going to serve you. Which is good. I love stuff like that. It's great fun to watch. Steve, you talk about taking your clothes off, which is at least twice a day. Well, I have to. That's how I get changed. You know, you have to take your clothes off, and then you put on your pyjamas. Thomas the Tank Engine this week. And sometimes Magic Roundabout. It depends. Why don't they do adult pyjamas with funny little things on? I don't want cartoon characters. I want proper real things. Like Thomas the Tank Engine. I used to have Thomas the Tank Engine slippers when I was little. Why can't you get them as adults? Why should we have to grow... Who the heck wants to grow up? People say, oh, grow up, Steve. You go, no, excuse me, not. I don't want to. I want my Thomas the Tank Engine pyjamas, or for Barbie. Boys can wear Barbie pyjamas and stuff like that. I don't see any reason why not. And I want the pyjamas which have got a cord round the middle, because they're my favourites. My mother used to take the cord out and put in elastic, which was lovely. So that they'd sort of... Because before you'd have to tie them up, but then sadly, you know, if you were running downstairs to say goodnight, your pyjamas would slip gracefully to the floor. And your parents saw a bit more of you than they'd seen in quite a number of years. Steve says, Albert, what drives me up the wall is bus drivers still let people on without masks. Apparently they're told not to press the point. Well, you see, I mean, I'd be pushing it. I'd be going, you're not getting on the bus. I'm terribly sorry, because you might have COVID. How do we know? You look as though you're a bit risky. You're not getting on here. Marks and Spencers do Marmite butter. Not on vegetables. Not on vegetables. No, you can have garlic butter, which I think Lurpak make, which is quite nice. Matthew says, the police have enough to do. We have traffic wardens. Why not COVID wardens? Well, that's what you're going to end up with. It's all to do with the young people who have screwed everything up, I'm afraid. And Mr. Shah, my chemist, he says, I've just passed over Kingston Bridge on the way to work. They finally opened 2 lanes each side. Their social distancing idea of blocking off a lane on each side, called absolute mayhem once the people started to go to work. Quite amazed at how quickly the local authorities have responded. Yes, I know, it comes down to one lane to go over Kingston Bridge. It just takes forever. The traffic tails back to the car wash, actually, which is Tesco are trying out drone deliveries. Remember we saw this on the programme, we talked about it a few weeks ago, where one of the supermarkets in Milton Keynes or something like that was sending out little carts which deliver. So they put all the food into it. It's a little robotic thing, and it's got a little aerial on it, and it will arrive at your home. You've got a key or something, you can open it and take your shopping out. And I remember thinking, wouldn't people just pinch these things? And I think, what, for the sake of picking up somebody's shopping? That would be a bit stupid. But Tesco are going to deliver top-up shopping of a few items. It's being conducted with a drone delivery start-up manner. The airdrop will allow items to be dispatched between 30 minutes and an hour after ordering. Is that amazing? I mean, I find that quite amazing, actually. So the drone will land, or will it just drop something in your garden? Don't order eggs, for God's sake. But they've taken on 16,000 staff, Tesco this is, and grown their delivery capacity to 1.2 million orders a week. It's obviously the new thing, isn't it? People want to have food delivered. I've never had it delivered. I like the experience of actually going out to sort of go around shopping, because you might see something you like, as opposed to just ordering something off a list on the computer. It's not half as exciting. Not half as exciting. Oh, by the way, the Director of Public Prosecutions has told Harry Dunn's parents he believes the US motorist accused of killing him did not have diplomatic immunity when she left Britain. I'm absolutely amazed that America has withheld the extradition of this woman back to this country to face charges. I'm amazed that she can even live with herself. You know, it's absolutely appalling. But Mr. Hill, who is Max Hill, QC, told them at a meeting in London, this is the parents of Harry, that he was actively considering holding a virtual trial for Anne Sakoulis. And this stance has been contradicted by Dominic Raab, who told the Commons last October that Mrs. Sakoulis did have diplomatic immunity. Somebody's telling porcupines, aren't they? If she hasn't got it, well, then let's get her back to this country and face a charge. Thank you very much indeed. Wildlife populations have shrunk. A bit like my waist. That's more by 2/3 in 50 years. Things like Arctic skuas, down 62%. I mean, you know, there's millions of them. In the Orkney Islands, Irrawaddy dolphins, down 44%. African elephants, down 86%. Leatherback turtles, down 78%. The nests on the beaches. But there again, what happens is they all come out at the same time. They have a nest, and they all get born, and they all head for the sea. Little tiny things about an inch long, and all the seagulls just stand there picking it. It's a snack. They think it's like a moving, you know, sort of buffet. These little things, you see these little turtles, you know, they've got to get to the water as quick as possible, and the seagulls just pick them off. It's no wonder they're down 78%. Grey partridges are down 85%. Puffins are down as well. 42%. That's in the Farne Islands. But I'm more worried about the African elephant. I'm worried about all of it, actually. The African elephant's down 86%. That's an awful lot, isn't it? And yet still we have people who go to these elephant places for an elephant ride and all that kind of thing. And I think elephants never forget. That's why occasionally it sort of backfires. The secrets of Epstein's Lolita Express. This is Mr. Epstein. You remember, he owned a Boeing 727, and they've been inside it. And it's quite nice that there's sort of beds in there. There's also a lot of baby lotion and stuff like that, because the people who travelled on it were expecting massages and stuff like that from some of the Lolitas who worked on it. Mirrored walls, which is, you know, slightly disturbing. And it's not unsimilar. I've got mirrored ceilings. It's so much easier. And seats that can all convert into beds. So here it is, mouldering on a Georgia airstrip. Because we don't know who owns it. Somebody must... I mean, it's got couches in there. I quite like the idea of sort of an air... I mean, not in this particular case in his, but sort of bottles of baby lotion. And there's a lovely picture of Bill Clinton given a massage by somebody as well. Which is lovely, isn't it? I did not have sexual relations with that woman. We all remember that so well, do we not? The London Bridge, which is a bridge too far, it now won't fall down. One of Britain's most famous bridges. This is Hammersmith Bridge. You remember it provides a vital north-south link for tens of thousands and now be determined by a national task force following its sudden closure to pedestrian cyclists and passing boats. And, it's a complete and utter mess. They think it could cost about 140 million to put it back together again. Otherwise, it'll just drop into the Thames. And then, what about all the people who live on the other side? Some people trying to get to the doctors, it's physically impossible. They don't have the opportunity to go there because it's like a 2-hour round trip. Because you would go over, you'd go round the Hammersmith one-way system, and just under the flyover, you turn left, you go over Hammersmith Bridge, then you're in Castle now, go down the bottom, you've got Barnes on the right-hand side, then you've got Barnes Common straight ahead, all the posh people live down there, because the next bridge up would be Chiswick Bridge. To be honest, it's a round trip. We used to do it sometimes when I used to have cars in the morning some years ago. We used to go all over the place. And then we'd end up going over Hammersmith Bridge, but they then sort of made it so that it was so difficult. You'd see these two posts either side. I hate that. And you know that the cars have scraped their paint off on numerous occasions. Apparently, says Roy, they're called Starship deliveries. What a brilliant idea. Little Julie says, happy birthday to Noreen from everyone on the original Spikers Facebook group. And vegan Lizzie says, don't order eggs for the chicken's sake. I like that idea, actually. And another one here says, you calling out people for not wearing masks. But yesterday you took great delight in telling us you were eating on the bus. Yeah, that was a joke. You obviously didn't understand, did you? I'm sorry about that. Sorry you've had a bypass in the humour department. But anyway, makes you worry, doesn't it, really? Johnny in Watford says, can you wish my wife, Simona, a very happy anniversary? Not going to be the usual celebration this year, but we can actually have an evening out with the kids locally. Yeah, I know. It depends whether you want to, though, doesn't it? You know, we're going out for... what we can do at Christmas, because there could be 7 in our family for Christmas, so I don't know what we're going to do about that. It's going to be a bit of a worry, isn't it? Apparently, Albert telling us about the things about, bus drivers letting people on. Well, it's not up to them, is it, really? Not up to them at all. To actually stop people going on, which is a shame. Lindsay says, I booked our family tickets to a Christmas experience at Lotherton Hall, which includes a Santa visit, one family allowed in at a time. I love this. What about Santa, though? Will he be wearing a mask? Because you won't know him, will you? So you won't be able to hang around with him. No, I don't think he is. No. To be honest with you, I told you there was one place I know, which is a garden centre. They normally have Father Christmas, because it's quite lucrative. You bring somebody in, give them £100 a day for a pensioner to sit there and fall asleep. And the kids go, Father Christmas, Father Christmas. And so they're not having that. They're just having a couple of reindeer, real reindeer, proper reindeer. So you just say this is Rudolph and Donna or Blitzen or somebody like that. And the kids will be happy with that. But they're very few and far between. Very few. I've also picked pumpkin picking, Halloween trails and a lantern festival, which is lovely. I'm sure you'd love it. Lots of light-up models of animals and flowers. Very nice. See, I like things like that. I've just bought some more solar lights for the patio, which come with a spike, and these are LEDs, and they change colour. They're really nice. £20 a piece. I've got, what with those and the butterflies whizzing around all over the place. I tell you, I'm running a complete zoo up where I am, which is good. Steve, thank you for keeping me awake while I get to work. Donnie wants to know, any news on Tony Beak? Anton Dubek? No, none. At least he's not on television, as far as I know. If I knew that, I would actually tell you. So good luck with actually finding something, Lindsay. Let us know if it actually comes off, because I want to know that as well. Steve, great news on the extra hour on Sunday. I'm heading to work early today, so get to hear you for a little bit longer. So, yes, what do? You get the extra hour, which is good. Callum in Mansfield says, I've not had a drink for a month now. I used to drink at least 8 pints every night. Feel so much better for it. Well, you must have lost a load of weight. Because pints are quite fattening, aren't they? It's 8 pints every night. That seems like quite a lot. Steve, we used to have fish and chips as a kid in the 1960s on a Friday night. We were Church of England and we're Aussies. We looked forward to it, says Shane. Does that tie in? We were Church of England and we're Aussies. Does that tie in having... Mind you, you're talking about Fish Friday. See, we used to do the same. We'd have fish on a Friday. And I don't know why we did that. I suppose it was the end of the week and Mum didn't want to cook. So you go to the fish and chip shop and you get a piece of fish and 6 penn'orth of chips. So exciting. And it would all come wrapped up in sort of paper or newspaper or something like that. And you'd take it home. It had all gone soggy by that time. So we did it at Christmas once. We went to a few years back in Epping, and we had about 40 portions of fish and chips. You can imagine, can't you? 40 portions, trying to find out who had what. OK, who wanted double sausage in batter and chips? You know, I've got one haddock. OK, that's yours. That was without chips, but a gherkin. Can you imagine, is it? Oh, people have gherkins? Or pickled eggs. Oh, even more disgusting. LBC News 2, Donald Trump has been nominated for the Nobel Peace Prize. Oh, God. Dear me. Stranger things happen, don't they? Stranger things happen. 12 minutes to... No, it's not. 11 and a half minutes to 7. I do beg your pardon. Also, good riddance to the show that warped a generation of girls. This is the Kardashians, the most boring family you've ever seen under the entire sun. But it made them an absolute fortune. I mean, even the lesser-known members of the family walking away with, 20 or 30 million pounds. I mean, nothing like that will ever happen in this country because they don't know how to do it. Steve, if boats can't go under Hammersmith Bridge, are they cancelling the boat race for the foreseeable, says Bev. I don't know if the boat race goes anywhere near Hammersmith Bridge. I'm not sure. I can't remember, actually. But mind you, somebody said, what are they cancelling? What are they not cancelling? There's a whole raft of things. But Liz in New Cross says, I see an opportunity under Hammersmith Bridge. I can get a little boat and row people from one side to the other. I'll charge £2 each way. Sounds like a nice little way to make a living. Yes. To be honest with you, I think you better get it motorised. There's no point in rowing. You'd be exhausted after about 3 particular sessions. There goes Christmas, says the Daily Mail, always being the doom mongers. The draconian rule of 6 could last until March. I've told you, this is with us for a long time. Don't ever think, as I'm sure all those young people are thinking, it's never going to affect us. Believe you me, in Bolton, they're in lockdown at 10 o'clock at night. Can't be long before London follows. And then all of a sudden you'll be driving through London. It will be, as it was when we first started doing this, London becomes a ghost town. All the pubs will be closed, there'll be nothing. It still doesn't make any difference because these young people think that they're exempt from it and immune. They're not. The Sun, Boris in Bug Blitz. He's sweeping new curbs on social gatherings. There's no ho-ho this Christmas, which is quite good. Kim and Co changed the world, the ghastly Kardashian family. I mean, really. These people who just don't know how to live in the real world. There you go, it doesn't matter, does it? Listen, that's an American programme. Life's peachy for a Dutch model. I mean, she's 35. She's a bit old to be a Dutch model, aren't they? I mean, I thought models were supposed to be sort of 18, 19. Holly Willoughby gearing up for a legal battle with her old management agency in a bitter row over money. Because they want to take 15% from her future earnings, and she's saying you're not having it because she's now managing herself. Because somebody's obviously said to her, listen, you're earning a lot of money now, and, what with all the different contracts, why would you want to pay 15% out? Mind you, I don't like paying VAT, but, we have to do it. Oscar box ticking. Best film controversy. Because the best picture contenders have now got to meet strict diversity rules in a move which has divided Hollywood. It's got to be the criteria to be eligible for a best picture must include lead or significant supporting actor/actress from ethnic minority. At least 30% of smaller roles are from at least 2 of these groups: women, ethnic minority, LGBTQ and disabled. And the story is centred on one of the above groups. It's going to limit it, isn't it? At least 2 leadership roles in crew technical departments must be from underrepresented groups with at least 1 ethnic minority. At least 6 other key crew technical positions from these groups, and at least 30% of the crew is from these groups. Studio and or film company must have multiple in-house senior executives from unrepresented groups. So that they've kind of made it a bit difficult. So studios and distributors must have paid apprenticeships or internships for underrepresented groups, at least 1 ethnic minority, training or work opportunities for these groups in production, distribution and financing. So in fact, the film has got to have a supporting actor or actress from the ethnic minority, and also 30% of the smaller roles have either got to be women, ethnic minority, LGBTQ and disabled. Going to make films a bit samey, isn't it? I would have thought all the time. But anyway, Hollywood's reacted quite badly. Another reason to hope Donald Trump wins the US presidential election, says Rod Liddell. The Democrats warned that any trade deal with America could be harmed by Boris Johnson's negotiating strategy for Brexit. In particular, any changes to the rules affecting Northern Ireland. So there you go. You can read more of that in the papers today. Commentators, we did this one yesterday. Football commentators not allowed to use certain words in case it offends somebody. Cakewalk was top of the list. Nobody had the faintest idea what that meant. We thought it was a dance. And the word supposedly had its origins in a competitive dance performed by slaves. Winner got a cake. So what, says Rod Little? It's come to this, has it? Only people who yearn to be offended could take offence at the word cakewalk. When will this insanity end? He's quite right, actually. Cakewalk. Who'd have ever thought about it? Nobody. I mean, do you think they'll find... Of course, they're bound to find somebody on television, aren't they, who'll be complaining about that bitterly. It's absolutely disgusting. It should be taken off immediately. Daily Mirror, Strictly Caroline Quentin ain't the amateur you think she is. She dances. She spent a long time at ballet school. And so she's going on to Strictly. Has she mentioned it up until now? No. How did they find out? Somebody tipped them off. She was in a film in the 80s where she dances professionally. You know, she does the whole bit. She did ballet. I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Family Christmas gatherings, according to the front of the Daily Mirror, are at risk after experts warned COVID restrictions could last months as cases soar. And it's going to get... I mean, you know, a fine of £3,200 sounds wonderful, doesn't it? Will it be enforced? Probably not. The sort of people who go out there and have all these parties, and we've seen them on the television, throwing missiles at the police. You think they're going to be coughing up £3,200? I shouldn't think so. They'll be telling the police where to go, and the police will be arresting them, and then they'll go, but wait a minute, we can't get enough people into court at the moment for all the other things, let alone get them into prison. Cookie love, front page of the Daily Star today. I think it's just a woman eating cookies. And they found a wasp spider. I didn't even know such things existed, a wasp spider. Plus, there's something here. I must find out what it is very quickly, actually, if I can find the page in time. It says, Killer, I'll eat Nessie. It's a new beastie. It's a piranha. Has been found dead near Inverness in Scotland. Expert Chris Conroy said somebody's released these fish from an aquarium. The species are native to the warm climate of Central America and have no chance of surviving in the cold waters. This is the river that flows from Loch Ness. So because they come from warmer waters, these things die. So somebody's obviously had them, and then they've done it. Oh, look, Rio and Kate Ferdinand reveal they're expecting a baby. That's riveting, isn't it? And so they've got them here. And there seem to be a lot of people, but they're not socially distancing, which is a bit embarrassing, you know. Practice what you preach. Practice what you preach. 5 to 7 p.m, Christmas can still be saved. Yeah! Wasn't it the Grinch who saved Christmas? Was it the Grinch who saved Christmas? Or, yes, we think so. They don't know. I'm sort of mentioning Phil. We can confirm that, ladies and gentlemen. The Grinch saved Christmas. Revealed the PM's £100 billion gamble to avoid the second national lockdown, front page of The Guardian. How the pubs got called up in the culture wars, because I can see them closing down again, the pubs. If they've done a lockdown in Bolton, not exactly the millionaire's playground, is it, Bolton? They go, oh, let's go for a night out in Bolton. What for? Don't know. Is there a pub open? Not after 10. And I bet people they're now supposed to be taking names and addresses, but they were supposed to be doing that before. Really. Another one here. Thank you for the great review of the LBC schedule, says Paul. But what about the producer's schedules? I can't tell you on that. I'm sorry, I'm not allowed to. I'm forbidden. It's a secret. You want to know what the producer's doing? You know, whether we still have the Groovy Gang together? What do you mean, yeah? That's what you think. Don't sit there on a Thursday telling me yes. Just go, maybe. OK, we'll just do maybe. Maybe's always good. You know, it's good to have a turnaround, isn't it, as we say? Turn around, everyone. Crackdown on groups to last for 6 months. He's proving to be very unpopular, is Boris. But to be honest with you, how else do you propose we do this? How else? Sarah Carson. It's amazing how many people are now coming up and saying why I won't miss the Kardashians. I mean, who would? A ghastly family. Ghastly. They really are absolutely dreadful. No talent whatsoever. No talent. Race for the vaccine, said The Times. It's always been the race for the last 6 months. And what was the other one that I quite like? Oh, Joe Biden has ordered an advertising spree in an effort to reach Latino voters in Florida after polling indicated that Trump was pulling level in the States. And Tiffany is to sue LVMH after the French luxury group said it was abandoning a £16.6 billion takeover amid warnings about tariffs on US goods. So Tiffany was up for sale. I didn't even know Tiffany was up for sale. But there again, we don't know any of these things, do we? Why would you assume? Most people go into Tiffany to buy What do they go and buy? Is it a corkscrew? Well, they do upmarket jewellery, but people go in there to buy it, they get the little blue bag with Tiffany written on it, and you buy something cheap, like a pendant or something, something that's about the cheapest that they do, just so you get the whole... It's like being, sort of Joe Loves or Joe Malone candles. They always say, would you like them gift wrapped? And I say, it's not gift wrapping. It's what you've always done. That's what Joe Malone did. And that's where you buy your candles. They put them in a box with black tissue paper and a box of matches, and they're beautifully wrapped with a ribbon round and everything else. That's what they do normally. It's not gift wrapping. It's called This Is How We Do the Business, which is good. I've got to go. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, the Beckhams add Neighbours from Hell to their list of achievements. I love that story. Greg Wallace shares more riveting updates from his weight loss journey. A revolution underway in Albert Square. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd rather sit indoors with a cold glass of water with ice cubes in it. That's it. Because day 3 of not having a drink, which is I'm sleeping like a top. It's unbelievable. Mind you, I always I slept well before. I was very good at sleeping. Very, very good. Also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, the picture of Naga Manchetti. Obviously, some photographer had done a deal. Because that's how it works. You know how it works with the newspapers? A photographer, like Katie Price is, will go out with her, take pictures of her, and then they sell the pictures of the paper and they split the money. It's all a right little racket going on, but you just think it's casual. Every time you see a picture of Little Mix on the beach, that's a staged picture. You can't just go and take pictures of somebody on a beach unless it's a public beach. But you shouldn't be able to sort of publish them. But some people do. So it's all. I mean, I've lost track of how many Little Mix photos there are of sort of the group. And here they are sitting on the beach, posing like for all the world they were an attractive group. Whereas it must be the only group with 4 people who really aren't blessed with looks. The baffling rules this morning. Yoga, gym and protests are in. Joining pub tables together is out. OK, well, you try and work it out, because I haven't got the faintest idea. Students barred, a particular student from the Muséum d'Orsay, because her dress was too low cut. She was showing a little bit too much cleavage, which is sort of fine if you're a Love Island bimbo. But if you're somebody who's a student and you're going into the Muséum d'Orsay, then you don't have them on display. You don't have them on display. It's just not, you have to concentrate on these sort of things. Mind you, I should imagine most of the students there, they're way above this kind of thing. What was the other one? Oh, we've got a new face mask for you from Louis Vuitton. You'll love this one. This is aimed at people with more money than sense, because it's £750. To be honest with you, I had a few comments about that one as well. And check your legs. OK, have a look at your legs. Do you think they're thin? I was walking behind somebody down the street the other day, and it was a bloke, and he was wearing shorts. He had the worst legs I've ever seen. Sometimes you look at... These were all bowed, and he was only young. Because if you've got fat legs, that's good news. It more than halves the risk of high blood pressure. If you've got fat legs. Please, God, they get bigger by the end of the programme. That'd be quite... No, yours are just skinny, Corey. It doesn't really count for you. You honestly... This is a conversation for normal people in the real world, OK? Not people who stuff cookies down their face every 5 minutes. Yeah, one cookie. Yeah, well, already we can see the effects of the one cookie. Thank you very much indeed. Those hips. I mean, talk about a set of luggage. My goodness me, honestly. It's amazing. Because I did the blood sugars, and I registered just above a 4, which is actually quite low. So I was immediately able to have a cookie. And I haven't done it since, so I've got no idea whether it affects me or not, or whether we've sort of pushed it up a little. I think you could probably push it up a notch. We did that the other day. I had what did I have? Chocolate biscuit, which is normally quite quick for me. And that just pushed it up a notch to about 5.7, which is not bad. Yesterday, we got 7.2. Almost perfect. That's the programme. Steve Allen, practically perfect in every way. And anybody disagrees, we bar you. It's as simple as that. There's no point in sort of listening to people. I mean, I listened to some poor caller talking to Darren earlier on in the programme. I've never heard anybody so stupid in my entire life. I mean, talk about simpleton. God in heaven. And people like that vote. That's what's so worrying. They obviously think, I'm like really clever. And unfortunately, he was so dim. It was an entertainment, but not in a good way for him. Poor soul. It's going to be 30 degrees on Monday, says Colin. What would you do? Well, I'll probably slip my Speedos on and slip into a local pool or something like that. Do a few lengths and then a bit of backstroke, and then dive to the bottom of the pool to pick up a shilling, and then sort of try and avoid the bath to get back into the showers again. The one that stops you getting verrucas and stuff like that. Also, Shane says, I got another phone message saying the internet will be cut off and a sheriff will come round. You've not got cowboys out there, have you? Good Lord. He says, but I don't even have a computer. My friend John had exactly the same. They actually sent him one of those things, which is, we know what you've been watching on your computer. And we've kept copies of it. Well, of course, a lot of people do use their computers for accessing, let's call them adult content. And so John was tempted to write back to him and say, do your worst, I don't have a computer. They just target people, hoping that you're going to send them some money. Mainly crooks they are and perverts, but they don't get anything at all. Matthew says, and Stephen, the boys this morning, somebody's told me off the other week, it was so funny. I nearly wrote back and said, matron let you out for the day. They said, and the boys on your programme, they're not boys at all. They are to me. They are to me. They're never going to make it to adulthood. It's as simple as that. They remain at the same age. Even if I bump into them in 10 years, if I live 10 years, 10 years' time, they're still going to be Steve's boys, Steve's groovy gang, and it's okay. They don't age. It's like Goodbye Mr. Chips. They don't age. They said that, an insult. What, to you? Who cares? What's it got to do with you? Mind your own business. We're talking about you, not to you. God, you don't get this programme at all, do you? He's been on it long enough now. Still not getting there. He's now roped the family in. They're now trying to get the next-door neighbours to get a hot tub and a bar as well. It's turning into a right old chavvy neighbourhood where he lives. And bunting for the arrival. Yeah, welcome, Steve. I bet they charge. I bet on the front gate his mother will be sitting there behind a little cash box. So that's £1, Steve. Will he be using the hot tub as well as the facilities? Can I have a shower afterwards? Oh, showers is extra. We've got a meter in the bathroom, so that should be okay. Rent a towel. They did that on Four in a Bed the other day. The women, they had two, you get people who run bed and breakfast and they go round and sample everybody else's bed and breakfast. Some of them are filthy, disgusting places you wouldn't want to stay at all. Other people are quite nasty. And there was a couple of old bags on one of them. And this bloke they've never run a bed and breakfast, him and his wife, and it's on an estate which is owned by his wife's father, I think. And they've got, I think, about 4 bedrooms in the house, but they've also got yurts. And it's a case of in the woods, very, very near to the house, you've got a yurt. Unfortunately, there is no shower. You have to make your own shower. So you fill up a bag with hot water, and then you hang it in a tree, and you stand outside. Obviously, it's all sort of enclosed, and you pull the handle, and you get wet with the shower water. Also, you've got to walk a bit if you want to wee, because there's no toilet inside the yurt, which is quite big. It had everything in there. And these 2 old bags, God, did they complain about it. Well, I don't know. And the toilet's where? Well, it's just down here. Come on, enter into the spirit of it. But, oh no, they moaned like hell. Would you stay here again? No. I thought, thank God for that. I wouldn't want you staying there either if I had a yurt. And of course, then she said, well, of course, when you get to our age, and she's had 6 children, she said to this other woman, she said, you need to get up in the night and go to the toilet. You think, oh, blimey, honestly. But you're a whiz at Christmas, aren't you? Talking of Christmas, 12 miles to London and still no sign of Dick. Because that's what and also, have you thought about the other problem at Christmas? Have you thought about the major problem? Not just the fact that we can't have pantomimes. Hello? Snow White and the 6 dwarfs, where's that coming from? Which one do you have to drop? You cannot have 7 dwarfs. You can only have 6 dwarfs. I'd get rid of Happy because he's very irritating. Happy is about as irritating as that bloke who spoke to Darren earlier on. No, you get rid of it. She's her own independent person. And she seems fairly happy. It doesn't really count for her. Does not really count for Snow White. It only counts for the dwarfs because they're a group together. Okay, you get that now? Is that why you pushed the button? Yeah. Something else? What was the something else? You have to tell me. Yes, you have. You have to tell me. It was but she doesn't count as part of it. The 6 dwarfs are a group of people. Now, 7 dwarfs. Snow White is separate. It's Snow White and the 7 dwarfs. It's not Snow White with the 7 dwarfs. She's not a dwarf. At all. She's nowhere near that. She's much taller than they are, and she wants to be friendly with them because they sing. But if there's only 6 of them, you've got to make the decision, which dwarf do you get rid of? I think Grumpy's a good one to have. I'd get rid of Happy because he's just irritating. So do you know the names of all the dwarfs? Dozy, Dopey, okay. Sneezy. I mean, you wouldn't want him around, would you, in coronavirus? You know, every time you walk on stage, you go, and you go, oh my God, run for the hills, you know. And they'd all have to come on stage with masks on. You know, so that's it. Because you worry now, don't you? If somebody sneezes near you, you think, oh no. So there's not sleazy. That'd liven up a pantomime, wouldn't it? Sleazy, dopey, sneezy. Oh, I can't remember their names now. Doc. There was Doc. Was Doc one of the Seven Dwarfs? No, Doc wasn't a Seven Dwarf. Doc was in Peter Pan. Doc was in Peter Pan. I don't think Doc was one of the dwarfs. Don't think so. I mean, I might be wrong, but I doubt it, of course. So, you can't do it with only 6 of them. It just doesn't work. So here you go. You've got dopey, grumpy, bashful, sneezy, happy, sleepy. Oh, Doc. There is Doc. You're right. Big deal about it. So is that the 7? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We're missing one. And sleepy, Doc, happy, sneezy, bashful, grumpy, dopey. That's right, yeah. So you've got to lose one of them. But even it just doesn't make any sense. I did know a pantomime once because it's quite expensive to get dwarfs in. Because it's the only time of year that people want them for the pantomime. And the pantomime had run out of money. So they got three dwarfs, and they were never all on stage at the same time. So they would go off, change their hats and their tunics, and come on as another dwarf. They go, oh, look, here comes Dopey. And on come Dopey a minute ago, been happy. And when they did the thing, they always do a thing in it where they're pulling a rope. There's a big rope that goes across the stage in pantos, and the dwarves pull it, and as they disappear off the stage this side, they run round and then appear at the other end of the rope, coming on stage pretending, and there's a stagehand who's pulling. Sorry to ruin pantomime for you, but there is no transformation, there is no person called Snow White. Okay, it's all just... Because otherwise you'd have Father Christmas in pantomimes. They occur at Christmas. How many pantomimes have you been to where Father Christmas pops up and goes, ho, ho, ho? You don't see him, do you? He does not feature at all, and yet he has got elves. I mean, they did do a show. What was it called? It was to do with Christmas anyway, and it was lovely. And but it was all the elves that Father Christmas had, because they make the toys so that he can deliver them on Christmas Eve around the world. He has, and then you can track him. Have you ever tracked him on NORAD? NORAD, you can do that. It's really fantastic, actually. You can sort of check out and sort of find out exactly, you know, where Father Christmas is. Never anywhere near my house. Never near my house at all. You know, sometimes he'd sort of come quite close to it. You know, British Columbia or something like that. Anglesey was fairly popular, but never actually made it as far as... Mainly, I don't have a chimney. So, Santa's a complete nightmare. In and out of household, down the chimney. I mean, he must be sozzled by the time he's done the first 3, because you leave out a glass of whiskey, and then you leave a carrot out, for what reason I have no idea, and some biscuits. So Father Christmas drinks the whiskey at every household, but by household number 4, he must be throwing the presents on the lawn. I still like the programmes, though. I still love anything to do with Father Christmas and stuff like that, because I think it's particularly good. It's particularly exciting. But there might be a couple of pantos this year. There might be. It depends whether they can get sort of all the things, because they're getting ever nearer the time when they're supposed to be rehearsing. I mean, do you think they'll come on stage with masks on? I mean, I don't know how they're going to manage it. I really don't. It's this 6 people thing, isn't it, really? I mean, it's all right for Corey. He hasn't got 6 friends, so it doesn't make any difference for him. You know, he just invites around the one person he knows, and she lives with him anyway, so it doesn't make any difference. It's not exactly going to be a surprise unless she's going to dress up again on Christmas Eve. Oh, that was a night to remember, wasn't it? By Jove, I tell you. Still leave out a plate for me every night. That's what I like to hear. Well, as long as you're observing the fact that I am a registered diabetic. Thank you very much indeed. So, I don't know what are you leaving out for me? Fish fingers would be appreciated. I'd love some fish fingers. I might have fish fingers tonight, but I'm not sure if they're fattening. Because obviously what I'm eating at the moment, and again, all vegetables yesterday. All vegetables, and so I did... What did I do? I might do sweet corn with it too. I did all the sort of the root vegetables, as many as I could think of, with mushrooms and asparagus and tender stem broccoli. And then I put on a portion of prawns. And I went to Sandy's to get some garlic butter. He makes his own garlic butter in Sandy's, and it's herb butter, and it comes in little pots, 40 pence. And you just empty it into a frying pan with a bit of water, and then everything is infused with sort of... No, I don't normally eat garlic. Don't normally eat garlic, because there is that odd opportunity of a Friday where you might actually get a snog. I'm not saying it's sort of it's standard round my way, because nobody's snogging anymore, are they? And so I did that, and it was quite. Then I drained it off, so it infused, and then I added my special little secret ingredient, double cream. 3 spoonfuls of double cream, and it still didn't push the blood sugars up. You'd have thought actually it would. And I also had 2 yogurts, 2 little yogurt, Actimol or something, or Activia or some Actimel. Activia's yogurt. Yeah, they're only little. They're not as little as Petit Filou, which, to be honest with you, they can only feed a mushroom, can't they? They're not big enough to actually curb your enthusiasm for anything sweet. I had that, and then I got quite carried away. And I stood in the kitchen. I thought, gee, I fancied something else. And I stood there for a few more minutes, and I thought, I really do fancy something else. And so I had a porridge, which was quite good. It came with banana and apple. I say banana and apple. I assume they'd waved a banana over the top of it. And so I had that. You just put some hot water in and then stir it. And then I climbed into bed. And again, out for the count. I'm seriously, when I say out for the count, that's not the Count and Countess who live 3 doors down. This is just sort of out... You know, I mean, I don't last 5 minutes in bed. Somebody told me once. I'm one of those. You know, obviously, it's a gift, this programme. I tell you, I've had three cookies. I am cooking with gas. Sorry, we were having fun. I do beg your pardon. Unlike a radio programme, isn't it, nowadays? Steve, loving the show while sat on the M25 at Dartford, heading to France. Are you not lost? I mean, should you not be down at sort of Dover or something like that? Oh, I said, if you're going Dartford, does that mean you take the Channel Tunnel thing, which is quite a good idea, isn't it? I've never done it. My friend Jordan's up at the moment. I say up, won't be for too long. I've only just started getting used to doing emojis. When I send a message to somebody, I always stick an emoji on, and for some reason it's either thumbs up or a glass of champagne. I don't know why. I've looked at all the other ones and it's far too complicated, but the one that Jordan's just sent me is very funny. So he sent it 3 times. He's one of those sort of people, trigger happy with his fingers. Trigger happy. Apparently, it's gone. You can't have fish fingers as a snack. Well, if you can, you have to be careful. It should just be an occasional quick meal, because they're high in fat and carbohydrates due to the coating. So the rest of the plate should consist of a variety of vegetables, not a pile of chips. I'm sorry. A pile of vegetables with fish fingers. Oh, grow up, for goodness sake. I mean, the only thing that you could have with it, and they're not... you could have baked beans. Or, I wouldn't even have a tin of tomatoes, because they make your fish fingers all soggy. And once it goes soggy, mushy peas, don't be so common. We don't do mushy peas on this programme. We are Southern Jessies down here. We don't do mushy peas. That's something you have. Oh, do you want gravy or you get chips? No, thank you very much indeed. We don't want gravy. Don't be silly. Gravy you have with your Sunday lunch. You have a roast. Apparently that's the most popular thing to have in this country, is a Sunday roast. Who has it? Nobody. Families are never together because you want to watch television, and so you sit with it, a plate on your lap, and then you sort of go, ha, 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 lean backwards, and you've tipped half your lunch over your shorts, I should imagine. And but I haven't had a roast on a Sunday for ages, unless I go out with sort of family or something like that. That's the only time I would have a roast. And even then I just have roast beef. Yorkshire pudding. Oh, I could eat Yorkshire puddings till the cows come home. I love Yorkshire puddings. And then, I tell you what's my favourite, cauliflower cheese. But the trouble is, it's so fattening. It is so fat. I can literally adjust my blood sugars on cauliflower cheese. But today, Mr. Shah and my diabetic doctor will be very pleased with me, because we're not doing high numbers. When you think, less than a week ago, I was doing 20s on my blood sugar reading. 20s. Seriously, even I began to wonder whether or not I was long for this world. And in a space of 3 days, we managed to bring it down to 7s and 5s. I did a 9 few days ago. So, looking promising. But, and I've had to do an extra notch on the belt. My trousers could slip gracefully down because the weight is falling off me. Seriously, it's, So it's funny, it's falling off me, piling on Corey. It's the way it goes. It's in sympathy. The secret, to losing weight? Don't eat. Well, don't eat things with a lot of sugar in. Things with an awful lot of sugar in are not particularly good for you. So alcohol's got a lot of sugar in it. Doesn't really matter what it is. Fizzy drinks have got lots and lots of sugar in it. KFC has got lots of, sugars and things like that. And as I say, great without the coating, but that's the bit that we like, isn't it? Spud you like. Don't just eat the middle bit piled high with butter. Try and pick a filling that's going to be good, like chili con carne. But remember to eat the skin. The skin's the best bit on a baked potato. Better than the potato inside it. And a lot of people go, and so that we scrape it out, don't we? I've seen people scraping out. But what was I watching the other day? Rick Stein was doing a programme where he's gone to Italy and he goes to all different places. It's very entertaining, actually. Very entertaining, because he's so down to earth. He's so normal. Isn't Rick Stein the one who owns most of Padstow? Hasn't he got Padstow, I think, sewn up? He must have so many restaurants down there. Very clever, but yet so unassuming. So unassuming. 84850, Steve, porcini mushroom risotto cooked with butter and grilled tiger prawns. I don't do tiger prawns. Are they the ones which are the ones you pull apart? I don't like those ones at all. Are they king prawns or something like that? I don't like that. No, it's not. It's the whole thing. But you pull the tail off and then you eat the meat. No. It is tiger. Oh, is that tiger prawns? Definitely not for me. Let's have a look. Look, disgusting. Disgusting. God, they're enormous. They could kill you. Those things could eat you alive. Look at the size of them. You see, I can't eat that. I remember going to a Chinese restaurant once and I had a prawn cocktail, but it came with a tiger prawn hanging over the glass, like it was trying to eat my prawns. And they went, and so I left it. And the person I was with said, "You're not eating that?" And I went, "No." So they ate it. And they pulled it apart. You can cook them really quickly, though. A bit of garlic, I believe. Because I used to do a cookery thing on LBC years ago. We'd have a restaurant coming in, and they would cook for celebrity guests. And we had some celebrity guests in, and the restaurant turned up, but they'd completely missed the brief, which I think was given to them by Chris and Steve. And all they turned up with was a wok and some garlic butter and some prawns. And that was it, king prawns. That was all they did, because you can cook them very quickly. They're a bit like mussels. You can cook them, the moment they open, they're ready to eat. And they're all right, but a bit dull. And so we cooked all these prawns, and seafood is the one thing that can make you very, very ill if it's off. If it's off, you can be poisoned very fast. And unfortunately, both the guests got food poisoning because the prawns were off a little bit. It only takes them to be off a little bit, and it reacts very, very quickly. Because when we contact them and say, "Oh, thank you for coming in," and they went, "We were ill afterwards." Oh, God, I'm so sorry. So ever since then, we sort of put a block on anybody bringing in prawns and cooking them. So, but I like a nice stir-fry. I do like a stir-fry. Steve, at boarding school, we had fish fingers and baked beans most days for breakfast, and I turned out just fine, says John on Manly Beach. Yeah, so you say. So you say. Frozen garden peas. You know, I never do garden peas. You know why? They're the most irritating thing to eat. Because you've got to put a spoon in to eat garden peas. It's not like you're eating a piece of broccoli or a piece of mashed potato or something. Garden peas are fiddly. Sorry? Petit pois? No, Steve, I do beg your pardon. We met before? I do the programme here. I'm on every day of the week except Saturday. I've got a rest from Saturday. So for those of you tuning in tomorrow morning, hoping to hear the best of Steve Allen, you're listening to it now. Okay? This is what you would have been hearing tomorrow morning on the programme. So it's quite nice. But tomorrow morning you get Ian Payne. He'll be here between 4 and 7 tomorrow morning, taking your calls and doing, you know, I mean, it's going to be something different, but it's going to work really well. And then I'm here on Sunday morning between 4 and 7 when we race our way through the Sunday papers and try and find something that doesn't have the word coronavirus or, you know. Will Ian copy my act? What, having the best of Ian Payne? Oh, will he try and emulate? No, I don't think so, no. I don't think anybody can. Somebody said that to me years ago. They said, whenever somebody covers for you, do they have to do the same programme? And I said, well, listen, if only they could. But of course they can't. You know, I am not an easy act to follow. Most people, ask Dave O'Brien. He'll actually tell you that. Ask Eddie Mayer, ask anybody. You know, can anybody do what Steve Allen does? No, and they don't want to. It's as simple as that. Because they always say the same thing. And people write in, how do you keep talking for 3 hours? And I go, money. It's a simple case of that, because it's like if you actually stop talking for a minute, you start thinking, oh, but I've never been short of anything to talk about, thank goodness. Steve, you mentioned KFC, says Matthew. I bought a meal in there yesterday. Never again. Chicken full of bones. Well, that's what holds it up. That's what holds a chicken up. If you didn't have bones in a chicken, it would just be sort of flop. It'd be like a small carpet. I love piccalilli sandwiches. Oh, no. Piccalilli's that sort of yellow stuff which has got bits of cauliflower in and carrot, isn't it, or something else. It's got all sorts of bits in. My father used to like it. I've had it, but not for me. And somebody says, Steve, I love a fish finger sandwich. It's Andy, with tartar sauce made with a nice farmhouse sliced loaf. Oh. You make tartar sauce with a nice farmhouse sliced loaf, do you? I don't think you do. I think you have to make it a different way. And Lisa says, I don't sleep too well. And I woke up this morning. Well done you. Well done you. Thinking, oh gosh, what time it is. And I heard you. So I knew it was either after 4 listening to you going on about 7 dwarfs. Very funny. Birthday today, so if you can give me a shout out. Well, there you go. You can have a shout out, Lisa, for a birthday. It depends how old. Depends how old you are. Because there'll be loads of people. Because Noreen celebrated yesterday. She had a great tea with some dear friends at Sopwell House. They sat in an alcove with the open doors looking out onto the gardens. Don't you like that? I quite liked... Oh, God, don't break, haven't we? I get to trust every company. Welcome to Friday. Oh, breathe sigh of relief. Breathe sigh of relief. Most people looking forward to this weekend because, you know, as we sort of we thought out of COVID and things were getting better, we're all screwed again because now they've got 10 p.m. lockdown in Bolton. There's a very good chance it'll roll out over the country because otherwise we're going to be back with this thing with a vengeance. Already we've got, was it one of Mr. Rees-Mogg's children Jacob Rees-Mogg's children who they think has got COVID, and he's a child. So for all those people going, oh, we don't need to worry about COVID, we're children. Think on. They've already closed a few schools down because a couple of pupils have tested positive. So this is all people who think they're really clever. Unfortunately, they're not. I mean, there were 2 girls on my train yesterday going home, got on. They were probably about, I mean, I'm not very good with ages of kids nowadays, but they could have been, let's say 13, 14. No masks. Everybody else on the train, apart from a couple of people who obviously going to work on a building site, no masks on 2 of them. And these 2 girls get on. All the other school pupils on the train, masks on. And I felt like saying to them, but of course, you know, you probably get into trouble for interfering. Where are your masks? Do you know that you're free of COVID-19, do you? No, of course you don't. You're not intelligent enough. Really annoying. Jane says, forget all this fancy stuff. The dog has chicken and rice from a tin. You feed your dog chicken? Blimey, see, I don't think you should feed dogs chicken and stuff like that. I really don't. I think, and people feed dogs. Sometimes you see the most enormous dogs, people walking them down the road, and then the dog turns into the person who owns it. So if the person who owns it walks very slowly, the dog will walk very slowly. It just seems to follow on through, actually. Also, 19 years since 9/11. Can you believe it? 19 years. 80 years since the first week of the London Blitz. And 11th of September today would have been day 5. I was on air, 9/11. It was coming up to the end of my programme. And we had Alan Capper from New York, who was due to go on with Julia Somerville after me. But he phoned early and he said to the newsroom, put me through to the studio, put me on air. Something's going on. Put me on air. And so this was about 10 to 1, I think, something like that. So we put him on air and he said, listen, there's a plane that's just gone in to one of the Twin Towers. And so we went down that route of we didn't know what it was. We had no idea it was terrorist-based. We had no idea of anything at all. We just thought it could have been and when you watched it back on the television later on that day, everything appeared in slow motion. And yet this thing must be travelling at God knows how many hundreds of miles an hour into it. Of course, all the people in the tower must have seen it coming in. And, sorry? Yes, yeah, I could see everything that was going on. And then I finished, and Julia Somerville then picked up the baton and ran with it, and Alan stayed with her. And I'm going home in the car with my driver, Alan, and we're listening, and he goes, there's another plane coming round. And you could see it quite clearly, and I remember thinking, oh, my God. And by the time I got home, all hell had broken loose, because that's when they suddenly realised that this was a terrorist attack. And they then started doing it. You can only imagine what it must have been like, or not, as the case may be, to either be in one of the Twin Towers or to be a passenger on that plane. People were desperately trying to make phone calls off the plane, knowing that and it just went straight in. and it was burning away. And I remember looking at the images and the great pall of smoke, and then you had all those people who were trapped in the building. They couldn't get down the fire escapes because the whole place was ablaze. Imagine 1 minute you're sitting in an office, the next minute you've got half a plane's fuselage, which is in the same office. So all those people perished. And then there were the people who couldn't bear the idea of being burnt, so they were throwing themselves from the top of the building. And then, to cap it all, we're all watching and watching and watching. And then, like some explosion in a film, the entire towers just collapse. They just literally go down like it was a television programme made to show you how they brought towers down. It was absolutely shocking. And that was 19 years ago. 19 years ago. I mean, I can't believe it. I remember it so well. So well. And I think it's in the LBC archives. But it was just one of those things. You were there, and you thought, and I always remember it. You just remember it because if you were working on a news-based station, which was very much geared to bringing you the news, as indeed we are today, you remember these things. You know, we'll all remember that this year will go down as one of the worst years in living memory, where, you know, you look back 7 months and you think we were all doing really well. We're having a nice time, looking forward to Christmas, booking holidays, and then all of a sudden, an implosion. The whole thing just collapses, and people go, oh, that's all right. And then you go, sorry, how many people have died? 40,000, 45,000 people. People dead. Not just people who are not very well. It's not like getting a summer cold. These are people who died as a result of it, and the whole country went into meltdown. And they still don't know what to do. They have no idea. You know, so they went, I tell you what, you can open pubs up. You can go and protest. You can do all sorts of damage to things, like, unfortunately, Winston Churchill's statue in Parliament Square has been defaced again, this time by Extinction Rebellion. Because they're really intelligent, aren't they? Really intelligent. I tell you what, these people should be literally hauled into court, charged with defacing a public monument, and then thrown in prison. Let's not waste time with people. I was watching something the other day. It must have been one of those Interceptor programmes, which it's either that or can't pay, we're going to take it away. And this was a drug family in some part of the country, and it was 3 brothers. And they controlled the cocaine coming into the country. There was an Albanian warlord who was selling it to them. They were doing it, and they weren't working. Somebody should have twigged. They were driving flashy cars. They had thousands upon thousands upon thousands of pounds to spend. So when they raided the parents' house, because they had the money, it was all in bundles of like £100,000. It was just phenomenal. And the police did this huge raid, and they managed to get them all. And I think a total of over 100 years they went to prison for. And that's what we should do with people who deface part of our property. You know, people who go round to Parliament Square and deface statues and stuff like that. You pay for things like that. You know, we're not put on this earth to pander to your little needs. Thank you very much indeed. So I think all these people should be made to pay. I mean, I couldn't care less, as I said before, whether Extinction Rebellion want to superglue themselves together and stay there. You know, I think what we should do is take all their hands, put them all together, and then go, there you go home now on the tube. See how long you last. Because it's just ridiculous. Why should we, in London, and why don't they go and do it in Enfield? They won't do it in Enfield, will they? They have to do it round London. They have to do it in Birmingham. They have to do it in Manchester. All we want to do is go about our day-to-day business, go to work. I don't want to be hindered by some little person who's got some hidden agenda because Mumsy and Dadsy sent them to a really posh school. Because unfortunately, most of them are posh. And they think they're being really clever. Okay, you know, years ago it was ban the bomb. I can remember all those big demonstrations in Trafalgar Square. You don't get that nowadays. But that's what it was before. You know, it was almost akin to the Rivers of Blood by Enoch Powell. All those sort of things. But I think we've moved on a little bit. And if we want to get through this, we need to get rid of silly little people like Extinction Rebellion. Because it's not helping the situation at all. I don't want to have to go home one day and then all of a sudden to try and get over Waterloo Bridge, but I can't because there's loads of people there. So you have to walk over the bridge. At my stage of life, walking over that, I've never really liked it. I mean, it's like the other day, we were sitting in traffic on the Strand. I was sitting on the bus, minding my own business, counting people sitting on the streets. But there's a group that go round. You know, they leave a plastic bag outside people's tents with what looks like pot noodles in it. I saw a bloke doing it the other day because I thought, oh, it's a freebie. So I was about to hold my hand out thinking I was going to get some of these things. And it turned out he was stopping by because St Martin in the Fields down the road from here has become like Tent City now. There's at least 10 tents of people, you know, where they get the tents from, I've got no idea. And they don't do anything. They don't serve any useful purpose. But this bloke goes around and gives them gives them these little plastic bag things full of all these cup of soups and everything else. It's quite a clever idea, really. Where they're supposed to get hot water from, God alone knows. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Talking about pets and food, my cats are very fussy. Turn their noses up and walk if it's not considered good enough. Yes, absolutely. Yes. Cats are like that. But mind you, I used to hate it. I told you before that in the middle of winter, you have to open up a tin of Whisker's salmon or something like that, and the smell of salmon on a cold winter's morning, because we never had central heating, we weren't that rich, and the cat would look at it and go, I don't think so. And it would just walk away, and you think you'll eat it. So every day you turn it over, try and make it look more interesting. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Did you say we were no longer able to listen to the best of Steve Allen? No, it's changed on a Saturday morning. It was only a 2-hour repeat. That's all it was, but it just meant that the team had to sort of put it together and carefully craft it and lovingly put in the whoosh, things like that, the whooshes and the Steve Allen, get all the jingles and everything else, try and educate them into singing Steve Allen. That's do. And so you won't be getting that. You get Ian Payne. And so he'll be doing it, which is good. It's good to get him up at the early hours of the morning. It'll keep him busy, I tell you. Very much so. Steve, they also defaced Captain Cook statue at Hyde Park here in Sydney, says Shane. I think it's absolutely awful. I think it's terrible. I just don't think that people should go around defacing somebody else's property. It's like the Karens. The Karens that you find onto, the language. Vile, filthy people in America. There's some in this country as well, even more funny because they come over as a bit more stupid. People without masks are the one causing the increase in COVID, says Andy. Yes, in Spain, they haul you off the beach, as I told you the other day. They hauled this woman off the beach because she was positive. She tested positive for COVID, and she refused to put a mask on, so they dragged her off the beach in handcuffs, which they do it here. It's going to be very interesting, isn't it? How long do you think before we get the first arrest for the people who are having a party over the weekend, which extends into Monday? There's bound to be some really thick people out there. In theory, we should literally build a couple more prisons and just shove them in there. Leave them there. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Kevin says, I made a beef stew yesterday, my ultimate comfort food. I like it. Did you do it with, what do they call it? Dumplings. Beef stew and dumplings is nice. Yeah, that's a northern trick, isn't it? You like a dumpling. A bit of mashed potato, grated carrot. No, not grated carrot, sliced carrot, but only thin. Don't do big chunks of carrot, takes too long. Because with my vegetables yesterday, I had some little potatoes. I bought, they do a little tiny packet in Marks and Spencer's for sad people like me who couldn't eat a whole pack. So little tiny, which had about 6 little potatoes in it. I felt a bit, no, they were just all little new potatoes. I felt a bit guilty using the automatic till in case all of a sudden it started laughing at me. Ha, 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 can't afford to buy anything else, can you? Because you're a sad, lonely person. So I buy meals, family meals, because and that's the best way. And I've started buying cat and dog food. I don't want people to think I haven't got any pets. So I buy cat and dog food and a family meal, and they go, oh, you got friends round, things like that. Don't eat, I just store it up. Sometimes if there's a special offer on pussycat food, I'll sort of stockpile on that. Well, you have to, don't you? Because sometimes you cut the labels off and you get a free sort of bowl for tiddles, which I'm all in favour of doing. Morning, nice to have your company. So funny, actually. I was just explaining, actually, we had a presenter join LBC some years ago. Can't remember her name. And when she joined, we were sort of all invited in so we could meet, various people and they could meet us. And they said, oh, Steve, this is so-and-so. And I went, hello. And she went, hello. And I said, oh, have you got a cold? And she went, no. I thought, oh dear. I said, oh, you sound like that, do you normally? She was very odd, very peculiar, very peculiar. But it was this sort of, she sounded like she had flu, but she didn't have. Steve, you asked why we leave a carrot out with a glass of whiskey. It's for the reindeer, says Tony. Yes, I knew that. I didn't think it was for Father Christmas. I thought it was for the reindeer. But mind you, 1 carrot for the reindeer. How mean. Do you think Rudolph would be sharing? No. But you do that, don't you? And you leave a mince pie out. So that's why Father Christmas is fat. Because he eats mince pies and he drinks whiskey. How he ever gets back on the thing, I've got no idea. In the early years, did you and Clive Ball play tricks on each other or have friendly banter? I can't remember if we had... we always had friendly banter. Because Clive started, he was... Well, it's all well documented. He was on the LBC training scheme. So he was there, and he went through a process. He worked with Brian Hayes doing his phones. Then he ended up with a programme called Jellybone on a Saturday morning, which was a kids' programme. And we used to have the Jellybone jury. There were all sorts of people who used to pop in and do various things for him. It was very good, very good. And then he used to do a book review for me for overnights. So it'll be quite interesting. But then somebody said to me the other day, and Corey said he's grown a beard. I'll still know it's him, though. So it'll be a jingle, won't it, saying this is Clive Bull, I'm assuming. Call him now. It'll be quite interesting. What if he shrunk? Steve, you worked with my husband, Eddie, at Gunnersbury Fair with Dale, and there's mince pies in Morrison's. Don't tempt me to the mince pies. Actually, I bumped into somebody else the other day who said, I used to work with you in so-and-so, so-and-so. Steve, the kebab shop in Twickenham is amazing. Well, it must be the one round by the fish and chip shop, because the one up Heathrow's closed. It hasn't opened for ages and ages. Ages and ages. Also, wait a minute. I'm having a quick check here. Yeah, a lot of people talking about the London Blitz, because there can't be many people alive who remember the Blitz. You've probably seen footage, because you'd be having to sort of check on these things, wouldn't you? Andy is in Huddersfield this morning. Not the only place. Loads of places that I've not been to. I always quite fancied going to Huddersfield. I don't know why. I can't remember what it's famous for. And Steve, I remember watching the first plane hit the World Trade Center. When the second plane hit, my brain froze. A few seconds before I realised I was watching an attack. I had to explain to a 5-year-old why their TV programmes weren't on. Seems trivial, but we were now in a war for their futures, says Ian in Surbiton. It was... You remember certain things in your life. You know, for a lot of young people, they'll be remembering, 9/11 today, because they'll have to go back and check, but it will be obviously part of the history of this country. And then people will be talking about COVID and how much your life has changed, and how much all the things that we took for granted. I mean, to stand there in the morning waiting for the car or getting on the bus later on, it's a case of you see people with masks on all the time. Lots of people are doing it. The people who aren't doing it are the people who really don't care whether they get coronavirus or whether they infect you. They're selfish people. I'm not buying into the asthmatics, because somebody said to me the other day, there's a person who's an asthmatic, and they still put a mask on if they want to get on a bus. You can still breathe through these things. It's not that you can't breathe. I think people think you put them on and you can't breathe. But believe you me, not only can you breathe, but you can have a conversation on your telephone. You don't need to take the thing off, but it just really annoys me. But there you go, it doesn't matter. There's also a mum of 5 in the paper today. Now, whether or not the number 5 is an indicator of where this story's going, I've got no idea. What does she just buy? She spent £8,000 on talcum powder. Is this an addiction? Yes. You know why? She eats it. She eats talcum powder. Well, I've never heard of anybody in my life eat... I've heard of people eating odd things. Women, during pregnancy, sometimes have odd cravings. But I don't think talcum powder... £8,000 she spent on talcum powder. She's stockpiling talcum powder. How much does she get through? Amazing, isn't it? Matthew says, I love it when you go northern. I don't go northern. I do it because it makes it... It's a little bit of home for Corey. By Gumlad, go to foot of our stairs, get whip it out, go for walk. It's much gentler. It's like watching Hetty Wainthropp investigates and going, I love these northern dramas. They're great. They really are. And then I've got my own, very, very own northern drama next door. And here he is, ladies and gentlemen, I give you Corey Froggatt. Oh, aye. You've got a game for me. Oh, how lovely. You've got a game for me. Can we play Name That Old Presenter from decades ago? Yes, probably. No, she's voiceover girl. Wendy Lloyd. Yeah, voiceover. She did lots of... Oh, no, I can't remember what this one's name is. He's the doctor. He's a doc. We used to have lots of doctors on LBC, actually, and his name was Dr. Jules Eden. So I recognise him, it's just that I can't remember the names. No, I don't know that one. I did that before. That's Joanna Hall. I should know that. I apologise for not knowing that. Oh, well, that was it. 3. Well, I wasn't... not exactly the sort of game that's going to last a lifetime, is it? Yeah. Oh, so we're going to play a game now, Spot the Presenter. We've just got 3 pictures. You know, I mean, you're never going to fill 20 minutes on television, are you, with that one? It's just not going to last. They did that the other day. When they had the Ellen DeGeneres show, and she had a competition, and you've got to spot all the celebrities, and you've got 3 seconds, and if you get them all right, you get £100,000. And a woman got it yesterday. She got so excited. I remember thinking, wow, that is exciting. £100,000, that's a lot of money. Somebody to give you that. I mean, I got as excited the other week when I sort of got my £128 for the lottery, which was good. I mean, it should have been more. I mean, but I'm not bitter. I don't know how much it is tonight on the lottery. I don't know whether or not there's a huge jackpot. I suspect it's not. Katie Piper, you know Katie Piper? We love Katie Piper. She's going to join the presenter lineup on TV's Songs of Praise. See, how are they going to do Songs of Praise if we're all socially distancing? It's not going to be easy, is it? Because most people on those Songs of Praises, it's done in one church, but all the other churches from the area will descend on that one, because you never find a full church nowadays, unless it's Westminster Abbey, and even then I suspect there's quite a number of seats available. So what they do is bring in all these people, they print off a special thing for them, and it's a made-for-television programme. I love it. I think they're absolutely brilliant. So I'm glad that she's joining the lineup. The toddler hit by a cyclist who then fled the scene, but the papers are full of a picture of this woman because they caught her on camera phone, arguing about, you know, whatever. Bad news, Keith Lemon's programme is back, which is that dreadful Celebrity Juice, which is full of just really naff things. You know, he's wearing hats that don't suit him. The only person who suits hats is Boy George. Very few people can get away, and he's obviously got this milliner who makes hats for him and all the rest of it. He just looks like he's part of Ken Dodd's Diddy Men. It just looks ridiculous, and the programme's about as dreary as it comes. Steve, Christmas is now on the 8th of January. As Santa will have to quarantine for 14 days on entering the country. One here says, Steve, I was born in London. I remember the smog very well. My mum used to make a scarf mask for us to wear, and we used to lay in bed listening to the foghorns from the ships coming and going. And she says, by the way, I hear they're cutting your best of. Well, it's not cutting it, because you're listening probably to a bit of the best of from this week. So all you have to do is download this programme every day, and you get the best of, but you get longer. You get much longer. You get a 3-hour programme every day, cut down because we take out the news, the travel, and the advertisements, and then you just get the programme, and we're number one. Yay! He says, trying to get very excited about things. So look at it as not so much losing something as gaining a little bit extra. Okay, and we've still got the best of Steve Allen as well, which is very good indeed. Why do people filling up their vehicles in petrol stations think they're exempt from wearing a mask, Steve? I wish I knew. Listen, I mean, if you went up to every single person and said, excuse me, why are you not wearing a mask? You'd probably end up with a torrent of abuse. You know, and you think, well, you deserve to catch it because you're not making any effort at all. You've got to make an effort. Ridiculous. Sue in Bookham says, Marks and Spencer's Southern Fried Chicken, delicious, but 2 would have been better for 4 hungry people. Oh, see, I saw it was like a spatchcock chicken covered. It looked delicious, actually. Paul says, every morning I take Alex to school, 7 years old, and the playground is full with up to 100 people estimated, and it's only me that's wearing a mask. My friend died over COVID, died in hospital on his own. People just don't get it, and never will. No, they don't. They will when it's friends of theirs who start catching it. It just absolutely amazes me that people don't seem to bother about it, because you really should. You really should. I was 14, Steve, says Stuart, when Stuart McCracken again. When 9/11 happened, it still seems like yesterday. And it was 19 years ago, nearly 20 years ago. And still that memory is there, isn't it? Still that memory is there. But I remember all the horror stories. Remember there were stories about, the fireman working on it couldn't get a glass of water from a well-known coffee shop. Turned out to be a nasty little campaign on the internet to discredit the coffee shop. It was a blatant lie. People tell lies. I mean, the woman from this country, this is LBC. I'm going to cough, I'm afraid, because I think I've just had a blueberry, thinking I'll be healthy. And you know what it's like? You try and force something down, and then all of a sudden, get stuck in your throat. So you have to kind of suffer. Happy birthday to Brian De Palma and Julie Covington. Julie Covington, you might not remember. She's a singer. Excuse me. She was the one who recorded Don't Cry For Me, Argentina. And she had a big hit with it in the charts. Very big hit. And then she didn't get the gig. I think it went to Elaine Page. But Julie Covington, always loved her. Alan Minter, the boxer, has died at the age of 69. And I wonder whether or not there are fears for bees. Poor old bees, honestly, they get such a... Blimey. Can I get some water? Somebody get me some water. A tin of water would be quite nice. Sorry. These killer Asian hornets. One's been spotted in Hampshire, which means that it's bad news for bees, because bees, as I say, just sort of tootle around doing their best, you know, do some nectar, and we go here and we fly back to the hive, and then we make honey, and it's all rather wonderful. And along come the killer Asian hornets, and they, for some reason, they've just got it in for bees, because bees are protected. Do you know that? Wasps are not protected. You can kill a wasp's nest. You bring somebody in. But bees, they are protected. And they're very gentle. I've never been stung. I tell you, I have been stung by a bee once, I think. It was in my slipper, and I put my foot in. Obviously, the bee objected to it, so it stung me. Quite rightly so. My God, did my toes swell up. Oh, blimey. It was like a little pinprick. You know, if you do your blood sugars, you've got to sort of stick this thing in your finger. I did it earlier on. Corey had to look away. Don't know why. Ridiculous, isn't it? Merci bien. Thank you. God, it's cold, isn't it? Love a cold tin of... There's something about a cold... Oh, I can't open the blooming thing now. You've got a wasp in a can. I can't open it. Of course I can. I was sitting outside a restaurant about 2 years ago with a friend of mine, and a wasp came around. 2 wasps. And you know what they're like? Wasps sort of... And you think, it's gonna settle. And, of course, I'm paranoid, because I think I'm allergic to wasp stings. And what did it do? Landed on my plate and basically took out its knife and fork, a little neckerchief, and started tucking... Excuse me? Hello, you've not asked. There's no manners here whatsoever. And, of course, you don't want to brush it away, because that will antagonise it. I've seen the cartoons. You know, you don't want to do anything. Winnie the Pooh had a lot of problem with honey and stuff like that, when he put his hand in the jar and the bees all came after him and everything. But this sort of... It wouldn't go away. And it kept buzzing round, and you think, I'm going to have to swipe out at it, but I know if I do, it's going to attack me. So I didn't bother. Instead, I picked up my plate and walked inside the restaurant. I felt such a fool, because nobody else can see it apart from you, and you can hear it, but nobody else. They just say, "What's he doing?" Don't know. He's sort of ducking and diving as you're going into the restaurant. It was ridiculous. Steve, you are certainly right, and were certainly right. I use Tomerite around the base of a newly planted magnolia tree, and I've got beautiful blooms in September. Oh, Tomerite's the gift. Tomerite is the gift that keeps on giving. We have a poem for you. Can I just take a... Very nice, thank you. Now I'm going to cough again. I'm totally convinced there's glue halfway down your throat. And, oh, God, the water's cold. And, like a cold bath, isn't it? Something like that. Today's poem is by Christina Rossetti. And, for fans of Christina, you'll know this one, because it... This is going to be dreadful, isn't it? It's like having something... I had this a few years ago. You remember something was stuck in your throat, and you kept coughing. It was a bit tickly. This isn't tickly at all. It's just something stuck in my throat. Half my blueberry, I suspect. It was a particularly large blueberry. So Christina Rossetti has done a poem called "Who Has Seen the Wind?" Who's seen the wind? Neither I nor you. But when the leaves hang trembling, the wind is passing through. Who has seen the wind? Neither you nor I. But when the trees bow down their heads, the wind is passing by. Thank God it wasn't longer. And so thank you, Christina Rossetti, for that one. Do you know there must be thousands and millions of people throughout the world who write poetry? Mustn't there? Loads and loads of people. They all write poetry, hoping to get it published. Ian Dale was talking about his book the other day online and saying that he couldn't get a political site to review his book, which I thought was particularly odd, seeing as I thought he was way up there. But if you're coming along to Twickenham in October, 16th, is it? 16th? 18th? Can't remember. It's one of them. And sold out, of course, as indeed it would be. And I'm looking forward to going, because I've not been inside this theatre. I'm beginning to wonder if I can get a quick look at it before I actually get to appear on it. 18th. I don't even know if it's got a backstage area, or whether you just sort of walk on and it's just a space. I really don't know anything about it at all. I watched it being built, but it didn't really help, did it? Anyway, I love it. Was somebody else saying, why do footballers look old in middle age? They do, actually. They do look old in middle age. It's only because you're used to seeing them, you know, because everybody has picture taken all the time now. pictures taken all the time. And then when you finally see somebody, you go, oh, crikey, you've aged a bit. And you thought, of course they've aged a bit. Everybody ages a bit. You know, you look at sort of all sorts of people. Steve, could they play daily a little bit extra podcasts on Saturdays? Most people would have heard them. Well, that's available every day. And also, we then can't do the podcast and then play it out again. It would sort of defeat the object. So you'll have to podcast the podcast of the Little Bit Extra, Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra, of which you have one this morning, which is very nice, and you will enjoy it, as indeed you do. Somebody says here, my selfish neighbours have been smoking lots. My fat stinks of it. I actually don't. I think I have one neighbour who might smoke. But I don't. But, you know, you sometimes see people in flats standing outside the front door because obviously the lease says, do not smoke in the flat. Otherwise, you know, it's dangerous, very dangerous. Steve. So, no. Somebody else says, I love it when you go into Northern. Sean Bean and Steve Allen rolled into one. Nobody's ever equated Steve Allen to Sean Bean. I used to watch him. What was that programme he did? Where he was Sharp. That's right. Well, he played... What was he? What was he? I can't remember what he was. Was he a soldier or something? Or something, yeah. Something like that. We didn't know. It was just Sharp, which was his... I remember that one very well indeed. But I can't tell you anything about the stories. He's a soldier, yeah. In the Napoleonic Wars. How lovely. Sounds very nice, doesn't it? 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And somebody else talking about 9/11... It certainly was something that you never, ever forget. Never, ever forget. Really, quite amazing. Also, somebody said, don't mention my name. Another superb show. Thank you. We haven't actually had it yet, but it's a good idea, isn't it, really, to have a good show. Apparently, Christina Rossetti wrote the words to the Christmas Carol in the deep midwinter. You know the one that goes, in the deep midwinter, frosty will blow. Earth's as old as iron. Snow is falling, snow on snow, snow on snow. She wrote that, apparently. What a marvellous person she was, honestly. What a credit to the younger generation. I've yet to meet the person who wrote, Good King Wenceslas looked out on the feast of me, when the snow lay round about, deep and crispy. Brightly shone the moon that night. And then I used to get the line in the Christmas Carol service, yonder peasant, who is he? I don't know why I got that one. Where and what is dwelling? It was all a bit strange, actually. Poor old Good King Wenceslas. I mean, we don't know what was going on in his life. But I like all the carols. And luckily, if you're ever a guest in my car, which of course would be very unlikely, you better hear all the Christmas carols because they're on the CD players. I say players because I have two, and I'm obsessed with Christmas carols. I sing along in the car. If anybody's driving past my car and I'm going down the motorway, they'll be looking left thinking, what is he doing? I try and pretend I'm on the telephone. Makes it a lot easier. I saw a black cab going through Richmond yesterday. Do you know what he was doing? He was looking down and he drew level with me. He's holding his phone. A black cab driver. Naughty, naughty, naughty. That's instant dismissal. Smack on the wrist for that one, but be careful. I nearly got a picture. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Matthew says, do you think George O'Dowd would make great in conversation? George O'Dowd. Oh, George. He's already been on. Boy, George has been on. Goodness sake, honestly, Matt. He's been on ages ago. You're quite right. Matt says, in Stitches here, you're right, Keith Lemon does look ridiculous. It's these stupid hats. Obviously, somebody said, you should wear hats, because he's ginger and he's hardly got any hair. It's all sort of tied back in a ponytail. Not very good at all, is it, really? The Shetland Islands want to become independent from Scotland. 18 votes to 2. There's not exactly a great number of people who live up there, but they want to become independent. And tributes as the King of Cool, Ronald Bell, dies. He was from Kool and the Gang. He was 68. And apparently going to bed on an argument is bad for a good night's sleep. Going to bed on an argument. I was always told that when you go to bed at the end of the day, make sure that you've sorted out all your arguments and stuff like that. I have heard tell of couples who've never argued at all. never argued at all. They've actually, sort of just managed to get through their entire lives by just being nice. Just being nice. It's wonderful. 84850. Kevin, you're probably right. And one last blast of a glorious summer. Then I wonder if that's the indicator that we're going to go in for a really tough winter. Oh, but do you remember when I told you the other day that the Kardashian show was finishing? And I said, about time too. Talk about dragging something that was torturously boring out. Well, the reason that it was axed is because they wanted more money. Sheer greed, unfortunately. No talent, just sheer greed. So perhaps they can disappear completely and we don't have to worry about them. We have them here, but we're sort of hoping that they drop the Housewives of Cheshire. What a boring bunch of people. Dear God in heaven. Alan Sugar unleashes on just about everything. And Alistair Campbell, yes, that Alistair Campbell, talking about blaming himself for making his son an alcoholic. Must be part of a book because it features in 2 newspapers today. 2 newspapers. 5:15 is the time. What do we do at 5:15 every day? We get you to work quickly. I know you don't want to go, but we have a quick check on the road and the rain. You know Keith Lemon's a character, right? He's exactly the same. It's exactly the same, William. Exactly the same. I thought you'd understand that, actually. There is no difference between Keith Lemon and Lee Francis. Exactly the same person. Looks the same, behaves the same. He says, and here we go. He says, so what? Keith Francis is an annoying character that you don't like it. Is it doing anybody any harm? It's doing me harm, William, all right? Me harm. Mind your own business. Keep your nose out. All right? What's it got to do with you? He says, if you don't like it, you don't have to watch. I get paid for watching it. Nosy old baggage, honestly. Curtain twitcher. We know what you're like, William. What do they call you, mate? Oh, I can imagine what they call you. Christina Georgina Rossetti died in 1894, says Simon. Sorry. And so that means you don't... what difference it made when she died? She must have written in The Bleak Midwinter or the other one ages and ages ago. 84850, Steve at LBC. Ian the Skip says, could you give a shout out to Admin Dave? He's in a hospital bed this morning. Dear. Break a leg, Dave. No, that's why he's in hospital, I should imagine. When I was a kid in church, I'd replace the words to the chorus of O Come All Ye Faithful with O Come Let Us Ignore Him. That's not very nice, is it? I used to love the carol. I mean, I like carols all the year round. I only like the traditional things, though. It's like hymns. I don't mind a few of the modern ones, but I'm sorry, I'm a traditionalist. You know, I want to sing Onward Christians, or, you know, you had to emphasise everything when you were a little chorister, and I was a little chorister. Mainly because I looked absolutely cute as a button in a cassock and surplice. You know, I was good. Everybody looked cute in cassock and surplice. It was fantastic. I was the only one just wearing his pants underneath it, you know, just to make it more entertaining. But I used to love it. And you check on the hymn board when you were sitting there listening to the vicar droning on and doing his sermon, which was a good opportunity to break out the opal fruits, as far as I was concerned, and or a hard-boiled sweet. And you'd be checking the hymns to see which one was coming up, and you'd be you'd rehearse it in your mind. And there was only about 8 of us choristers, the lads, the little boys up to the age of about 11. And then there was sort of the next tier up, which was sort of, it went from 11 years old to about 90. And the ones behind us were sort of fairly old, so I could always hear them in my ear whilst I'm sort of singing my little heart out. I loved it. Absolutely loved it. There was something smelly about a church. It smelt of stone floors and pews and hassocks. Remember the hassocks? Do you have a hassock? Hassocks. That's what you used to kneel on. You couldn't kneel on the floor. I mean, you'd wear your trousers. It was hanging on a hook in front of you when you'd sit down. The cassock was what you wore. The hassock was the thing that you knelt on. I mean, sometimes if you'd had a really rough night, you'd be kneeling on somebody's cassock. And the surplice was the white bit that went over the top. So there'd be the cassock, which was the all-in-one blue, grey, or whatever colour it was. And then over the top would be that white thing. Sort of made you look a bit like an angel, in my case. And that was the surplice. We never had hats. Never wore hats. Mind you, it never rained in our church, so why should we bother? And you'd have to do the thing. And you'd walk down the aisle. We used to peer through the little door of the vestry to see how many people were in. Didn't make any difference to us at all, because you'd look at me and go, oh, it's Mrs. So-and-so, oh, she's in. And then we'd walk down, you know, immortal, invisible, God only wise, when light in excess. It's funny how you remember them, isn't it? After all the years, of going to church. And not that we were any way religious or anything like that. It was basically skiving out of school. You get off a little bit. They say, OK, all those in the choir, Stephen, off you go. You can all leave now. We'd run up the road, pick up our cassocks, get into the church. I used to want to play the bells. I used to want to ring the bells. And we had a box on the wall which had the ropes in there, about 6 ropes, and they were numbered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And you could play the hymns on the bells. It would go 6, 5, 2, 1, but you'd pull it towards you and it would ring the bells. You could play it was good. Sometimes you'd sort of deliberately mishear the number. And I thought that was brilliant. And if you got to be head chorister, you got to walk at the front of all the choir boys holding the crucifix, and you had a crucifix round your neck as well, which meant you were like double Christian. That was like really super. I loved it. And I went back to the church a little while ago. I didn't go inside. I had a look round it and in the little sort of graveyard. And it looks so small now. In the early days, it looked so big. But that's the trouble, isn't it? That's the trouble. Steve, what did you think about Kenny Everett as a presenter? Mad. Mad, mad, mad. Mad as a broomstick, but totally innovative. Kenny Everett was the one who launched Bohemian Rhapsody by Queen. He was the only one who broke with tradition. He broke with tradition, and he played it, and it was a 6-minute record. And nobody had ever played a 6-minute record on the radio. And he played it, and he liked it so much, he put the needle back to the beginning and played it again. I think he got into trouble for that. And when he was in Capital, yes. I think he was fired from Capital. I'm pretty certain. He was one of those sort of people who he just pushed the boat out. I never met him, but he was very innovative when in the days of having innovative presenters who could put jingles together, when he did Captain Kremen and all those sort of things. And you look back and you think he was way ahead of his time. He really was. He liked nothing better than sitting in a studio creating things. Shane says, I've got a curtain twitcher next door to me. Every time I come home, the curtain moves. Oh, dear. 84850. William, no, of course, again, out on a limb, aren't you, really? You are stupid, aren't you? Steve, I love everything about a church, though I'm not religious. Hymns are always the best bit. I always check the hymn numbers on the board. The moment I got there, the amount of hymns deep in the recesses of my brain is crazy. You remember that the moment you hear the music, you know the hymn. You know the hymn. You know which version they're using. Because sometimes you'd hear the music and think, I wonder which one we're doing. And then you'd hear it and you'd know. Steve, I mentioned to you whether the boat race was to be cancelled because of the closure of Hammersmith Bridge. Nick Ferrari must have been listening as he later asked Grant Shapps the same question, says Bev. Well, I mean, I didn't even think about boats going, because I didn't know where the boat race went. I just know it goes over Putney Bridge, under Putney Bridge. Can't go over it. Can you imagine if it went over it? That'd freak everybody out. But I couldn't remember where it went after that, so it obviously went under Hammersmith Bridge. But not going to be opening any time soon, is it? Steve, you said there's something smelly about a church. Probably the 90-year-old man standing behind you singing. Oh, I used to love it. I really did love it, actually. It's so funny when you look back on it. You sort of think, actually, you never appreciate the things that you've actually got at the time, do you, really? Another one here. Couples who never fight, Steve, have a serious problem. And Bill says, I first heard this morning's poem, The Wind, as a song sung by Yoko Ono on the B-side of the John Lennon hit single, Instant Karma. Really? Yoko, she couldn't sing for toffee, could she? I don't think she could, actually. Well, I don't remember her being singing at all. And Steve, after a stressful school drop-off, 3 of my children, I was driving my 2-year-old to nursery. There was a car on my side of the road heading straight for me. Moved over at the last minute, says Kavita. And as we passed, he was rolling a cigarette. You do see the oddest... I mean, we've all seen it. When you go down the motorway, there'll be somebody applying their makeup, or somebody on their phone holding it, or somebody... I've even seen somebody having a shave. But my favourite is somebody with a map. In the days when obviously people couldn't afford sat-navs, but they're so cheap, pick up a sat-nav for about 35 quid now. And they had it resting on the steering wheel as they were driving down the road. Terrible. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. We put everybody on this morning, except William, who's turned out to be a snowflake, which is, we really can't help. What was the church called? A church. Oh, what the name of it? I'm not telling you that. Oh, no. It'll become a place of pilgrimage. It will become a place of pilgrimage for Steve Allen fans. Steve, Catholics call surplices cotters, says Lorraine. Oh, right. I prefer surplus. I don't know why. Surplus just seems quite good. There'd always be... Whoever washed them, I've got no idea. No idea. Do you think X Factor will be on this year? Says Matthew. No. I mean, it's so funny. What did I watch the other day? Oh, it was, the Celebrity Master... what's it called? No, not Britain's Got Talent. The quiz with, Clarkson. No, it's not Mastermind. No, what does Clarkson do? Millionaire. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? And he walks out, and of course there's no audience in the studio, so they dub on applause, and it sounds ridiculous. Why don't they just ditch the programme? Go for something that doesn't need a programme of audience people sitting there. And so he comes out and he has to pause. I always say pause, and then they can insert applause and stuff like that. Bit disappointing, really. That's why. Of course, I can't wait to see Celebrity Juice with no audience. That'll be hilarious. Steve, what about a mass Christmas doorstep carol sing-along? Sort of like a clap for carers, says Louisa. That's a good idea. Steve, remember God sees everything, but neighbours miss nothing. But it's not spying if you're holding a duster, says Simon. Steve, I was the first person to install trampolines in musicians' tour buses. Now everybody's jumping on the bandwagon. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. It's an old one, isn't it? We do get old ones, actually. We get quite a lot, actually. 3 days after 9/11, says Connie, the attack, my son and I went to the American Embassy and paid our respects. That was a day I'll never forget. Very moved me. Very moved. A lot of people were there. Yes, it was been quite a few years, actually. When you think 19 years, I mean, I can't believe it's 19 years. 19 years. Amazing. Other stories which we are running with on the programme today. I mean, luckily, all the papers are doing super tributes to Dame Diana Rigg. Died at 82. She had cancer. I think her family have said she died with her family with her yesterday morning, I think. And they said we spent a nice time reminiscing on some of her films and stuff like that. I mean, she left behind a fabulous legacy. Fabulous legacy. If you've never seen her in The Avengers, I mean, I loved all the women in The Avengers. All the women in The Avengers. I absolutely love them. Britain's Got Talent judge Alicia Dixon told racist trolls, kiss my black, another word for bottom, after they targeted Ashley Banjo. This is after the Black Lives Matter routine. 10,000 complaints now. About 10,500 complaints, which it's sort of built. And I've said time and time again, you know, I don't have any problem with what they did because it was important to them, but I don't think a programme like that should be doing political statements. I think that's about the most that they've had. I think the only other thing, which do you think was the other thing complained about the most on the television to Ofcom? The most, not Good Morning Britain, no. It's a person who was complained about. So they actually got about 10,500 complaints saying that what they did was wrong and they shouldn't have viewed a TV programme. But there's another... Sorry? Emily Maitlis? No. Oh, you mean the Prince Andrew interview? Or just Emily Maitlis? No, it's not. Believe it or not, it goes back to 2018, and this was little liar Roxanne Pallett, who tried to bring down Ryan Thomas by lying through her teeth. She has history. That picked up nearly 26,000 complaints. People were so horrified, and she's not pleasant. Really, she could have destroyed him. Luckily, everything is recorded. Everything was recorded on of course, because it's a television programme, so they were able to see that she was a liar. Absolutely terrible. Steve. I quite like the idea about a mass Christmas doorstep carol sing-along. I mean, what about carols for Christmas? I mean, are they going to be having things like that? Or will they have to show... Because now they put up a sign, don't they, saying this programme was recorded before we went into lockdown. Well, just keep showing those. Much easier, as opposed to making it look a bit ridiculous with sort of fake clapping and laughter and woo kind of stuff. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Friday, 26 minutes to 6. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7, when Nick Ferrari will be here with the Friday offering for breakfast on LBC. Other stories. Poisoned Putin rival. This is Navalny, now able to speak. They've got... I mean, you seriously can't believe all this stuff. It is like James Bond, isn't it? Although James Bond just happily got out a gun and went bang. And then also, he had little things built into his watch. I was watching a programme the other day where Sean Connery attempted to dance. It was the most pitiful thing I've ever seen. But it was his best toupee to date. I think on Her Majesty's Secret Service. And he was sort of attempting to dance in a ballroom scene, and it was some bloke who'd got, a super-looking wife, very rich but very ugly. It was a bit like Aristotle Onassis, terribly, terribly ugly little man, but filthy rich, and did very, very well. A silence was held yesterday for the first carriage as it was recovered from the site of the Stonehaven train crash. They've only just done that. They've only just recovered the carriage now. And also, Games Workshop was one of the few retail winners during the lockdown as it fuelled a surge in sales. Bored gamers bought more of the shop's figurines, boosting quarterly profits to 45 million, which is not bad. And we found thousands of artefacts. This is in Grantham, in Lincolnshire. And I'm trying to think is Grantham famous for Margaret Thatcher? It is, isn't it? She was born there, that's what I thought. But they found loads of artefacts dating back almost 2,000 years at the site of a relief road being built through a market town. The hoard of ancient objects includes pottery, animal bones, human remains, an iron sickle, a copper spoon, brooches, almost 400 Roman coins, and well-preserved stone buildings. Good Lord. Several exceptionally well-preserved Roman buildings were also uncovered, as well as a grave containing the remains of several adults and 8 newborn babies who died in the 2nd or 3rd centuries. Councillor Richard Davis of Lincolnshire County Council said, "It's truly amazing when you stop and think about what's underneath the ground below your feet." Imagine, as opposed to floating around in the air, Councillor. Yes, it is amazing what's down there. It's like London. There must be loads of stuff we haven't recovered. Loads of stuff. But that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? That's what makes it London. Britain's biggest grocer, Tesco, I told you this, they're test trialling deliveries by drone. Oh, it's going to work. I've got no idea. But Tesco are trying to get ahead of the internet giant Amazon. We're still trying to work out their tax bills, I think. Also, 2 little boys who sell lemonade for charity have had a surprise donation from Angelina Jolie. Best pals Ayan Musa and Mikhail Ishak, both 6, have raised thousands selling lemon for Yemen, and were delighted, bless their hearts, when the actress added a very generous donation. She sent a note saying, "Thank you for what you're doing to help children in Yemen. I'm sorry I'm not able to buy a lemonade for you, but I'd still like to make a donation to your stand." So, it's Ayan's dad, Shaquille from Redbridge, says, "I'm so proud our kids have got heart." Isn't that good? They've got lemons and they make lemonade. Bless their hearts. Honestly, I love it when kids do something like that, because they don't realise. They just do it because it's a bit of fun and they can sort of mess about, as we all did. We used to buy lemonade powder in the sweetie shop, and all it was just lemon and sugar. That was bore no resemblance to lemonade at all, but still a very clever thing. Very clever thing. Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Ian Highland, he gives it 4 stars. He says, "If Jeremy Clarkson wasn't making such a brilliant fist of filling Chris Tarrant's shoes, I'd probably still be fuming now." You see, I mean, nobody did it better than Chris Tarrant, but that's what I said the other day. And he says, "When the jackpot winner scoops the final big money in tonight's show, I'm betting Clarkson will generally be pleased as punch." Yes, I mean, to get a £1 million is very nice, isn't it? Very nice. I mean, you wouldn't turn that down, would you, at all? Also, The Sun this morning. Avenger Bond girl legend. Yes, she's lovely. There's something lovely. And prison inmates are being taught to swear at guards using Shakespearean insults. I suppose because it doesn't sound as bad as if you're using the real words. But you hear bad language everywhere. On some of the Karens, the shouting of the obscenities. You really just want to go aim a little zapper at them, and they vanish like something off Star Trek in front of your eyes. Holiday Brits in Portugal are facing a race to get home after it was booted off the quarantine exemption list. But Sweden, which has never been in lockdown, has now been deemed safe. Those returning from Portugal must self-isolate for 14 days if they're not back in the UK by 4 a.m. tomorrow morning. So just when Ian starts tomorrow morning, if you're not back by that time, which I think is going to be unlikely unless you're getting on a plane now. I mean, you've got a few hours to go, but otherwise you've got to self-isolate. Got to go down there and go into quarantine. Captain Tom Moore, Sir Tom Moore, good Lord, yesterday took the salute from 300 teens graduating from Army College. The 100-year-old war hero told rookies, as they ended training, "The world's an oyster and yours to go and open." Good for him. He was made an honorary colonel of the college in Harrogate. I mean, he raised £32 million. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, he gets everything he wants. Nothing is held back from him. Tom, whatever you want, ask. And you actually sort of take it. You must absolutely do that. Also, a retired science teacher flunked Who Wants to Be a Millionaire chance by bungling a chemistry question. And she's a retired science teacher. Pat Lucas was asked for £4,000. A skull and crossbones on a yellow background indicates a material is what? Stumped Pat was presented with 4 options. A, toxic. B, corrosive. C, hazardous to the environment. And D, flammable. She told Jeremy Clarkson, I see a lot of this symbol. You'd think I would have paid more attention to it. She used to teach in Lincolnshire. She used her 50-50 lifeline, leaving choices A and C, so it was either toxic or hazardous to the environment. Now, I'm suspecting it's hazardous to the environment. When she opted for hazardous, instead, oh no, it was toxic, Clarkson told her, well, you should have got that right, but I'm sorry you didn't. It's a long way to come for £1,000, but you had a nice minute or two in the chair, and Pap says, I'm going to get a lot of stick this time. She was right. Ex-pupil Melissa Poole wrote, she taught me physics. No way. She didn't know. But then you see, if you're on television, there is the pressure of television, the lights, Jeremy Clarkson, cameras moving around, things that you see out of the corner of your eye. Think, what's going on there? Don't try and look frightened. Fantastic. Grantham's almost famous for Sir Isaac Newton, says Anthony, who's in Grantham. Isn't that brilliant? We've actually got somebody listening in Grantham at the moment. Steve, all this religious talk this morning got me pondering and would like your input. Did Noah include termites on the ark? Because he took every animal, didn't he? That would be so funny. See, they don't think about that in the Bible. They don't write about it. Mind you, do you remember when they thought they'd found the ark, and they'd found it on the top of a mountain in Turkey, which I thought was the most hilarious thing ever. I thought, what? It's still around? No, it's in real life. Historians had said we found the ark, Noah's Ark. It's on top of this building. Then there was another program that thought they'd found the Ark of the Covenant. Is that near the top of Mount Ararat in Turkey? Explorer claims to have found Noah's Ark. I'm never wrong. It's uncanny, isn't it? I'm so sorry. It must be very infuriating. And they said the quest was dead in the water. Was it a stunt? Whatever it is, people rushed to the area. They wanted to see if there really was Noah's Ark. I mean, it's not going to be, they're not going to get to it and go, and the door opens and go, yes? I'm sorry, are you Noah? I am indeed, yes. Is this your ark? Bloody hell, we've got a picture of the ark. Noah, would you like an interview? Noah? There's a little pile of dust on the floor. Noah? Where are you? But termites, that could be so funny. You've got to watch EastEnders now, Steve. Callum and Ben are unreal actors. I haven't seen EastEnders for a long time. Not since Barbara left, really. I just see the trails, which is not good enough. Steve got off a TUI flight, Bodrum to Gatwick. 5 people escorted from the plane, says James, for refusing to wear masks on board. You do get, unfortunately, you do get them. I suppose it would be easy to turn round and say, well, they must be asthmatic. But, if that's... Didn't they put a kid off a flight and the father complained? It turned out he was lying because he said, oh, my child's only 18 months old. They went, no, not that one, the 3-year-old who was told to wear a mask. And so they actually cancelled the flight. They'd all got on. This kiddie refused to put on a mask. And so they terminated the flight. I think it was an Air Canada flight. Whatever it was, they weren't taking off. And I've seen loads of people, having breakdowns on aeroplanes. Terrible, really. What have we got here? Can we really embrace the joy of 6? One columnist today, writing in The Sun. Plus Extinction Rebellion. And Pope Francis. Do you know the Pope wants to ban gossip? The Pope has said, head of the Catholic Church, of course, he implored his followers, please, brothers and sisters, let's try to not gossip. Gossip is a plague worse than COVID. I gossip all the time. Gossip all the time. I don't think it's worse than COVID. I mean, what can be worse than COVID? We're obviously having sort of, an incurable illness. But I wonder if that call would have anything to do with the fact that such gossip about despicable child sex abuse amongst the Catholic Church ended up resulting in the exposure of a series of devastating scandals. Surely not, says this columnist. one of those things, isn't it? All sorts of things going on, mainly within churches, isn't it? It's all different in my day. Completely different. Also, there's a driver. I'll have to tell you in a moment. This one is very interesting. He got a ticket. Unfortunately, he was out of his car at the time. He was in an ambulance having a heart attack next to it while he was being given a ticket. I mean, you shouldn't laugh. It's not funny at all, is it? But he was furious. Absolutely furious. He was stopped in a car park and was taken into the ambulance for tests. When he stepped outside to tell him he was being taken to hospital, he saw the fixed penalty notice. He said there's no way they couldn't see the ambulance. It was parked across the vehicle. Yeah, but they didn't know that you were in it. They're not psychic. They go, the person's not here. Oh, there's an ambulance here. He must be in that. You know, it doesn't work like that. They had no idea. So he's not had a heart attack. He may appeal the fine. So he's already gone to the newspapers before he's even started whether to appeal it. I don't know. Yeah, speaking of traffic, you know where we go now? Back with her again. Check on the road and the rail at Just. I trust you are well this morning. So there's this poor man with the parking ticket. So he was suffering arm pain. He was told to pull over by the NHS and not to leave until medics stopped him. Because that's what you have to do. If you start getting these sort of pains, you call. So he calls the ambulance. He goes out of his car, gets in the ambulance to be checked over, and the traffic warden comes along, gives him a ticket because the car's parked there. A little bit embarrassing. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm assuming that whoever the car park is run by or whichever council it is, they will let that go, I think. They have to. I mean, listen, if he's having a heart attack, I mean, come on. Or he thought he was. I mean, as it turned out, actually, of course, it turned out he wasn't. But at least he checked. What have we got here? Somebody called Mabel. Obviously, Mabel's got an insecurity complex going on. I have no idea who she is. And but she wears sort of odd clothes with her boobs hanging out. And Steps are set to bank big money for their upcoming comeback album and tour. But Ian H. Watkins, the irritating one, is pocketing a small fortune. Apparently, he made £2,000 in the first 3 days alone of charging for celebrity video messages. He charges £41.50, and he's been overwhelmed. A source said H's focus is obviously being back in Steps, and he's released. This will be a great earner. £2,000 for a couple of hours' work is amazing. So he's chuffed there's been so much demand. It's easy money, and if it makes him happy too, then it's good for everyone. Dear. I don't think I'd ever want a video message from H of Steps. What would you ask him to say? No idea. What's this one here? Oh, this is burly thieves have made off with a King Kong, an 11-stone plastic gorilla. I mean, who in series would sort of steal... It's come from Cornwall. You know, I mean, and this bloke's had to appeal. I mean, who in their right mind would pinch something like that? They'd have to have a truck. You couldn't walk down the road with it. Somebody would notice you. Alan Sugar unleashes on everything. On Piers Morgan, he's gone absolutely mad, talking this twaddle, but all he's interested in is his own popularity. Yeah, seems fair enough. On the virus crisis, if you stick to the rules, which I and my family have done, you'll be okay. On Boris, I'm not going to have a go at him. If I was in charge, I'd have done nothing different. On Trump, he's completely and utterly lost the plot. We're far more serious over here. And on The Apprentice, Karina's business is going to be like Greg's son. Amazon can't murder a banker. See, the trouble is you want these things and then it doesn't turn out like that at all, is it? On the licence fee, he says it's the best value in Britain. 12 quid a month. I'll always support the BBC 100%. Well, you have to. You've got a programme on the BBC. I mean, if you start dissing them, I should imagine they'll drop your programme. And you need the oxygen of publicity. You know, in the same way that Piers needs the oxygen of publicity, in the same way that, you know, we all need the oxygen of publicity. That's what you survive on. If you're not sort of getting publicity, you're not generating, and you need to generate. Mabel is Nana Cherry's daughter. Thank you. I learn something new every day. And if LBC insisted you had an in-conversation with either Katie Price, Victoria Beckham or Kerry Katona, who would you opt for? Well, I've already done Victoria Beckham, so I'd probably do her again, I would think. I wouldn't be interested in Kerry Katona. She was a bit They were so desperate on Loose Women the other day. They had her and her little boyfriend as a guest. It was so dreary. So dreary. And Katie Price? No, thank you. Absolutely not. Steve, apparently Noah forgot to take the unicorn, which is why they no longer exist. Oh. Noah didn't take any fish. Well, there was probably loads of things he didn't take. I mean, you know, there must be loads of grass snakes and adders and stuff like that. He didn't take everything. Butterfly. Anybody see any butterflies in there? Yeah, and what? He was... Yes. They're right, are they? Oh, OK, fine. What's he on about? Oh, fish in a flood, yeah. Yeah, but we never got as far as the flood, did we? I mean, are you going by the programme? Have you seen the film of Noah? Some bloke who turns into Noah. He sort of grows the beard, and they start building this ark, and then all of a sudden this huge wave comes in, and he's going, oh my God, he was right. He is Noah. And he puts all the animals... You never seen it? Called what? Heaven Almighty. Heaven Almighty. It might be, I don't know. All I know is it was about Noah, which was, it was quite nice. It was a little bit far-fetched, of course, as most of these things are, but I don't mind a far-fetched storyline. That's him. There you go. Heaven Almighty. What a funny name for a film. And when you think they're all working with nothing at all, but they I liked it, actually, in part. I thought the title was a bit silly. But I like the idea of having a huge... I quite like... A friend of mine lives on a boat at the moment. He's decided to sort of... He bought this cheap boat, which he sort of, saved an awful... In fact, paid like £1,000 or something, which is cheaper than paying rent. And so he's actually sort of got a boat now, which he lives on. He's quite happy. He's got... Where? On the water. Yeah, best place to put it. He wanted to use Chiswick Roundabout, but they weren't wild about the idea. And, see, my fluttering butterflies don't work. It says push in tight. I could only get the metal in. Is the plastic supposed to be pushed in? Oh, Jackie, I don't know which ones you've got. There's quite a few different types. But, no, the plastic's pushed in. Well, it's got a little dome shape, and you just push it onto the little bit that's sticking out. And that's it, because that's the bit that spins round. It should work all right. Take it back to where you bought it from and get them to swap it for another one. That's what you can do, which is probably a lot easier. What's this one here? Oh, this is a trapped cat survived 2 months in a shipping container by eating spiders and licking condensation off the walls. Monty lost 2/3 of his weight after getting stuck inside the steel box at an industrial yard. It was eventually opened when the Moggy's cries were heard. Oh, dear. Eating spider... I suppose you'd be that high. But mind you have to eat a lot of spiders, wouldn't you? To actually get some sort of nourishment. When the spiders are tiny little things. You're not going to get much out of it. You can't make a sandwich out of 2 spiders, can you? There's got to be a lot more. And licking the condensation off the wall. Why would there be condensation? Don't like that idea. Very worried. Very worried. A toddler was hit and dragged along by a cyclist, who then allegedly tried to flee the scene. 16-month-old Freya Clancy was walking on a park path with mum, Victoria, when a woman on the bike struck her head-on. Victoria said the cyclist was furious at her. She said this woman came flying out of the gate, doing about 15 miles an hour. Her front wheel hit Freya's face head-on. Her arm got dragged in the spoke, so she was dragged along the ground. The woman was on top of my child. I had to push her off and kept shouting. I'd assaulted her. She then rode off. Footage shows the woman, here she is, she's clearly identified, in Victoria Park, arguing with a resident who challenged her. She then tells an off-duty police officer who intervenes and said the kid runs right in front of my path. Well, here she is. She's in the papers. You're going to be delighted, dear. You're page 33, by the way, today. Top right-hand corner. And have you ever heard of people with unusual eating habits? I've never heard about somebody eating talcum powder. She got the craving, this Lisa Anderson, 15 years ago whilst pregnant with her youngest child. She suffers depression and anxiety. She kept it a secret. She was spending 10 quid a week on talcum powder. She's unemployed. She may have Pica syndrome and urge to eat non-food items. Right. So she finally confided in her ex-partner, and she's now getting professional help. Imagine eating talcum powder. I mean, what do you eat it with? Do you spread it on bread or something like that? It's very odd, isn't it? I'm more worried about the fact she's unemployed. I think she should get a job. Stop eating the talcum powder. Make it much easier. Steve, back to work, says Paul from Deal in Kent, since furlough, 17th of March. Strange listening to you back in the car on my commute. Loads of people commuting. Talking of snakes, says Matt, I've seen a couple in Bushy Park. I should imagine there's more than a couple in Bushy Park. There'll be loads of snakes, adders and grass snakes, things like that. I don't like snakes. I'm not a big snake fan. I mean, I couldn't tell the difference really, of sort of, if somebody showed me some snakes and they go, so which one do you think you'd be safe holding? I'd have to go, none of them, I'm afraid. I couldn't tell an adder from a grass snake. If it goes wiggle, 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 and it looks at you and you think, oh my God, fathers. It's like foxes in the morning. I like to make a lot of noise coming out of the place. So just in case there's a fox, because I've been around the corner before and all of a sudden a fox confronts you. And they're not scared. They almost advance on you. It's a case of, go on, bring it on. Bring it on. I'm going, leave me alone. Leave me alone. I'm just a poor human. And they go, I'm a fox. Okay? Push your luck, pal. Oh, I don't like foxes either. They're very worrying. Steve, I assume that Noah missed out on the woodpeckers as well. Set sail, Mrs. Noah. Oh, where have the sails gone? Says Kevin the milkman. Yeah, that's enough. I don't like that. Producer didn't go for that one, Kev. I like the idea of termites, though. Have you ever seen termites? They demolish anything with wood. You see chairs with little holes in. That's termites. They eat wood. You think they could? I mean, I know other people that eat wood as well, and those we don't talk about on the programme either. But imagine you have to buy these, and then you have to sort of dip the chairs in all sorts of things. I love it. And Steve, there's a man that lives on a boat just off the M25. You can see that there's loads of people who live on boats. Look, I think Buster Bloodvessel used to live on a boat round Hayes. I'm pretty certain. As you know, I'm never wrong. I don't like to sort of, embarrass everybody. And also, the first all-star lineup for a social media challenge. The Circle gave us a sprinkling of stardust last year, but its celebrity version will spoil us. So, Channel 4 has signed up. Here we go. Denise Van Outen, Emma Willis, Nadia Sawalha, Saffron Barker, Charlotte Crosby, and if that wasn't enough, Bag of Chips, who's a drag queen, Zoe Ball's son Woody took part, I think, in the last celebrity version, Richard Madeley, who presumably inspired by his famous wife, pretended to be a blonde woman called Judy. So I'm not sure about, not Charlotte Crosby again, she's been on too many things. Can't they find anybody else? Or has she got a particularly good agent? Who knows? And Moonprint Suit. Company. It's Friday, the 11th of September. As we race, I can't believe it, honestly, it only seems like the other day it was the 10th. And straight here we are, racing through, and you've got a week of sunshine. You've got a week of enjoying yourself in the... If, of course, you enjoy the sunshine. If you don't enjoy the sunshine, you've got a week of misery coming up for you. And then we presumably head into the depths of winter. Because by the time you get to October, the garden's looking a little bit bereft of anything exciting. Most of the things have keeled over and died. And we're all trying to work out whether or not we will get pantomimes this year. And whether or not we'll be able to celebrate with friends and family. Because God help you if there's 7 in your family. Because somebody's going to be sitting in the car outside. It's not going to work any other way, is it? I don't think so. More of your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. A lot of people still coming back from furloughing at the moment, which I find is absolutely amazing. There's a quote in the paper today. I sort of look at things laughingly called fashion nowadays, and this is a coat. I think you would call this, I don't know what you'd call it. But it's a long coat. It's worn by Kate Moss, but somebody's written all over it. This apparently is called fashion, laughingly. It's the coat featuring a drawing of a police car and random words, including potato head and electric, is actually a £1,700 creation by a fashion brand coach in homage to Jean-Michel Basquiat. Supermodel Miss Moss wore the beige coat as she went shopping with a friend in Soho. Well, presumably it's a freebie. They've stuck her in a freebie, walked her out so they can get some picture of it. I mean, it looks absolute rubbish. Seriously. Perhaps I don't understand fashion. Perhaps I do not understand fashion. This is basically a plain material coat, beige, with writing all over it and a picture of a police car. I mean, it looks like something a 3-year-old would do on it. And this is called fashion, is it? God help us. If you see anybody walking down the street with it, feel entitled to stand there, point and laugh. Because they're obviously idiots. £1,700 for somebody... I mean, why don't you just buy a plain one and doodle on it yourself? It's like at school, when they'd give you all the powdered... Oh, I used to love the powdered paint. Powdered paint was great, but we never wrote on clothing. Ridiculous, honestly. Also, the XPM... This is Theresa May, surprisingly. Yesterday led a Tory backlash over the failure to introduce virus tests at airports. Also, the race to return from Portugal as it goes on quarantine list again. So added to the list now, French Polynesia, Reunion, Taken off the list, Sweden. Portugal excluding the Azores and Madeira. And Britain's quarantine rules are among the strictest and most extensive in the world. Why aren't we testing people at the airports then? People can wander in now without being tested. It's all very worrying, isn't it? And the police are left baffled by the Prime Minister's Marshall Plan. Why bother if they can't fine anybody? I mean, how are they going to enforce the fine? What do? Do they take somebody into custody and say, right, you're going to be in prison until you've paid this fine? I can't see it working. I just don't know how it works. And it appears that nobody is exempt from the shambles surrounding testing. Jacob Rees-Mogg has spent 4 days self-isolating with his family. And it's a big family. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. 6 of them. Mind you, they don't need to worry about the money, do they? But apparently they attend Hill House. 5 of the children dressed in the uniform. Fees range from £14,000 up to £18,000 for sixth formers. He says, he wrote at the time, the holidays are over and my 5 older children certainly need and want to be at school. That's good. Could we have theatres open? I'd quite like theatres open. That'd be quite a good idea, but I can't see it happening. Do you know what Diana Rigg's real name was? Enid. Enid. Isn't it funny? She doesn't look like an Enid at all. She looks like, I suppose because you've known her all her life, as Diana Rigg. But the role that gave her career a high kick happened by mistake. She was definitely, as Emma Peel, sex appeal, but I just thought all of them were brilliant. I just loved every single one of them. I think they were great. Richard Kay has done a lovely piece, as indeed have all the papers. But you're going to see her in All Creatures Great and Small. Apparently she's filmed a role in that, which is good. And she says, I'm from Yorkshire. That's what she says. That's what Diana Rigg said. I'm from Yorkshire. That should ring a bell with somebody in our studio. And she said, no one from Yorkshire takes their clothes off except on a Friday night. Are we going to bed early? I don't think so, no. Take your clothes off. Go on, take off your Wincey nightie. And the flat cap. And don't put it on again, Mother. All right? I've told you about it. But I've got to whip it out. No, come on, it's Friday night. Take your clothes off, love. It's cold. Well, snuggle up to me. Don't want to. Don't want to. Got these other animals we're sharing the bed with. She never forgave the New York theatre critic John Simon for publicly chiding her small breasts in a nude scene in something she did. A nasty little critic, she said I was built like a brick mausoleum with insufficient flying buttresses. Isn't it funny? Somebody said to me a while ago, and of course I've known about it for years and years, that you can have a career like Dame Diana Rigg, where you get fantastic reviews and everybody loves you and adores you and she's a treasure, and you get one bad one and that's the one you remember for your entire life. That's the one that you go, look what they wrote about me. Steve, says Hannah, I dozed off listening to the show. I do beg your pardon. I mean, sorry, this show you dozed off listening to. Must be a very tired person. And I dreamt that you and I were at a bar having a Prosecco. OK, this is an HR one straight away. We're not going to mess around with that. OK, I think police immediately. And I wanted to ask whether whether impassionate was a word, as I'd heard Eamon Holmes use it on this morning. Not a chance, as you were in foot. Is it a word? What, impassionate? I've never heard of it. There again, I've never heard of most of the things that come out of Eamon Holmes' mouth, so I wouldn't have the faintest idea. You're asking the wrong person. It probably could be, actually. It's the sort of thing that they pop up on Countdown. Is it Countdown? I don't know what these programmes are. Impassionate is, with an I, as opposed to empassionate. Oh, right. Oh, right. Well, thank you for that, Corey. What a mine of information you must be at the Christmas table. OK, anybody got a new word for Corey this year? Yes, boring. Oh, dear. You're quite right. Dougie, a.k. Buster Bloodvessel, does live on a houseboat, permanently moored at the marina by Toys R Us on the Hayes Grand Union Canal. And I just came back half an hour ago from John, his mate, who does gigs with him. Oh, right. See, I knew I was right. I knew I was right. Sometimes you remember these daft things, really daft things. Steve, did you know that the starting pistol was invented by Karl Marx's sister, Anya? I didn't. I told you I brought a starting pistol back from Vienna once. It's amazing how they galvanised themselves at the airport when it went through the machine. Seriously, I bought it in a magic shop. It was actually a starting pistol, but it formed the basis of a trick. And I stupidly As opposed to put it in my luggage that went through, I put it in my hand luggage, which they then put on the conveyor belt. And of course, if you've ever been to Vienna, the airport, all the people around are armed. You know, it's the first place I'd ever seen police standing there as the plane pulled in, and they've all got machine guns. So, of course, I am standing there. They put my little bag on, and as it goes through, there was a flurry of activity. And it turns out that the moment they'd seen the gun, it kind of freaked them out a little bit. I obviously thought I was either an arms smuggler or was about to hijack an aeroplane. Which, I mean, to be honest with you, neither was true, and I was a bit perplexed by it, and I tried to explain to them, no, it's for a trick, it's a magic trick. I mean, I was practically pinned up against the wall, but luckily they saw the funny side of it for about a second. Not known for their sense of humour over at the airport, as you can well imagine. But then in America, I brought back what do they call them? An envelope opener. You know, nowadays you rip open an envelope. In those days, you put a knife in. It was like a letter opener. That was considered a weapon. That was confiscated, put in a jiffy bag, together with my nail clippers. They put my nail clip because they thought that could be a weapon as well. I mean, a little tiny nail clipper, like for just clipping your toenails and things like that. God knows. I mean, I'm so glad I didn't take all my Cub Scout, canteen of cutlery on board. We'd have had a field day. But I remember at one time it was only plastic knives and forks that they gave you on aeroplanes. Now, on some of them, they used to make a big thing about metal knives and forks. They were actually trusting you not to sort of try and attack anybody. So, no, I got that in second class. Well, I don't call it second class. I call it, we're saving up for first. It was so much better. I used to go sort of premium economy, because that was good. You don't have to sit with all the other people who can't afford to fly in an aeroplane. You can sit separately, because they've got 6 separate seats, and you get, I think we got the same food. I think so. Although I think the difference was you could have spirits for free, whereas the other people who turned right on the plane had to pay for it. Oh, dear. Gee, I'm so cold in here today. I needed that cup. See, the cup of tea is the only thing which is sort of keeping me going. Steve, whereabouts in Yorkshire is Corey from? Says Barnsley lass. Ruth, now in Great Yarmouth. Great Yarmouth. That's Nottinghamshire, isn't it? Not Nottingham. Is it Nottinghamshire? Great. It's Yorkshire, is it? By gum. By gum. Yeah, Yarmouth. Yeah. That's Norwich. That's what I thought. Yarmouth was sort of Norwich, isn't it? Isn't that something? I think so. So, whereabouts in Yorkshire is he from? He's not. You're from Rotherham. Where's that? That's South Yorkshire. So, is there a South Yorkshire, a North Yorkshire, an East Yorkshire, and a West Yorkshire? East Riding. Why do they call it Riding? Do you know why it's called Riding? I have no idea. I just know that somebody said to me, oh, we're from the East Riding of Yorkshire. I thought perhaps they all got horses up there. That would make perfect sense, wouldn't it? I love the way he comes from there, and he doesn't have the faintest idea. He's having to look it up. And he's none the wiser at the end. You watch, 10 minutes this will be down the line. We'll still be waiting come Tuesday, come the morrow. And so you've got the East Riding of Yorkshire, which was one of the 3 ridings. Yeah, but what is a riding? What does that mean? So it was divided into 3... Oh, it's Viking origin and derives from Threthings, meaning a third part. God, they were boring, those Vikings. Weren't they the dullest people ever? Oh, sorry, we've got Vikings moved in next door. Oh, God, we're going to be a riding in about 5 seconds. Just imagine, can't you? The East Riding of Yorkshire. Have you tried getting a COVID test? My little boy had a little cough. No high temperature, but not allowed back to school until a tech's completed. I mean, trying to get an online test, but no availability. Very frustrating. I've never tried getting a COVID-19 test, but I realise, and I've been reporting on the fact that a lot of the newspapers have said some people have travelled hundreds of miles, got there, and then not got the tests that they wanted. I've said reporters can get it done quite quickly because they're sort of trying to highlight the fact that you might have to travel to go and get the test, but I haven't. Steve, I bought a Masai Mara spear and knife back from Tanzania about 12 years ago. Surprising, there were without any issues. Yes, I mean, at one time you could bring all sorts of stuff back. And nobody said anything, but the starting pistol was kind of just it. Oh, just up road from Barnsley. Just up road. You know, when you say just up road, how much up road? Just up road from Barnsley. About half an hour away. Oh, it's quite close, isn't it, in terms of your neighbours? Do you know everybody in Barnsley? Do you know everybody? Do you know the Fisher family? They live in Barnsley. You must have... It was the flat cap... Of course it was. Of course it was the flat cap capital of Britain. Oh, fat capital. Oh, right. Thought you said flat cap. I couldn't understand why there'd be a whole nation of people walking out with flat caps. I thought that'd be... Oh, it's the fat capital. Fat capital. Really? People are bigger in Barnsley than anywhere else. Are they really? Do you know, you live and learn, don't you? People at Barnsley going, is he talking about us, Mother? Pass us another burger. Let's have a whole packet of fish fingers. I might have fish fingers today, actually. We'll take a short break because it's news time. Is it that everybody up north wears flat caps? Every time they do a farming programme, where they go, and here we are, we're in Yorkshire Dales, and every single person's got a flat cap. Women, kids, mum, dad, everybody's got flat caps on. But Barnsley is the fattest place on earth. It is the... That was 2013. It's probably got better, hasn't it? I hope. It's the biggest obesity hotspot. Isn't that amazing? Following closely behind North Lincolnshire's Primary Care Trust, 10.7% of patients are obese, and Doncaster with an obesity level of 10.1%. Sheffield, 6.7% of patients are obese. Funny that. Why is that? I mean, why would that be? Is it can't be lack of exercise? Every time I'm on, watching television, and there'll be something to do with Yorkshire. It'll be farmers walking about fields and everything else. They all seem to be getting loads of exercise. So why would they be obese? It's not like, you see people sort of queuing up every day for the fish and chip shops. If you're working farms and you're doing sheep farming, I mean, you don't go out to eat. You haven't got enough time. You've got to go home, have some tea, go to bed, get up in the morning, feed the sheep, put them out on the... Oh, it's very complicated. Very long. I did miss the gag, actually. I do beg your pardon. I should have done it. It was Karl Marx's sister inventing the starting pistol called Anya. And then somebody said, you missed the gag. And you're quite right, I absolutely missed it. So it was Anya Marx. OK? Thank you very much indeed. I should try and check them a little bit better. Rotherham, just down from Barnsley. He should know where it is. Well, you would think so, wouldn't you? But he thought that Barnsley was the flat cap place of Yorkshire. My mate from Barnsley asked a vet to look at his cat. Is it a Tom? Says the vet. No, it's sent to car. Is it a Tom, meaning at home? No, it's in car. Oh, right. Northern joke. We should have signposted it. I should have warned you. Different sense of humour up there. Oh, look, it's raining again. And, another northern joke. Steve, did you know that there's a bloke... I can't do that one, Andy, but thank you so much. I'll have to read it again, just in case. British holiday makers facing a new scramble to get home before quarantine rules on countries including Portugal and Hungary come into force in the small hours. Tomorrow morning, if you're not back by 4 a.m, you're in quarantine. It's as simple. How many people do it? I've got no idea. And how they police it, I have no idea. Also, marking John Lennon's 80th birthday... So Ringo Starr says, I send you peace and love, I still miss you. Alas, he was obliged to add a later correction. I still love John, but it's not his birthday. Better early than never. Ringo can't blame the drink. He's not had a whiff of the cork for 3 decades, for 30 years. 30 years. So John Lennon would have been 80 soon. Churchill's statue defaced again, but now by Extinction Rebellion. They are pathetic. Don't come round here sort of defacing statues, thank you very much indeed. Try concentrating on your own disaster of a life. The Gucci dynasty is rocked by claims of child abuse. Heiress accuses mother and grandmother of covering up stepfather's attacks for years. Crikey. And also, I noticed the current owners of Gucci, which I think is a French group called Kering, paid £1.2 billion to the Italian authorities last year for failing to pay taxes relating to Gucci. Does anybody own these? Is it still... Do any of the families own these things? Probably not. Here's the school bus torn apart by a bridge after the new driver lost his way. We've heard this, but I've seen these stories before, and you must have seen them before as well, where they go under a bridge and it turns out that they have big signs... They have big signs up which go, this bridge is, so many metres tall, and the bus driver is supposed to look down and it will tell him how tall his bus is. He went under it, took the whole top of the bus off. Small wonder the kids were screaming and shouting and sort of getting a bit panic-stricken over it. Copper wire was invented by 2 Yorkshiremen fighting over a penny. You get that one, Corey? Copper wire was invented by 2 Yorkshiremen fighting over a penny. No, that's died. I'm sorry, actually. Yeah, it was stretched out, yeah. Finally got it. It's hopeless. If ever you do Christmas at Corey's place, you'll be there for ages, just with the Christmas crackers alone. There's an hour's worth of material, which I like. So Kool and the Gang's co-founder, Ronald Bell, has died aged 68, a representative of the singer said. He started the band in 1964. And celebrate good times, come on. Cherish and Summer Madness died on Wednesday. No cause of death was released. One of the biggest bands of the 70s, Kool and the Gang. They really were. And I went to see them. I went to see them in concert many, many years ago at the Hammersmith Apollo, or Labatt's Apollo, whatever it was called then. I think it was just called the Hammersmith Odeon. Also, a woman visitor to a Paris art museum reacted with fury after being ordered to cover up her cleavage before going in. The humiliating request from a security guard came as the student, who asked to be identified by her first name, Jean, visited the Musée d'Orsay, which is packed with paintings and sculptures celebrating the female form. The 22-year-old says male staff surrounded her as she stood in the queue on a sweltering hot day and all appeared to be staring at her breasts. She'd had lunch, apparently, at a five-star hotel and had worn the dress there without any problems. But a security guard at the entrance said, put on your jacket, but so I can let you in. It's the rules. After, she wrote online about it, saying that it was sexist discrimination based on her physique and her clothes at the entrance of the Orsay National Museum. One man was said to have used the words, "Calm down, madam." And it was not until she put a jacket over the designer dress she was finally let in. She wrote on Twitter, "Inside are paintings of naked women, sculptures of naked women as well, and I'm just not my breasts. I'm not just a body. Your double standard should not be an obstacle to my right of access to culture and knowledge." I mean, they do have quite a number of racy-pacey pictures in there. The museum said it deeply regrets the incident. I mean, I have to be honest, it is showing off a lot of bosom, but there again, you know, I mean, if you've got a museum full of pictures of half-naked people, you know, then why you can't sort of start differentiating, I mean, you know, between different people. They have a naked sculpture called Young Tarantine, and it's a naked woman. Admittedly, it's an inanimate object. But you do worry about things like that, don't you? And Steve. James says, now you missed the gag. They'll be starting Anya. Yeah, okay. Go and get your hat and coat. Leave now, actually. Make it so much easier. Another one here, which says... Jan Moyer. I do like Jan Moyer. Sometimes she comes up with some quite good things, actually. Talking of Christmas, Lakeland have excelled itself this year. They've got all sorts of bits and pieces, including a battery-operated milk frother. And they've got one here, a festive gadget. It's a cheese sunbed. It's designed for a type of cheese called raclette. It holds more than 2.5 pounds of said cheese and makes it easy. Iceland's promised to serve a Swiss-style feast. The gadget is the perfect gift from a cheeseaholic friend who doesn't own a grill, an oven, a stovetop, or an ounce of common sense. Or anyone who, like Pippa Middleton, perhaps needs a gadget and instructions on how to successfully melt meltable cheese. Lovely. Love stuff. It sounds quite good fun, actually, but I don't do meltable cheese. Well, I have done in the past, but not recently. Happy birthday, Julie Covington, 74. Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. First song from a musical to top the UK charts, but then she apparently turned down the role, and Elaine Page got it. Don't Cry for Me, Argentina. Also, Brian De Palma, the US filmmaker, directed Carrie, Scarface, and The Untouchables. When Tom Cruise asked him to make the sequel to Mission Impossible, he refused, and has said the reason they make another one is to make money. That's the corruption of Hollywood. The 8th film in the series is now in development, and he's 80 today. Any happy returns of the day. Also, Betsy Drake, Paris-born American actress. I didn't know who she was, actually. But she married Cary Grant. When she was asked about it, she said he'd been too busy making love to her to ask whether or not he was gay. There was always this rumour that Cary Grant was gay. D.H. Lawrence, the writer from Nottinghamshire, penned Women in Love and Sons and Lovers after the public prosecutions under the Obscene Publications Act of Penguin for publishing Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover. The novel went on to sell 2 million copies in 2 years. Because when you ban something, it becomes successful. So Frankie Goes to Hollywood, who were banned, I think somebody at the BBC, I think it was Mike Reed, said he wasn't going to play it. Well, immediately everybody bought it and went straight to number 1. Made the BBC look complete turnips. You know, and here's number 1 in the charts. It's Frankie Goes to Hollywood, and relax. You know, and there you've got Frankie Goes to Hollywood. Some bloke who danced around but never sang a note, apparently. And some other people in the group who might or might not have played on the actual record. Because I thought it was put together by one of the Buggles. You know, who did Video Killed the Radio Star. In my mind and in my car. Which sounds like a character from the Muppets. Hello, Gonzo. Hello, Cormy. And all the characters. No extra charge. Seriously, some people charge extra for this, not me. 6:30. 36 minutes to 7. I trust you're looking forward to the weekend? Everybody always says that, don't they? On a Friday, they always go, oh, so what are you doing for the weekend? And because you haven't got anything lined up, you have to start making things up. So you go, well, actually, tomorrow I'm going to polish the car, actually. I'm going to polish the car. I bought this new polish thing. No, I'm not. I bought it on JML. I don't know why. And it's apparently a German invention. Not JML, the polish. And you get a wipe, and you wipe over the car. Wipe over. It's like wet wipe. You know, like you pull off wet wipes, things like that. And then you've got a cloth, and on one side it's short, little hairs, and on the other side it's slightly longer. And on the short hairs, you then rub it slowly, gently into the car, and then you turn the cloth over, and then buff it up. Can't wait. Can't wait, riveting. If only it was Bob a Job Week, I could get the whole car done for £1. You know, that's when. Have you ever had Bob a Job Week? That's why the scouts come round your house and paint it for £1. 5 pence. Very good value. Bob a Job, it used to be called. And that's how years ago the scouts used to raise a bit of money so they could have a scout hut and canoes and stuff like that. And they would come round. You could get them to dig over the entire garden for £1. Which was very good value, actually. The scouts, of course, hated you, so they never came knocking on my door. And it was £1 was 5 pence. Which, actually, in the early days was quite a lot. I mean, that was like a lot of pocket money. So, there you go. Steve Allen, we love you. Oh, I get this all the time. It's stalkers. You know it's stalkers. So embarrassing. It's either that or my boss. Me and Lanx are listening to your fantastic show that we listen to every morning. Here we go. You know who this is, don't you? You know exactly who this is. We are double busy today. From favourite Apprentice contestant, the loudmouth Cockney, Thomas Skinner. All right, mate, want to buy a pillow? Here it is. Pillow, bish, bash, bosh, pillow. Bish, bash, bosh, 4 pillows. I love a good pillow, actually. He says, give us a shout-out. Tart, honestly. I get these people. No, we're not going to do it. We're not going to give you a shout-out. Actually, you'll like it this morning, because Alan Sugar's going to be with Nick Ferrari. Alan Sugar's with Nick Ferrari, so there you go. Is The Apprentice still on now, or we missed it? Have we been on back since then? I don't know. So there you go, Thomas. You got your shout-out. You got your shout-out this morning. Steve, the raclette. This is a thing from Lakeland. Is very big in France. You have it in the middle of the table where you cook thin slices of meat and half-melt cheese, which you eat with crusty bread. Claire says, I bought one home, and as a family, we also eat lots of salad with it. I mean, I can see the benefit, but I mean, melting cheese. So it melts cheese, and then you put it over. So does it cook meat? I'm not sure I need this gadget, but I like to know what it is before I sort of invest my pennies. As I say, I've got enough trouble going on with the sort of the wet wipes on the car. And in fact, you don't need a bucket of water. You don't need to wash the car to start with. It'll take everything off, which I quite fancy the idea, because, I mean, that's the pain, isn't it, getting the car washed, and then it rains. Here it is, a raclette. It's a semi-hard cheese, usually fashioned into a wheel of about 6 kilograms. It's Alpine-based. Very popular, apparently, based on heating the cheese. It's a Swiss dish, and you scrape it off the melted part. Oh, God, I don't know. Anything that involves scraping it, I'm really not into. Thank you very much indeed. These are the sort of people who buy this are the people who go, would you like to come round to our house tonight? We're having fondue. And you go, fondue? And they go, yeah. And you go, well, I'm sorry, this is the year 2020. You're not still having fondues. I remember going to a Japanese restaurant with a friend of mine in Vienna. They opened a Japanese restaurant. And a friend of mine said, oh, let's go to this new Japanese restaurant. So we went there. We had to cook the meal ourselves. They bring you a pot of oil and some things... Sorry? No, it wasn't Benihana's. It was something else, actually. I talked to the man who owns Benihana's. He cooked for me. Well, he didn't. His geishas cooked for me. But and so they bring you this sort of pot of oil, and you've got to cook your own food. I felt like going to the kitchen to find the chef with his feet up and a fag in one hand and a glass of whiskey in the other. I was like, excuse me, why am I paying to cook my own food? I could have stayed at home and done the same thing. So there you go. Steve, car polishing is hard work. I pay somebody to do my Kia Picanto. Oh, please, don't embarrass yourself. A Kia Picanto? What the heck does that look like? A Kia Picanto. I mean, it's not the big... you could probably pop that in your pocket, and the action of putting it into your pocket would clean the car, I should imagine. They're really tiny, aren't they, Kias? We have a picture of a Kia Picanto this morning. Oh, for goodness sake, it's a toy car. Look at it. Look at it. Oh, there's a bigger version. I like it in the blue. You don't see blue cars nowadays. Most of us go for... I've gone for grey. I don't have a Picanto, but most people go grey. Grey's very popular. If ever you're in a traffic jam, look how miserable everybody looks. All sitting in their car. Nobody's got bright-coloured cars. I think I did have a blue car once. It was similar to that one, but it was like sky blue. I think they called it Nordic blue, I think. And I had a red car. Never again. Never again. Oh, dreadful car. Dreadful colour. I hated it. Absolutely hated it. The colour fades. Because there's so much of it on a Bentley. So much on it. And red Bentley. Imagine, red Bentley. Oh, dear. Apparently it's supposed to be some significant, men and motors, the bigger the car, the whatever. And, no, I didn't have a car with a radio station logo. No. Why would I have that? Why would some radio... Who did? Oh, radio... On local radio, they used to have... I remember I used to work with a guy called John Hayes years ago, and he went to work for, I think, BBC Radio Reading or something like that. And we had a reuniting of all the people... And he turned up with a car with his name emblazoned on the side of it. And I thought, if somebody hates you, why would you drive around with a car with your name on it? And it was John Hayes drives a car from Bomo Motors or something like that. And then it had the frequency of the station. It was just basically a laser, a car with all the logos on it. I couldn't think of anything worse. It's bad enough driving around now and people go, you Steve Allen? Listen to you every morning, mate. Oh, we're on The Apprentice. Oh, no, it's a different accent. I sell pillows. So there you go. Jim says, I've just done 8 fish fingers in batter. And I mean, oh, you see, look at that. That's an old picture. 35th birthday of LBC. There's our radio car. And that's Gough Square. That room on the side, that was the presenter's room. And on the left-hand side of the front door, that was our record library. Look at that, honestly. How amazing. Isn't it funny when you look back on all these sort of things? Isn't it funny? You look back and you say, we had a radio car. How many times do you see radio cars now? You really don't, actually. You really don't. But interesting. It's funny, all the people who follow LBC will be checking out all these pictures online, actually. It's good. Loads of people have got different stuff. Is there a difference between downloading your show and listening on catch-up? Yes, there is. And the difference is... one of them's a podcast, and one of them's on the schedule. There you go. Lovely. Somebody says, don't polish your car without cleaning whatever you do. The wipes you're talking about will rub the dirt on the paint and leave you with swirl marks. No, you don't need water. There is no cleaning of the car whatsoever. I've checked it. So, Jim's had 8 fish fingers in batter and now going to make 2 sandwiches with 4 in each. Ooh, how lovely. Fish fingers in batter. That's good. The cooking gadget, says Niall, really stink the house out. You need to be close to an extractor fan. Will you be watching the start of the new football season, Steve, and who do you support? Oh, I think everybody knows who I support, because I'm... Sorry? I'm a supporter of Up the Aston, and very popular team they are. I think we're all playing, and it's going to go well. Going to go very, very well indeed. I'm very pleased about that. I've been following them throughout the season this year, and I think we're probably going to go higher. I think. Mind you, I've discovered actually I must be a very good supporter. I'm the only one shouting Up the Aston. There's a load of other people shouting something completely different. They're obviously not proper fans. To be a proper fan, it's Up the Aston, Up the Aston. I did the same at Wimbledon. I couldn't get that one right either. I was sort of the only one shouting, "Where's Cliff? Where's Cliff?" Waiting for him to come out and sing some songs for us, which was very nice. And do you know, I've never been to Wimbledon. And the year I wanted to go, they cancelled it. So not very interesting. Lawrence Fox has apologised to former Lewis co-star Rebecca Front for revealing their private spat about his support for All Lives Matter movement. I do like Lawrence Fox. I know it's not traditionally the best thing to say, but I do like him, actually. I like loads of people. I quite like Naga Manchetti. When you realise she's 45, she's fairly ancient, isn't she, for what she's doing? Is she married? Is Naga Manchetti married? I mean, she's under fire at the moment. because she sent a message to critics. She left work wearing a sweatshirt saying, "I'm not for everyone." Oh dear, she's tried everything to get famous and it's not working, is it? It really isn't working. But she was talking to Charlie State. I know Charlie State. He used to live around my way. He used to cycle everywhere. He's fit. He's fit. He used to go out with somebody years and years ago that we had working on one of our programmes. But they're all based up in Manchester. All based in Manchester, Salford Keys, I think. I've never been, but it sounds absolutely lovely. Very quickly, Flinty, fearless, fabulous. There will never be another Dame Diana Rigg. There really won't be. Born 1938, died 2020. We love her. And you can, if you get the opportunity, get a box set of the Avengers. Get a box set, because, sometimes they were so freaky, the episodes. You had no idea. You go through a door and find yourself in another world. It was all very peculiar. But she was great. I thought that was really, really good. Also, there was only one way for Britain's oldest pilot to celebrate his 99th birthday. An RAF bomber hero, John Trotman, lost no time in taking to the skies. He won a hatful of medals for his wartime raids over Nazi Germany, and his birthday flight was his first since having a pacemaker fitted 3 years ago. Good for him. 99. And always immaculately turned out. You look at any of these old boys who used to fly the planes, always immaculately turned out. It's like meeting members of the Variety Club, the Water Rats. You go and check out the Water Rats, always immaculate. Always immaculate. As indeed are the Lady Ratlings, my favourite. 7:45. It's to 7. Steve, what are your plans for this weekend? Busy. That's all I can tell you. And somebody says you've got to get the dust and minute grime off the car before applying the wax polish. There's no wax polish. It's impregnated on a wet wipe. This is what's clever about it. German, George. Steve, who are the Aston playing this weekend? Oh, easy peasy. They're playing Man United. It's a friendly, and I know that the kick-off is 2:00. Up the Aston. See? Can't fool me on things like this. Steve, we normally play six-a-side football on Sundays. Is that still allowed? I've got no idea. No idea. I can't imagine. Somebody says, be careful with your paintwork. Check with your main dealers. I knew of a chauffeur who was sacked for taking the car through a car wash and ended up with swirls. I've never taken any of the cars through a car wash because I know about swirls. Always have hand wash. Always have hand wash. Wouldn't have anything else. And so definitely do not have swirls. Another one that says, do you remember the flying eye? Of course. And another one, a lot of people talk about swirls actually, but I don't need to worry about it. It's just literally, it's a wet wipe. It's a tube of wet wipes, which have got this sort of stuff in there, which is, it isn't just any old polish, this one. This reacts with the air. Okay, and it does all sorts of wonderful things. You just sort of lightly buff with one side of the cloth, turn it over to bring it up with a high gloss shine, and it does shine. Because mine's a metallic paint anyway, I think. I think that's what they say. I don't know. Front pages, the Express. Early checks can prevent 3.5 million cases of heart disease. Also, the final blast of a glorious summer. Misery for most of us, but for a lot of you, you'll probably enjoy it. Boris Johnson facing down threats from the EU to pull the plug on trade talks and sue the UK. And Diana Rigg, the glamorous grande dame, dies at 82, and loads of tributes in all the papers. People obviously really, really loved her, which must please the family very much indeed. She was the only one who became Mrs. 007, albeit briefly, driving away from the wedding reception, ambushed on a mountain side, on a very high road, and got shot. Cabinet at war over the rule of 6. Almost every minister in COVID in the cabinet argued against the stringent limit. Even the PM was cautious, but Hancock got his way. The Sun tracks down the cop's key witness who says, I know Maddie's suspect is guilty. I don't think they do. I really don't think they do. Have you noticed a flurry of interest in Madeleine McCann and then zilch? But in the meantime, they managed to get more money so they could keep going again. This one's going to run and run. They're not going to get any nearer. They've always got, we're really close. We've got something going on here. Nothing at all. Picture of Diana Rigg, 1938, 2020. Looks great. Absolutely great. Fantastic. So, at least, that's the good thing, that if you're an actor or an actress and you've made your mark in the business, there's going to be There are going to be sort of, films and DVDs and videos and stuff like that you can watch again and again. So, as far as the business is concerned, they never age. They never age. I've never seen Game of Thrones, incidentally. For all those people saying, have you ever seen I never saw it. I'm not into those sort of things. I never watched The Hobbit. And what are those other films? There were also these other peculiar type films which had little sort of creatures in and stuff like that. Or was that EastEnders? Lord of the Rings. EastEnders was fairly like that. Little things crawling out from underneath the market stalls and stuff. But, no, I never got into those sort of things. It's like computer games. They were doing one on the television the other day and they said, you can now get this computer game. And it was £50. I'm so glad I never got into computer games. The nearest I actually got was Tetris. And even that turned out to be as boring as anything. I mean, it was just, it didn't do anything for me. I know there's loads of you that do computer games, but not for me, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Looking forward to an extra hour with you on Sunday, says Sue. Yes, absolutely. There is an extra hour. I start at 4 on a Sunday morning, so you get the extra hour, 4 till 7 on Sunday for Steve Allen's best look at the Sunday papers. You won't find a better sort of analysis of what's going on in the world. Sometimes it's a little bit sort of in your face. I wonder what they're going to be doing. We're going to be doing, I tell you, loads of people breaking the lockdown rules. That's what we're going to get. That's what we're going to get. Other stories. Here's Kim Kardashian. Oh, somebody said, can you just tell us again why the Kardashians are coming off the television? They wanted more money. And the TV company went, no. Which, I think is very nice. I'm just waving at Nick. I would like to wave at people. It's very cheery around here, isn't it? I don't know what the weather's like today. Presumably it's going to be sunny. Presumably it's going to be nice. So that's quite good. If you like that kind of thing. The Mirror, Avenger Bond girl legend, R.I.P. true Brit hero. That's the boxing star Alan Minter, who's died at the age of 69. And the nation split by the virus. The vast majority of people who stuck to the strict lockdown rules resent those who did not. As you can imagine, well, they're the ones suffering. They will suffer. The feminist icon who tamed Bond, such a good film, Diana Rigg at R.I.P. And the Britain's tightest pubgoers, stingy pubgoers who shirk their round, have been named in a poll, sure to devastate tightwads. Most common name for shirking? Andrew. Andrew. You tight little so-and-sos. You're the ones who don't put your hand in your pocket. Which is... Sorry? Andrew, as in Andrew Pearce. But he's always the first one to put his hand in his pocket. Seriously. It doesn't come out again. He just puts his hand in his pocket. Standing in the pub. Diana Rigg, front page of the Telegraph. The only woman to walk James Bond down the aisle. And the XR protesters defacing the Churchill statue despite the police presence there. Fantastic, isn't it? Honestly, you could never believe it. You couldn't make it up, as we say. The Times, dozens of Tory MPs prepare the new Brexit revolt. Shetlanders move towards independence from Scotland. I think it was the population is just over 20,000. They've got a gas and an oil terminal, lucrative fishing waters, an oil field, and they're famous for their ponies, their sheepdogs, and woolly jumpers. When the boats pull in the Shetland Isles, they bring them into store, and all the islanders who've made have you seen how much these jumpers cost? These Shetland Island jumpers, they make them, and a lot of tourists buy them. I mean, some of them can be hundreds of pounds. It's not like, it's a 20 quid jumper. People have slaved over making these things. Jumpers from Shetland are well worth the money. And so a lot of people, let's say they make their living, which they survive for the next year on. It's terribly expensive. I mean, they're all very nice. I don't possess one. I can't afford anything like that. I'm just a humble radio presenter who's worked to put himself through the RADA. The I newspaper, how service stations will go electric. I always resent the time that you pulled into a service station, a filling station, you had to pull the bloody pump out yourself. Years ago, a little man would come out, salute you and go, "Yes, sir, how many gallons?" And I'd go, £5 worth, my good man. And, a little man would come out and, just one of those sort of things. I mean, sometimes it was a tall man, but mostly it was a little man. And they'd have a sort of a coat kind of thing on there. And he'd then sort of, put the nozzle. Now you have to do it yourself. They would come out. Not only would they then fill your car up with petrol, they'd clean your windscreen. They don't do anything like that now. Very disappointing. Finally, front page of The Guardian. Diana Rigg, again, front page of all of them, as indeed she should be. Brexit talks on the brink as the UK rejects the ultimatum, and the pandemic causing deep social divisions. This is over the mask wearing. This is people saying, I'm not going to wear a mask. I don't need to wear a mask. You can find them all over YouTube. Not just here, but in America. There's some poor old woman, my favourite, one of the favourites, and it's, she's in the shop, and she produces a piece of paper. The shopkeeper says, I'm not serving you. And she says, listen, read this. And she produces, it's almost like a full sheet of A4 written without it, saying why she doesn't have to wear a mask. And he said, what are you doing here? She says, this says I don't have to and you have to serve me. Are you going to serve me? And he looks at her and he goes, nope. So she's got nowhere to go. She can't do anything at all. And so she walks out and then calls him a very rude word. It's very funny. Very funny, because you think all these people have printed these things off. I'm exempt. No, you're not. No, you're absolutely not. This is a private shop. You know, you don't wear a mask, don't get served. As good as that.